Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the first ever Pod-A-Palooza, Voices for the Silent. I'm Fabi Nagmi. I'm going to be your host for this event. It is my honor to have put together an amazing lineup of people in the mortgage business and outside the mortgage business who have freely given of their time with nothing in return other than the fact that they have a desire to help others that are less fortunate, that are seeking to climb out of a cycle that they may not have been part creating. But here we are this morning, putting our efforts together. There is a website that we created. I want to mention that so you guys all know about that. It is called www.somedonate.com. Please, please, please give whatever you can. $5, $10, $100, $1,000, sure. But give whatever you can. Giving is a very natural thing. And I don't want to harp too much on this because obviously I know that you guys are chiming in today or logging in today to hear other people speak, but I just want to briefly just talk about this act of giving because it's so important. It's such a human quality that we all have. It doesn't really take much effort. It doesn't really cost much. The reality is that when I just released a book recently, and part of the book I talk about giving and how my yoga instructor really helped me with this because one day during yoga, I heard her say, exhale deeper than inhale. And I was like, well, what do you mean? I thought I was breathing right the entire time. And it turned out that I was breathing wrong. I was so focused on inhaling that I never really focused on my exhaling. And once I started focusing on my exhale, my inhales became better also. And so I took that little analogy and I brought it back into giving because I can take a lot in life and that's fine. But it's only when I give that I begin to feel more complete and more fulfilled inside of me. And I do believe that in the world today, giving is so needed. We all have something that we can be grateful for. We all have so much that we're blessed with, especially a lot of us in the mortgage business. We've been really blessed. And so today is the day that we give back and make sure that other people that are less fortunate than us have the same opportunities and the same chances that we have, if nothing more, just have somebody that cares about them and gives them that word dignity, which is so often ignored. Like I said, I'm not going to ramble too much. I do want to jump into a pre-recorded interview I did earlier with Daryl Wright, the Vice President of Emergency Services for S.O.M.E. In case you don't know, S.O.M.E stands for So Others Might Eat, which is a wonderful organization based out of DC. They've been around for 50 plus years, helping people break the cycle of poverty and rise up to the next level. And so with that out of the way, I want to go and jump into our first interview with Daryl Wright, the Vice President of Emergency Services for S.O.M.E. So thank you for letting me share. Good morning. Thank you all for joining our Pod-A-Palooza event this Saturday morning. And we are joined by Daryl Wright, Vice President of Emergency Services for S.O.M.E. Good morning, Daryl. How are you?
I'm well, sir. How are you?
Good. Listen, Daryl, obviously we are excited to be able to assist in any which way we can with your organization. We know that the organization has been around the DC metro market since 1972, and it does an amazing amount of great work. Could you tell our listeners a little bit about S.O.M.E, the acronym, what it means and what it doesn't mean?
Certainly. First of all, thank you for the invitation. Always happy to speak on behalf of people who may not have the voice to speak for themselves. And that's what we do here at S.O.M.E. S.O.M.E stands for So Others Might Eat. The name originated because we were founded actually back in 1970 by Father Horace McKenna of the St. Aloysius Church on North Capitol Street, who was moved to do something to provide food for the displaced people that had nowhere to go to eat. So he actually prepared sandwiches and just passed them out in the northeast corridor of the city, and he got volunteers to join him in providing soup, and he would walk around and just look for people to hand soup and sandwiches to. And people started to look for him daily because he realized that people were hungry and they knew he was feeding them. And that is how we got our foundation, that we wanted to feed others. So we got a group of volunteers together, and we actually moved off North Capitol, and we purchased the animal shelter on O Street that was the original animal shelter for the city, and we turned that into a stable place so people didn't have to look for Father McKenna. They could come to our doors every day and know that they were going to get a meal to eat. And that is something we have proudly been able to do every single day since 1970, through the Vietnam War, through Desert Storm, through 9/11, through the ice storms, through all the weather challenges, and every single day of the pandemic, we have been here to provide food to people who are hungry. So that's how we got our name, so others might eat. But as an organization, we actually provide transformative services to take people out of poverty, homelessness, and hunger and into self-sufficiency. We do that by providing emergency services, which include not just 2 meals a day, but also a food pantry. We have shower facilities for those people who are unhoused, who just want to bathe themselves daily. We provide free clothing for people who just need clothes daily. We also provide medical services. We have a medical clinic that has primary care. We have specialty care, including chiropractic care, ophthalmological care, and podiatry care, and dental care. We have psychiatrists and mental health professionals. We have a substance abuse disorder program that's inpatient and outpatient. We offer workforce development that provides free tuition and certification in 3 different disciplines. And we also have over 40 housing units, including 1, 2, 3, 4-bedroom apartments in all quadrants of the city, as well as buildings ranging from 12 apartments to 300 apartments. Our goal is to make sure we can move people into self-sufficiency by providing a continuum of services that start with your immediate needs, but give you the supporting systems that you need to be independent and self-sufficient. Wow. And that's what we do as an organization.
That's amazing. I mean, just what you just went through just blew my mind. That's quite a vast organization, and I'm sure that the challenges of the pandemic have been an obstacle. I mean, how have you guys dealt with the pandemic in trying to provide these services at this large level?
Well, one thing about our organization, our resiliency, we're able to adapt because we realize the pandemic is just another challenge that's happened over the past 5 decades that we've been in existence. But in those times of challenges, the poor, homeless, and hungry are the most vulnerable. And especially when you look at a pandemic where restaurants were closed, grocery stores closed, there was social distancing, and you don't have a home to even be socially distanced. You don't even have a place or wherewithal to buy a mask to protect yourself. Our services are more prevalent and more needed in those times. And we have found a way to provide those services to those people who are most in need. And how this affected us in some ways, first, let me start with our food services, because that's the longest thing we've been doing, is serving food 2 meals a day. And as a result of social distancing requirements by the CDC and the city, we could not keep our main cafeteria open because there was no way when you have 500 people eating a meal at one time to keep them 6 feet apart. So we transitioned our meals all a la carte. We still serve meals every day, but we had them in individually prepared to go trays, and we set up tables in our parking lot that were socially distanced, and we would have people come up to one table, grab their meal, and we provided a breakfast and a meal for you to take with you for later on that day. So people were able to get their meals for the day and something to drink and a bag of clothes and hygiene items as they were on the parking lot, socially distanced and safe, and then they could make it back to where they came, but they did not have to sacrifice getting food. And we also provided masks and hand sanitizers for those people who did not have them, so they could be in compliance and not be marginalized because you are homeless and can't afford to buy something. You would still be in compliance with the city regulations to be on the street. And then for our educational workforce development program, we were able to go virtual and provide all of our students with computers so they can continue their training online. And with our medical clinic, we partnered with Unity, and we're able to do some regional vaccination points for people to get vaccinated from the for COVID. Mm-hmm. And then we also were able to set up a partnership with GW University, where we were able to provide telehealth services by putting telehealth portals in various spots. I had one in my parking lot. There was one in our workforce development center. So at various parts of the city, if you could make it to that portal, you could communicate with your case manager, with your doctor, with your dentist, with your probation officer. If you had business to take care of and the agencies were closed, you would have the access and the technology to still handle your business and supporting services. And we did that through partnerships. For our housing programs, we really had to do more wellness checks on our residents, especially our seniors, our vulnerable seniors. We did routine wellness checks to make sure they were able to get food, they were able to conduct their business, and if they needed some assistance, we would send volunteers or supporting staff to make sure that they were getting the things they needed during the pandemic. So what we had to do was just get a little resourceful in finding a way to make sure people who needed services, who needed support, who needed food, who needed medicine, were able to get those resources, especially with the limitations that were placed upon us.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite a challenge. And how many people do you think, does S.O.M.E touch on an annual basis? Obviously that number's got to be astronomical, I would imagine.
It is. Let me give you some information, but this is going to be predicated on what we've done this year in the pandemic versus what we do normally.
Sure.
So as of today, because I knew you were going to ask me this, as of today, we have served about 250,000 meals in the dining room. We provided a little over 8,000 showers to people who needed them, about 5,000 bags of food and another 5,000 bags of hygiene products. Over 14,000 sets of clothes have been distributed during the pandemic. We've had about 3,800 people visit the doctor during the pandemic. 1,800 people came to see the dentist during the pandemic. And what we noticed, the biggest increase is in our case management services. Since the pandemic started, over 16,000 people have come in seeking mental health services or case management services, getting help with food stamp sign up or insurance coverage as a result of their circumstances changing during the pandemic. So that was the biggest increase we saw. We've had 213 people participate in our substance abuse programs during the pandemic. 3,800 wellness visits were made to people who were not able to come out, and over 8,000 reassurance security calls were made to seniors who were confined to their home and didn't have a way to communicate with us. 203 students were able to continue their education in our workforce training program. 88% of those students were able to pass the regional certifications for their employment. And in the pandemic, we were still able to house 233 families, 456 children, and 635 single adults in our housing programs, and additional 41 seniors in our senior housing program. So that's just pandemic. Normally, if this were real world circumstances, those numbers would be a lot higher.
Wow, that's just amazing that you guys have been able to, that's it's mind-boggling. Let's clarify something that we were talking about before the interview started, Daryl, and it's such a poignant topic to drill into, and I know we don't have a lot of time, but you made a really good point that S.O.M.E is not a charity, it's a social justice program. I really want the audience to hear what you have to say about that, because I felt really compelled when you were sharing with me, and I would like our audience to hear the same thing.
S.O.M.E advocates on behalf of people who don't have a voice. Our goal is to make sure we address the underlying root causes of poverty, homelessness, and hunger. And a lot of times when people think you're a charity, they just give you money to help you do for people less fortunate, because it's either mandated by their beliefs or just their good conscience. But when you look at social justice and the oppressive systems that are in place that will keep people below the poverty level, that is what we're trying to deal with. We're trying to increase awareness about what is really going on. You have a city in Washington, D.C. where the median income is $114,000, but you still have 1 in 5 people living below the poverty level. You have over 5,000 people who are daily have no place to go, no place to eat, no place to sleep. And the inequities, whether it's based on your race, whether it's based on your gender, whether it's based on your identity, educational opportunities, housing opportunities, employment opportunities are not equally distributed in the city. And that's why some people are always going to struggle. And we want people to think more of just let me give you a donation to help somebody. We want you to help us spread the message of what is going on. And the best way to eradicate this situation is through education and letting people know this isn't about charity. It is about social justice. It is about leveling the playing field so that people can do for themselves. And one of the reasons we went in our mission to provide hope and dignity one person at a time, and our founder, had a strong belief in a biblical proverb. If you give people fish, you feed them for the day. If you give them the resources, hunger is eradicated. So when you donate to us as a charity, you feed people for that day. But when you provide the tools, the information, the education, the resources, we don't need a donation anymore, because people will have the ability to provide for themselves when we level the playing field. And that is the message we try to provide as a social justice organization. We try to show people, explain to people, educate people on what they can do to really move the needle instead of the Band-Aid. And the goal for me is to not have to be here every day for somebody to come in and get a meal or to get clothes. The goal for me is to be able to go to your kitchen or pull your clothes out of your closet. And when that happens, I will be happily unemployed.
Gerald, thank you so much. That was wonderful. That was, honestly, that was it's a very humble goal, by the way, that you have. So it's full of humility, and I applaud you on that. What can our listeners do? Obviously you talked about, giving and sharing. How could they volunteer or give of their time? Because I know that's actually more valuable than a check sometimes, right?
Thank you very kindly. Be very clear. I appreciate your checks. I appreciate your donations of food and clothing. And also, don't think just because we serve the homeless, we also have over 1,200 residents living in our properties. So it's not just when you think in terms of who's going to need furniture, someone getting their first apartment may be able to use dishes and linens and towels. So I accept so many donations because the need is really great, especially with the pandemic. And what I would suggest you do is to check out our organization, www.S.O.M.E.org. And you will find information on everything we do, ways we show up in the community. And 3 things I would draw your attention to is how to donate food, clothing, and other items. Finding out what events are coming up that you can support. Some of our biggest events are coming up on Thanksgiving Day. We're the only organization in the city that does a 10K run called the Turkey Trot for Hunger, where you can come and participate as a family, as a group, as a business, fraternities, sororities, alumni associations. Come and show some support and walk for a worthy cause. And most important, which is dear to my heart, get involved with our volunteer program. You click on the website, register to volunteer. It will tell you all the different things that are going on. And it's not just volunteering, preparing meals for people who are hungry. When you think of the time and the skills you have, I challenge you, if you have a special talent, if you have a skill, if you are musical, and I have 400 kids living in our housing programs who would love to learn how to play music, love to learn how to sing, love to have a reading club, a book club, a conversation, a women's rap, a men's rap, a Bible study. Share your talent and skills. And what I challenge, if you, and I'm just going personal here, if you are a mortgage banker, I appreciate that you want to give me coffee to serve people every day. But what I will ask you to do is go to my Department of Employment training and teach people fiscal responsibility, how to keep their credit straight, how to open up a checking account. Use your mortgage skills to teach them a financial lesson that's going to benefit and transform their lives. I appreciate you wanting to serve the donuts, but your need and your talent can be used in so many ways. And there is something every listener has that only that listener can have. And when you share that, when you volunteer, that is the gift that talks about what we talk about offline. How do you move the needle when people don't get it? When you come in and volunteer, the difference is, Mr. Wright, you're the vice president, you're supposed to do this, but you chose to come in and volunteer. When they ask you, what do you do? And you say, I'm a banker. And they say, wait a minute, you mean you have a job? You're talking to people who have never worked in their life. They don't live with their children. They don't know their children. They don't have a connection to their family. And you come in and say, I just brought my kids in to volunteer. You know your kids, you live with your kids. You really have a husband, you have a house, you went to college. And when you say, yes, I went to college and I became a mortgage banker, what does that do? They are going to leave the dining room that day and they're going to tell everybody what a mortgage banker is and how they need to find the equity in their property, because the information that you shared while you gave somebody a sandwich, it stays with them. And for the rest of their day at the bus stop, wherever they go in their life, they're going to tell somebody how to refinance their house because you shared some knowledge with them. You saw them. You removed the cloak of invisibility. And for one moment, someone saw me as a person and shared some information, not because they were being paid to, but they chose to give of themselves. And that is more than anything I can do in 50 years of feeding people. The dream that you start, when my life had just ended at a point and I thought I ended up at S.O.M.E and I had nowhere else to go. And then I met a mortgage banker who told me he became a podcaster. And I realized this isn't the end of my story. He told me to pick up a pen and write a different ending. And I can't give them the ending that you will. If you come and volunteer and talk and share your experience, the dream that you start, I can't know what that is. I can't do that. I can only provide the food. But you come in and provide your personal experience, your touch, your humanity, and that gives somebody else an opportunity to dream a different dream and to change their trajectory.
Good morning. How are you? S.O.M.E got started back in 1970 by Father Horace McKenna, a Jesuit priest, who wanted to serve people that were poor and homeless in the city of Washington. The services that S.O.M.E provides begin with our dining room, and that's the reason we were founded, was to serve hungry and homeless people a meal, 2 meals every day of the week.
This kitchen is only the front door of what S.O.M.E has to offer, which is kind of amazing that you think of S.O.M.E as a place that serves lunch, but it's really the beginning of a relationship with their clients.
We also provide an opportunity for people to come across the street here to receive medical care, to receive dental care, to visit our eye clinic, addiction counseling, seeing a mental health worker.
I talk with my doctors, I talk with the nurses and the nurses' aides, and we figure out what's going to be the best for me. How can I go about changing what got me here to where I need to be?
Okay, see you next time.
Thank you, sir.
I think one of the things that makes S.O.M.E Medical Clinic unique is that we're a part of a very comprehensive care. Our new patients very often don't have a primary care provider or haven't seen a doctor in many years, so they'll come after their breakfast or their lunch. They're always looking for that care from the nurse and from the provider, and somebody that might understand why they can't take their medicines every day. They can't do it because they don't have anything to eat and it's not on an empty stomach, and it's just the little things that they come and they appreciate those things being understood and somebody listening to them, and then getting them into full medical care.
We're able to provide a lot of people with mental health and evaluations as well as support. The other big area that we've expanded to over the years has been our drug treatment program. Many people have issues with drugs or alcohol, and so now we have close to a year and a half of inpatient drug treatment. If somebody walks through our door today after they've eaten a meal and walks across the street to see a drug counselor or a social worker, we can offer immediate help. We have a safe house in Washington. When people finish going to the safe house, we have a wonderful place out in West Virginia. I think it's been a big change in people's lives, and it's a beautiful place as well. People finish that and then they come back to Washington, and that's where we can continue in a transitional house to work on people continuing their treatment, but also beginning to look for a job or coming to a job training program that S.O.M.E operates.
We do career skills training through a holistic lens, which includes industry skill development, basic education, human development or soft skills, and career development, which is both the skills to interview and secure the job, but also how to keep the job.
If there's a key word for CET, it's transformation. Guys come in here and absolutely transform their lives, going from zero making money to $27 an hour.
They speak on how we do our resume, how we do our cover letter, how to go into an interview, and also to be able to feel comfortable, know who you are inside. And when you go in, you feel comfortable and you're selling yourself.
It has developed me, it has changed me, has built me up.
We also provide services such as housing for people, both families and for individuals, permanent supportive housing, which is much needed in our city.
Their independent living program, the transitional housing, was perfect for me. It gave me the opportunity to move in an environment that was conducive to my staying clean and sober, something that I'd never done in the past.
The majority of our residents that have moved in were living from pillar to post or in their cars or in motels, or their families were split up. So now they're able to bring their family together and create some stability and security in a safe environment for their children.
Our senior programs have been operating for over 25 years. Our senior center for 30 years. We have the only program in the District of Columbia for abused and neglected elderly. It's also the first in the nation. We have a homebound program for homebound seniors, the summer camp that S.O.M.E operates for seniors. Then our other program is Keener House, which is S.O.M.E's first program for senior housing.
When I first moved in, I didn't have nothing, and S.O.M.E helped me put my life back together.
Everything is a ripple, and when you come from your heart, you start that little drop in the water, which goes out and out and out, and changes people's lives in a way that isn't just momentary. It's forever. So anytime someone comes from their heart and gives, people's lives are changed forever. Forever.
People ask me every day, what do I do to look the way that I do? When I tell them it's
All right, guys, we are back. I'm getting a lot of comments, and I certainly appreciate everybody texting me and interacting with me online. Getting some text messages from friends of mine throughout the country. And I just want to make sure you guys understand something, that this is not me, Fabi, doing any of this. This is honestly, I just get to sit here behind the microphone and talk a little bit to you guys. There are so many people. John Perry, who's been instrumental in this. There was Charlene, who kind of connected all the parties together. And obviously there was a Synergy Maven who've been so instrumental in getting our graphics and our social media collateral out there. I want to make sure that we applaud them for all this stuff, because once again, I get the luxury of sitting here in the microphone and being part of this, but obviously there are many other people. You're going to meet some of them as we go through these couple of hours together. The biggest thing I really want you guys to understand is the integrity and character of the organization. S.O.M.E. They're not looking for handouts. They're not looking for people to just give them money so they can share or just give money to other people. They're looking to improve people's lives. And that's a big difference in what S.O.M.E is doing, and what, and I don't want to belittle any charity, because everyone is trying to help in their own ways. But when I was introduced to S.O.M.E a few years back, this was something that really attracted me to them and made them stand out. Like, this was an organization that I could get behind. And especially when Daryl talked about, if you teach a man how to fish, that's something that I have grown up with. And it's something that we try to practice in our lives. I know that a lot of the people that are talking to me right now, that they do the same thing. So this is a great organization. Once again, I want to make sure you guys know the website to go donate. We're about $1,700 into our collection right now, which is great. Thank you to the people who have given. We need to do more, obviously. I know that you guys can do more. I know that some of you guys are just waking up and trying to get up and running and getting into getting your credit card number out. Don't be shy. You know what I mean? This is a 5-hour event. If you can, come back, log on later on. If you need to text me, we got Facebook, we got LinkedIn, we got YouTube. There are lots of mediums to connect with us today. We're going to be here till 3 p.m. or so, trying to keep everybody moving forward. I have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. This is one of the 4 key note speakers that we have on board today. A lot of you guys know him. He is getting very well known. His name is Roland Cochran, and I have had a chance to kind of not interact one-on-one with him personally, but I've been reading and following some of his videos and some of his things that he posts on social media. And Roland actually, when we were texting each other one day talking about this event, he was asking me like, "Hey, Fab, what should I talk about?" You know what I mean? And I'm digging through my head, because obviously, I have a podcast and we do all sorts of things on the podcast. I'm giving him some ideas, trying to keep it relevant. And then he comes back and says, "Fab, what if I give one of my courses to the mortgage people, or anybody else, quite honestly, you don't have to be in the mortgage business, right? On how to brand yourself. And not only brand yourself, but brand yourself in a way that sells you to the market that you're trying to attract to." And so Roland was so generous to put together this speech. And I was really, when I was, obviously these note speaks are pre-recorded, most of them at least. So we've all had at least I've had a chance to hear them, and this is really some amazing stuff, guys. Pay attention to what Roland is talking about. He's doing it at absolutely no cost other than a small donation. So if you can dig deep, please do so. I'm going to ask JP to roll Roland's speech so we can get going on that end of our hour. And with that, I'll be back momentarily. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Roland Cochran. I'm so happy to be with all of you today, especially to support such an awesome cause. I love the idea of gathering people together, sharing our knowledge, sharing our intellectual property, and motivating, inspiring others with what we know within the industry, while also supporting a cause. I love that idea, and I'm honored to speak today, and I hope that a lot of people see this as an example of an awesome way that we can kind of combine our work and then some of the more important work, which is giving back, recognizing a cause that we believe in and blending kind of our careers and the things that we do to make money, while also marrying that with this other thing that's going on all around us, this world that needs our unique skills and our unique attention. Which blends right into what I'm here to speak with all of you today, and that is the idea of building a personal brand that sets you free. Now, many of us have heard about the personal brand. Having a personal brand really became a thing in the kind of internet era. Once everyone could have their own website, and as social media emerged, this concept of having a personal brand outside of the brand of your business, even outside of the brand of your employer, started to become more and more evident, especially within the housing industry. Now, the housing industry, both lending, real estate, even title, is unique in comparison to many other careers. And that's because no matter what company you work for, even if it's your own company, clients don't recognize that brand. I'm not going to say that it doesn't matter, but I will say if you go out and ask a bunch of past clients right now, or even just went outside and grabbed the first person you saw, and you asked them what company their lender worked for, what company their realtor worked for, they probably wouldn't be able to tell you. And I'm not saying that to belittle the value of the parent companies or even your own company. I'm saying that because when people look at the individuals within the housing industry, they look at the person. And that's why it's so powerful to have a personal brand. Now, it's become even more and more powerful in these modern times. After the pandemic, things have shifted completely virtually. Now having a personal brand is no longer a vanity metric about likes, followers, a way for people to hear themselves talk. It's now a necessity, because in a virtual world, there's still a need to know you, like you, and trust you. The same principles that exist in the real world are not suspended in the virtual world. People still need to know you, like you, and trust you if they're going to do business with you. The second reason a personal brand is important now is due to the economic shift. So for those of you who have not heard of the term spiritual economy, many market leaders, Gary Vee included, are talking about this shift going away from where we were, which was the connection economy, the birth of internet, the birth of social media. Now that that's becoming the standard, the elements of the connection economy no longer resonate with us, resonate with the customer. And the reason that is because everyone has a nice camera. Everyone has nice lighting. I'm sitting right here in the guest room. I have in Costa Rica at an Airbnb. I have a 4K camera. I have a ring light here and a microphone setup. So now I can travel anywhere and create not the highest of quality video, but good quality video, and broadcast that. And everyone knows it. You can just pop onto Amazon, buy everything needed, it no longer carries the same credibility that it used to. What else about the connection economy? Well, people no longer can rely on the knowledge and free knowledge out there. Not that it's not true, but because the concept of social media, the concept of sharing knowledge, the customers, the consumers have caught on. They're starting to understand that the reason people are sharing this free knowledge is to show others how much they know, so that you could one day hire them or consult with them for their services, which I'm not saying is a bad thing. I do the same thing with my business, coaching loan officers. The issue at hand is it no longer carries that same area of expertise, that same expert positioning that it once did, because now we're seeing it all around us. And the unfortunate part is many of the people doing those things aren't that good at their job. They're better content creators than they are doing their real job. So what's that mean? If the connection economy is no longer working in the same capacity that it used to, where are we headed? The spiritual economy. So what is the spiritual economy? It is an economy of people. There's a new desire, if you will, in the world, an energy, if you will, in the marketplace, where others are starting to develop this desire to discover themselves. Right, the coaching, the personal improvement industry, even 10 years ago, was barely $1 billion industry. Now, last number I saw was it's a $16 billion industry, and that number is probably growing since I checked last. And the reason that is because people are trying to find ways to express themselves, be themselves, live a life of their dreams. It's no longer about hard work, tactics, skills, knowledge, shortcuts. It's becoming more and more apparent that we all want a personal brand. We all want to know who we are. We want to be recognized for our unique abilities, and we want to make a real impact. So why am I sharing all of this with you, and how does this relate to having a powerful personal brand that sets you free? It's the way the market's shifting. When people are going, I'll tell you a study, a statistic. They went and measured people of all ages to ask them, how much more likely are you to choose a licensed professional based off of having a personal brand? Older generations, it was about 30%, which I still think is warranted. And if you think about the 30% of that older generation who's doing that, they probably have a higher level of income. But here's the crazy thing. Older millennials, 32 to 44, older millennials, 80% of them said that they are more likely to hire a professional who has a personal brand that aligns with their own personal values than someone who doesn't. That same statistic, a little bit less, 70% of those same individuals said that they would pay more for the same service from somebody who had a personal brand that aligned with their own personal values. What this means is your personal brand needs to be more than logos. It needs to be more than a font, a certain font. It needs to be more than a color scheme, right? That's not what these people are looking for. What they're looking for in the spiritual economy is the way to connect with somebody like them. That's how the new world, the new economy is going to establish trust, right? We've seen it all. Every sales funnel, every marketing attempt, that we're becoming numb to it, especially after the pandemic. What's going to sell is, can I trust this individual? How, which has been the same in all of sales. Can I trust this person? Do I believe them? The issue is the strategies to establish that trust are shifting. We can no longer impress them with these gadgets. We have to show them who we are, show them that we understand their problems, show them that we know what it's like to be them, and we know how to get them away from that. What's this mean for you, and how do you discover this personal brand for yourself? I developed years ago, I asked the same question myself, and I started hiring professionals to help me do it. first few people I hired were good, and they taught me a lot about the actual tactics and strategies of personal branding. But it didn't quite resonate. It didn't quite resonate with me. It didn't feel natural, and it certainly didn't improve my outcomes in the marketplace. Until I started changing how I did it. And what I mean by that was I couldn't tap into things that were created by other people. I had to tap into things that were unique to me. For those of you who have studied any of Maslow's work or heard of Abraham Maslow, his hierarchy of human needs, Maslow found that every single human being has the same 5 needs. They have physiological needs at the bottom of the pyramid, safety needs, love, connection, belonging needs, and above that, esteem needs, and then above that, self-actualization. Now, for those of you that want to dive deeper into that, send me a message, send me an email. I'm super passionate about this topic because I think it's where the economy is going as we shift towards a spiritual economy. So it's interesting to revisit Maslow's work because this is not new discovery from his psychological studies and testing. But it doesn't mean that it's old or dated. It actually, I believe, is even more relevant now than ever before. Now that the strategies and techniques and shortcuts are no longer working, people are looking for real people, real connection, the human needs are that much more evident. Your personal brand is those needs. Those pre-programmed needs that you've been given are who you are. It's your purpose, if you will, on this earth to care and have passions about that hierarchy in the way that you do. Right? You have the passions around money and creating personal wealth and safety for your family. You might have passions around helping others create money, helping others create safety and opportunity for their families. And for those of you that aren't interested in financials, you might have the desire to connect others. Maybe start a networking group, a nonprofit, where you're bringing people together to connect. Or maybe it's esteem. Maybe you have needs of yours that you want to be recognized within the community for your unique values, the skills that you've developed over time, your unique talents. And at the top of the pyramid, self-actualization. Right? Many people haven't thought much about this or even know what it is. Self-actualization behaviors are the needs to discover who you are and express who you are. It feels good. It's a human need. It's one of our 5 basic needs. And the reason I share this with you is that these new needs aren't unique to you. Every single human being on the planet has these same 5 needs. So if we're trying to connect with somebody with a personal brand, we're trying to get them to like us, know us. We're trying to relate with them. Thinking about these basic needs that you have, what a great way to know that every single person has these same needs. Now, yes, their approaches and opinions might be different. So maybe your outlook, maybe your framework, the way you see them, might not resonate, but that's okay because it'll resonate with someone else. But if your personal brand is yours, it's your belief, it's your truth, it's your skill set, it's your story of how you've gotten here and why you've got here. There's other people like that, just like you. Now, their life might not look like yours, but I bet you there's people out there who feel the exact same way you do about the finances of the world, about connection, about love, about belonging, about respect, about the involvement in the community, whatever your thing is. That's your personal brand, that's your truth. And sharing that in the spiritual economy opens up a portal that, in my opinion, exceeds anything that the connection economy or the industrial economy was ever capable of. This deeper level of connection and trust it supersedes any sales tactics, any sales strategies that you can think of. Discovering your design, the way you've been pre-programmed with those needs, is the key to creating a personal brand that sets you free. This person people see in myself and Roland today, this is not how I was created. I did not come out this way. I had the same problems every single one of you did. The same self-defeating stories, the insecurities, these deep, strong desires to be more. I knew I was more. Yet I felt trapped. I felt stuck in this life that I didn't want. That I knew I was capable of escaping. I knew I had unique value to add to others' lives. I knew it, just like you know it. Discovering your design is the personal brand that will set you free. How you see those 5 basic needs, how you relate to them, is your purpose here. It's what we call your personality. The thing that makes you unique, we call it your personality. It's your pre-programmed needs. It's the way you see the world. And it's important and it needs to be shared with other people. And you need to embrace it for multiple reasons. Not just to sell, but to make that impact in other people's lives. It's why you're here. And the second reason, it's the only way you're going to feel fulfilled. It's the only way you're going to feel happy. Honoring your pre-programmed design is the only way to feel fulfillment. Think about it. Think about the last time that you felt happy, you felt joy, you felt enthusiastic about your work or your life situation. It's times where you're in line with those pre-programmed needs, the way you're supposed to be in the world. When we find ourselves bored, frustrated, discontent, it's when we are operating in our created design, what we want our design to be. The money, the cars, the vacation, the new job, whatever the new thing is that's going to make you happy, that's man-made. Your pre-programmed design is divine. It's how you are. It's who you are. As you can tell, I'm passionate about this topic. Discovering your divine design and then expressing it in the world and in your personal brand is what I consider the highest level and the most important work you can do. And I believe that. I've built companies, sold companies. I own 5 companies, 6 companies right now that operate back in the United States without me. I bought the things, I bought the houses. I even travel. I live out of Airbnbs full time. And none of those things made me happy. What made me happy was discovering how I was designed and finding a personal brand that I could step into and project that into the world. And I've seen it and I've witnessed it with my clients who are loan officers who have done the exact same thing. And I've watched it change their life and I've watched it change the lives of others. I hope that this message is inspiring. I hope that you feel connected to at least some of the things I say. I'm a very accessible person. You can find me at Roland Cochran on Instagram, Facebook, RolandCochran.com. Send me an email. Be happy to share kind of my story and then hear your story and see how I might be able to help you discover this kind of divine design so that you can express it into the world. These things are going to matter in the spiritual economy. A personal brand is a critical piece of business going forward. And if you wait, your business is going to suffer for it. So thank you for your attention. I appreciate all of your time. Bye for now. Feel free to reach out if you want to contact me.
Hey guys, we're really excited to be a part of Pod-A-Palooza. We realize that one selfless act can change the life of another. We're extremely proud to be able to give back to the communities that we serve.
All right, guys, welcome back. And we are joined by my dear friend, Christine Beckwith. How you doing, Christine?
Hi, I'm so glad to be here. Congrats, Bobby. You're doing it, man. I'm so impressed. So impressed.
As I said to you last night, and I'm not afraid to say it publicly, this is a total moment. Could not have happened without you, buddy. You know that. From the bottom of my heart. So.
Well, I mean, that's a whole thing, right? Like giving gratitude and appreciation. And that's something that you do really well. I think, our team, our culture here, I was just saying it to somebody. Earlier this morning, I had an interview with a new employee here, and she asked what the culture was of my organization. And I said, I think it's one of gratitude. Most of our staff meetings, we spend, 75% of the time I was going to say 45 minutes of the hour, but 75% of the time we spend giving gratitude to one another and letting everybody go around the room and pick their person of the week.
Nice.
And for us, that's more meaningful than any agenda we could possibly talk about because we spend all week working on our projects. And so anyways.
No, that's awesome. And it was interesting. I was talking to JP. He's back there in the control room doing whatever he's got to do to keep the show running. And I was like, this is the problem with people like me, and I think you're no different. We have this 30,000-foot view, but then we need a team with us, you know what I mean? To make those things happen, because without people like John, I couldn't do this. I mean, Charlene and Corey, I mean, these guys all did such an amazing job in doing what I dreamt of, or I had a vision of, right? So, like I said, I had the luxury of being on the microphone. That's about it,
right.
And I appreciate all that. And the reality is that this is about giving, Christine. And one of the things that I know about you, and I don't know if other people know this about you, and I'm not going to, I hope I don't embarrass you, but I know that your heart is about as large as you are, right?
Thank you.
I mean, you give and give and give. I mean, I think the first time I ever met you, you were I said, hey, would you do a webinar with me? This was before the podcast, right? You're like, yeah, sure, when? You didn't know me. You had no idea who I was. I wasn't a student of 2020 at that time. It was just, that's the thing that I always appreciate about people who are really, truly successful and happy, is their desire to just give. And today is about giving, you know what I mean? Obviously, look.
Absolutely. It's funny because I'm a bit manic. I always say to somebody, I probably should be on medication. I'm not. I say that in humor. This is Pod-A-Palooza, and I'm real, and I'm going to say it out loud. But I feel like over the years I've been in, the mortgage industry, which is 33 years this year, there were many years in my youth that I was just focused on income and wealth and, my own personal goals. And I don't think I was selfish then at all. I just think those were my immediate, goals for me. I wanted to, buy and own my own home at some point in my life. That was that year's goal, and that was a big goal for me. And when I hit that goal, it was an enormous accomplishment. And so it's not lost on me that today I feel a huge sense of responsibility to pay it forward. Everyone knows, I did 2020 because it's my legacy swan song in the mortgage industry that's going to last about a decade. I won't tell you where I am in that decade, but we got a few more years. We got a few more years ahead of us.
Yeah, a long way to go, buddy.
Yeah, my point being is, this is the time for me to give. I actually feel a big sense of urgency around it. I don't mind sharing that in my personal life, I've, faced a lot of tragedy within my family that has given me a wonderful gift. We always look at tragedy and its sadness and its sorrow, and we sit in that sorrow and we have to process it. And I think the way out is to find the silver lining. And for me, that silver lining came with the gift of recognition that we only have so many days and that life is fragile and that we need to make the most. And so every day, I try to jam an enormous amount of stuff into one spot. I will say this. I think I have personally been working on myself and still am. I always say I'm a work in progress. I had some wonderful older women in my life, my great aunts and my great grandmother. And I don't mind saying that they really set the bar high for me. They were people I looked up to at a young age. They were strong women. They were the town librarian and they were writers themselves. One of my great aunts wrote our genealogy book. And anyways, I looked up to them. And they were strong into their 80s and 90s. These women rode on snowmobiles. They're from the great north country of New Hampshire. My aunt went to the grocery store on a snowmobile, on the back of a snowmobile, when she was like 76 years old, because she had to grab a couple things. And the
That's
neighbor.
hot. I mean, that's hot, Christine, right? I mean, come on. But look, hey, speaking of great women, I don't know if you know this or not, but we have the recipient of a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Washington Association of Mortgage Professionals in the studio on what called Ginger Bell herself. Ginger, I know we just surprised you with this. How are you doing, buddy?
Oh my God.
I'm good. As I'm grabbing my first thing I'm going to talk about, it's like, and it's 8:00 in the morning here. So,
oh my God.
You're a total rock star. You are a total rock star in my book.
Full disclosure, I was nominated for a Lifetime Achievement Award. It actually went to Wendy Klein by the Washington Association.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I saw a thing on social media. I thought they were giving
it. Correct. I was nominated, and it went to Wendy Klein, who has served the industry for over 30 years and is one of the great leaders in the state of Washington. And so, and Sue Woodard, who's going to be on with me in a minute, she was kind enough to be my +1. And we had a great time at the event. Yeah, we had an absolute.
I love that. Could I be the +3 or 2 or somewhere in the lineup?
Absolutely, you got it.
How come I never get invited to these events? I never get invited. Like, hey, Fly, would you be my +1 in the state of Washington? I mean, I would love to go. Also, you know what I mean? Christine, I think you and I are planning a trip to Nepal sometime in 2022.
We are. So, Ginger, let's go to Nepal. Would that not be
Let's do that.
I love this.
Let's
And
do
you know
that.
what? Sue will absolutely be on board with that. We got to spend 2 days together, just talking about each other's businesses. And Christine, we need to definitely, that was one of the things we talked about, is how we can support each other.
Yes.
Because as you know, and Fabi, you as well, is, as you're coming up with ideas, we're at the age, Christine, that we are giving back. I think that's so important to do that. And so what does that look like? And Sue and I had a lot of conversations about that and what we want to leave as far as our legacy and giving back to the industry who's given so much to us. And that's why Fabi, when you asked me, it's like, hey, will you help me do this Pod-A-Palooza, which I love. And we're going to help to be able to provide food for those in need, and specifically those who do not have a home. And so I love what you're doing. So that, and Christine, it's always so good to see you. I miss you, girl.
Oh my God. I was just thinking, like, sitting here, Ginger has done so much for me. When I started 2020, she was someone I consulted with. We've been on many stages together. I've sat through a lot of her incredible, talented presentations. I know she has me as well. And we're connected in a lot of ways. Yep. I mean, I won a Deli Award this year because of another charitable event that we did during pandemic. Yeah. And again, I think that what connects all the people that are on today's Pod-A-Palooza is that we do understand. I think we all know that when you give, you receive. I don't think that's why we're doing it, but I think I feel blessed. Like, I have so much coming back towards me that every day I'm pinching myself with gratitude. And it's funny because I desired the life I have today for decades, and I couldn't quite figure out how to make it happen the way that it does today. And I will tell you, just, coming to a place where really I'm giving without expectation of anything back is where that funnel of return accelerated.
Right.
And so, anyways.
Well, I think that's so important. And, sometimes people give from the point of wanting something back. And I've always taught my son, and Sue just reminded me of this. I said this in a presentation one time, but I always taught him there's 2 ways to give in life. You can give palm up, where you're giving something, but you're expecting something in return, right? Mm-hmm. Or you can give palm down, to where you're truly giving and you're not expecting anything back in return. And that's really the way to give, is to give palm down, because as we know, universe has a way of giving back, and it may not come from where you think it's going to come from. Mm-hmm. And so it's so important to be able to do that.
Just listen to you two, and I mean, I don't know how many listeners are. I mean, I'm not paying attention, unfortunately, to how many people are logging on or not. I hope they're getting all this, because these little nuggets in life is what I call like the pearls of wisdom that we get to wear and walk around with. You know what I mean? Because
So true.
I'm just telling you, this is the kind of stuff where if you're feeling stuck in your life, if you're feeling like what's the purpose, what's going on, this is the kind of stuff we need to be putting into our DNA. This is where we get out, you know what I mean, so much more than we're actually putting in. It's just amazing stuff. I mean, I'm just moved. And W. Clement Stone actually said it, that he felt guilty every time he gave something because he knew it was going to come back fivefold, but he couldn't stop giving. You know?
Right.
And
Well,
so
I'm gonna go. I have to go. I popped in here. Please
you
tune
do.
in if you're watching right now. I'm doing a keynote later. I think it's at 1:35. It's called the V Factor. We're going to talk about vision, velocity, and vitality.
Ooh, I like that. The
Nice.
V Factor.
The undeniable path to success. So
Cool.
tune in, Ginger. Love you.
Love you.
Soon, I said the same.
Thanks,
I'll see
EB.
you soon, Bobby.
All right.
Incredible. So incredible.
Thank you.
Great
Thank
job.
you. Thank you. All right, buddy. I'll see you later. All right.
Yes. Bye.
Ginger, it's me and you now, buddy. We're got to hold down the fort. Where's your +1?
Well, you should help me, so my +1 should be hopping on.
You can always interview me. By the way,
you. I know. Where's that great pizza that we're supposed to be having?
The what?
The great pizza. It's like it's one of those
So
things.
look around. By the way, look what John gave us today. He gave us Thanksgiving food.
I love it.
You know what I mean? This is like
It's
I got
making
my
me
pumpkin
hungry.
pie.
I'm ready to eat.
I don't know about you, but I love pumpkin pie to no end. You know what I mean?
And you know what? You can. Okay, so I mean, Thanksgiving obviously next week. There's our friend Sue.
Hey, good morning.
Sue. Oh my God, it is Sue Woodard, guys. How are you, Sue? It's been so long. How are you?
It has been too long, my friend. Doing great. Really proud to be here with you.
Awesome. Guys, listen, I'm going to jump off here because I'm going to give you guys a little bit more time to chat and talk, do your little show. But once again, from the bottom of my heart, I can't thank you two enough. I know it's early out there where you are on the West Coast. This is beyond the call of duty, and I can't thank you. And I know the people at the organization of S.O.M.E, they're very appreciative also of what we're doing here. And so once again, guys, thank you again for everything you're doing. All right.
Bobby, thank
Happy
you.
to be here. Thank you.
All right, guys, have fun.
Thank
We
you.
will. Sue.
Well, good morning, sunshine. Here we are again.
Here we are. And good morning to those of you who are, and I think it's morning because it's 8:00 here. So on the East Coast here at 11. So we can still say good morning. My name's Ginger Bell, and with me today I have Sue Woodard. And we had the luxury of spending a couple days together, Sue, over the last 2 days. And, you know, I loved Bobby when he contacted me and said, hey, you know, will you do a podcast to be able to help raise, money to be able to help those who have less? And some of the things that we talked about when we were together about really being able to give back of what we've been blessed with. So I love the fact of first of all, him doing this, and second of all knowing about the organization S.O.M.E.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, important to be able to know places that you can give back. So the awareness is important.
It's this time of year, right? I mean, this is really,
Right.
we're heading into the season where we should be filled with gratitude all year round. But I think that this is the time of year where people are really focusing on all that we have and all that we have to be thankful for, which is so much on any day. And so I loved hearing about this organization, S.O.M.E, so others might eat. And I know Fabi's probably shared a bit about what they're doing, but I work on a board with homeless youth in Minneapolis. And so this was really near and dear to my heart because this is helping those with poverty and homelessness, and, you know, just what better time to focus on it.
Absolutely. So I'm going to talk a little bit. So you can go to the website that's on there, and it's somedonate.com. And the goal for today is to raise $5,000. And I'm excited to look right now, and we're at $1,885.
Hey.
So Sue and I, if you don't know this about Sue and I, we're pretty competitive. And so it's one of those things. It's like, okay, how high can we get this in the next 30 minutes while we're talking? And what we're going to talk about today is really what we put together. It's the Sue and Ginger's top 10 video list. And so we're going to share with you the top 10 things you need to be doing to making videos. And so we're going to start off with that. But what I want to do at the end of the 30 minutes to say, okay, did we make a difference? Did we move that needle? So if you're listening in, go on somedonate.com and donate. You know, we've all been blessed with incredible years. And so the opportunity to give back to those is important. So with that,
one thing I'm going to throw out there, Ginger, is during the time that we're doing this, our half hour together, I will match any donation that comes in during our half hour up to $500.
Oh, I like that. I'm going to throw down the same thing. I love the challenge. So there you go. So
we told you we're competitive, not with each other, but we like to make good things happen. So, all right, Jen, let's
okay. So with that, let's get started. This is Sue and Ginger's top 10 video list. And I'm going to start it off. I'm going to kick it off, Sue, with number 10. And that is know your message. So know your message. And, you know, when we were preparing this, one of the things that I talk about a lot is what I call newsjacking. And so you said, you know, I haven't heard that. Did you look up to see if that's actually
I haven't looked it up yet, but I swear I think that might be a Ginger term, newsjacking.
Yeah. So, you know, first of all, we have a ton of things to be able to talk about in the mortgage industry, whether and not rates. Okay. So let's just take rates completely off the table and let's look at what's your message. What do you want to get across? Whether you're talking to a first-time home buyer, whether you're talking to, you know, depending on your community, maybe you do reverse mortgages, maybe you're in a community that has condos, maybe you're in an area that has a lot of manufactured homes, and whatever that is, start with that. But one of the things that I like to do is what I call newsjacking. What's interesting, so Kyle Seagraves is an individual who started doing his YouTube channel years ago when I had said, go do a YouTube channel, put a video, and he did. It took him a year to get to 100 subscribers. Today, he has over 93,000 subscribers. But his number one video is on the 2021 FHA changes. Everybody knows about it, right? I mean, everybody talked about it, could have done a video about it, but that's what he did. So what I did is I looked up today, and it's like, I'm going to see if I can share this. So we talk about newsjacking, and let's see if it's going to let me share my screen here. Yes. And I'm going to pull us over here, and there's our S.O.M.E donate. So I'm going to talk about, so I go to CNBC a lot. You can go whatever news source you have. And I just, you know, you type in mortgage. And so for today, so actually this is Thursday, so published November 11th, new mortgage refinance programs from Fannie and Freddie are expanding to reach more homeowners. Guess what? That's something you could talk about. Do a quick little video, and we're going to talk about how you can bring some of that content in. So what I want to do is kind of take, okay, we're going to start off with our message. And today our message is going to be about changes that are happening with Fannie and Freddie to be able to make home ownership available to more first-time home buyers, more, you know, homeowners, I mean, whatever you want to use for that. But going off of that, then let's lay the foundation of how we can build around this. So knowing your message is very important, and being able to start off with that, I think is very important.
Yes.
Because then you can go from there, and you can, you know, you can look at these key points. So here's some key points, and we'll come back to that in a minute too. But I think being able to know your message is important.
And I, you know, Ginger, what I would add to that is sometimes you don't have to, we're not saying you need to know the whole script of something. Just have a message, pick a point. And it can be something, maybe you just read something online that you found interesting. Maybe I talk a lot about customer experience. So maybe you went into a store and had a really awesome experience or a really bad experience, right? It can just be like, wow, that's a story. Maybe it's a quote that you ran across that really moved you. Maybe it's something about, you know, participating, something you learned from sitting through this wonderful Pod-A-Palooza today. Maybe there's something that you can take and share. So just grab that nugget of a message, but just don't feel like you have to know the whole thing, but just know what the heart of the message is that you want to share before you get started. So
absolutely. Very
with
good.
That, and I haven't looked up newsjacking yet, but Ginger, I'm telling you, hashtag newsjacking. I think you might have coined it, but let's move on to number 9. So number 9 is knowing your audience. right? So you have to know, who is it that this message is for? You know, if you're originating, maybe your message is specifically for realtors. That could be a very different message that you put together than something that you really want specifically to grab your consumer audience. And it's not that it can't all go to the same place, but you really want to know who you're talking to. Who is the message for? Who is your audience? And you can even think about, depending on, again, if you're originating and where you're originating, you might really have a particular market that you're trying to appeal to. Maybe you've got something in mind where you really focus on maybe veteran buyers, or maybe you really focus on first-time home buyers, but really know who your audience is as you start to sit down and think about, what am I going to say in this message? And by the way, some of the tips that we're giving you, this is not a big, long process before you do a video. This becomes second nature, so that before you pop up and get going and do a video, these just become natural because you already know your audience, right?
Exactly.
Jen, anything that you'd add about the audience?
I think one of the most important things when you know your audience is, don't speak in terms of generalities, speak in terms of one. And a lot of times in my business, we do a lot of video editing and video coaching. And so I see people do videos and they spend a lot of money having a videographer come in and having it done. And the message is done so generally that it doesn't speak to that one person. But when somebody's watching the video, it's just them. So have a conversation with just them. Act like you're just sitting down one-on-one. So like, Sue, if you and I were just having a conversation, what am I going to tell you? Yep. And I think that's so important to be able to do that. So don't speak, people are looking for the best homes today. It's like, no.
You have been thinking about a home. That's exactly right.
If you've been thinking about buying a home, this might be the perfect time for you to do that. Fannie and Freddie are just expanding their guidelines to be able to allow homeownership for more people like you. And in this video, I'm going to share. So, I think that's so important to just focus on that one person. Okay, which brings us to number 8, which is know your call to action, your CTA. And, it's funny, our good friend Carl White, I just saw him post that he is doing a webinar on, what's your call to action? And I was like, it seems so simple, right? But so many times we lose that. And so when you go through this process, know your message, know your audience, and then being able to get into know your call to action. What's your call to action? So if we're taking this topic, Fannie and Freddie are expanding their guidelines to provide home ownership. Your call to action is what? Do you want them to download a guide that you have? Do you want them to call you about, buying their first home? Don't be afraid in a video to have a call to action. Sometimes so many people leave that end open that they forget. People want closure. They want to know. I say, it's like watching a movie where you have that cliffhanger and the ending's not there. And it's like, no, what happens next? Like the Matrix, right? It's like, no.
Sometimes I've heard, Ginger, originators say, well, I don't want to be too pushy with this, right, and be like, here's the thing. But you need to be. I mean, the number of sites I've been on, and probably some of you have as well, where you're interested in the message that you're seeing, but it's not clear to see, how do I take action? That's like, I'm interested. I want to buy. I want to learn more. Like, where is it that I click? What do I do? And it's frustrating. And so don't be afraid. And it doesn't have to be it's not a sales pitch, even if it's nothing more than just saying, hey, want to learn more about how I help families just like yours? Click here. It can be in the text that you put along with the video. It could be something subtle, but have something where someone can learn more about what you're talking about. And if you do, to Ginger's point, if you have a guide, if you want them to apply, if you want them to attend a workshop, whatever the thing is, make sure that you make that call to action clear. That is a gift that you're giving to everyone who is watching your video who genuinely wants to learn more.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to close it out. You don't have to be, super salesy. You can just say, hey, if you want to know more about the Fannie Freddie updates, then, click here. You can download the guide and have someone make that for you. We have a lot of guides that we have in our library that are included in our library. And so, being able to do that, I think, is so important. Okay, are we ready for number
7? Let's shift gears. This is knowing your channel for your video. So knowing first of all, we've talked about knowing your audience. Your audience is very often going to help you determine what channel that your video should be on. Your channel could be YouTube. Your channel could be LinkedIn. Your channel could be Facebook. Your channel could be, it could be any variety of different places. But you have to know who your audience is. Now, for myself, by and large, working with the enterprise level and leadership level for a lot of lenders, I'm generally on LinkedIn, because I'm doing B2B, and that's who I'm serving right now. And so I do a lot of things on LinkedIn, and I do a little bit on Facebook, because we're tied closely with a lot of wonderful originators. And I tend to find, and don't laugh right now when I say Facebook, my daughter's like, Mom, like it's literally, we're only on Facebook for like you and grandma. Like that's,
and you have to remind us to post there.
Right. And I still like to be on Facebook as well, but I'm thoughtful about, my audience by and large is on LinkedIn. So that's the channel that I use. Now, Ginger, I know you do a lot for your edu-marketing customers on YouTube. So talk a little bit about that channel.
Yeah, so YouTube, and people don't think of YouTube as a social media platform because you don't have that, but my friends are there. But the reality is that's where people are going to look for information. And YouTube is the number 2 search engine. So you have to have a YouTube channel. I mean, you just have to. If you're going to be doing videos, you have to have a YouTube channel. Now, and we're going to talk about this in a minute, but knowing your channel, where you're going to put it at, is very important when it comes up to another step that we're going to talk about in a second. So know your channel, and you can use them on multiple channels. For our clients, we edit their videos, we put them on the YouTube channel, and then we share it on all of their social media channels, whether it's Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, Facebook. There's a lot of different channels, and you can do that. I think people are often afraid. It's like, oh, I need to do something for each channel. It's like, no, you really don't, because you have a different audience in each channel. Yeah. Okay. So number 6, think in points. And I'm not talking like points like basketball or football or anything like that. I am talking about thinking in points that you're making in the video. And I like doing this. First of all, is it keeps me organized. So when I write something down, and if we go back to, and I'll go back to our topic here. And if we look at, let me find it here. Okay, so here we've got our Fannie and Freddie. And so you've got 3 points right here, key points. Now this one talks about borrowers who are not earning between their median level. And I wouldn't put anything in there about the rates, but you can go down here and it's like, okay, there's 3 points here. First of all, it's talking about, pardon me, it's not seeing it.
I don't know. I'm seeing you and me with a bunch of pumpkin pie behind us. And so I don't know if others are seeing it, but just in case, I don't know if others are seeing what you're seeing.
And we'll find, I don't know.
But somebody can Google it and find the same things you did, right?
Yeah, exactly. So if you can see it, fine. If you can't see it, then, we'll go from there. But, and I'll stop sharing my screen. So I don't know if you can see it or not. But you think about it in terms of points. So, here's a program. So in this video, I'm going to share 3 things you need to know about changes that are happening with Fannie and Freddie. First of all, it is expanding the requirements as far as income. And, whatever that is. So you need to look up the median area, it expands whatever that opportunity is, but think in terms of points. It also helps your audience to be able to know what to hang on to the video for. And so if you start off with, in this video, I'm going to share 3 things you need to know about changes for Fannie and Freddie that will help you get into a home or refi your home, whatever that is. They know they're going to stay to the end because they want what? All 3 points. And so it's that little hook that you're going to give them. And they don't have to, it doesn't have to be a lot, like Sue said, it doesn't have to be a bunch of content, but it just gives them an idea as far as what to expect. It's if you're doing a presentation, it's your agenda, it's your objectives, whatever that is, keeps you on track and keeps them interested in the content.
And you'll notice, by the way, that Ginger and I didn't start this session with, we're just going to talk for 30 minutes about video stuff. We said, we got 10 points we're going to share with you, right? And what I do with this is, and I don't always have, I don't always come onto a video and say, okay, I've got 3 things I'm going to share with you today. Although I find it very effective when you do, partly because of what Ginger just said, is with the human brain, likes to kind of know we're doing this, and then this. 3s are kind of magical for whatever reason. Your brain likes 3s a lot, but it doesn't have to be 3. You could have 2 points, or I've got 4 big things I need to share with you today, but you don't have to do that at all. Sometimes what I will do is if I'm going to record a video and it's not just something kind of quick and organic where I'm just sharing a quick story or message, I'll actually, if I know I've got something particular to share, I'll put my little points down and I'll just put it on a Post-it, on my screen or just somewhere nearby, so that I keep myself on track and just make sure that I get through my key points before I wrap up, whether I say I've got X number of points or not, but it's a valuable way to do it. Quick time check, Ginge. We're perfectly on time.
We are, and that's part of it in planning, right? So,
yes.
And I can tell you, I mean, it didn't take us a lot of time to plan this. We're on for 30 minutes. Yep. And so, we said, okay, what are we going to talk about? Let's do the top 10 again. So I think in terms of points, and it helped us to be able to craft what we were going to talk about.
Yep.
And we did honestly nothing more than put those 10 down. That was it.
That was it.
And no, we're going to talk about it. So we didn't have to have a fancy slide deck. We didn't have to practice. We didn't have to do all that. And the same with your videos. You can have something that's more in depth, and YouTube definitely likes longer videos, but it's okay not to have everything formed in your mind. And it's okay if you make mistakes. Like, this is not perfect. We're not going to edit this. You're not going to, it's like if I sneeze, it's not, we're not going to edit it out. I might wipe my camera off or something like that. But I mean, that's it. It doesn't have to be perfect, right?
Well, in fact, it's better when it's not perfect, because nobody out there is, we're all perfectly imperfect, and people relate better when you mess up something a little bit, when you say it here and there, you don't stop and edit and, oh my gosh, you keep rolling, just like we're rolling here on our time check, Ginge, because we're going to move on to number 5. Yep. I do just want to remind everybody, for those who might have joined a little bit late, the Pod-A-Palooza today that Fabi, out of his very generous heart, has hosted and put together is to benefit S.O.M.E, So Others Might Eat, which is a nonprofit that provides services helping those that are dealing with poverty and homelessness. So what Ginger and I laid on the table before we got started is, if you go to the link somedonate.com and help support this great organization, we are matching all donations that come in during our time together today up to $500 each. And so hopefully we will see some good donations coming in during the time we have together.
I will do a little check here. So we were at 1,888 when we started. We're at 2,247 right now.
All right, good. Yay. Well, keep it rolling. Let's go. So let's move on to number 5. Yes. Number 5 is recording on your phone. Now, there's all kinds of wonderful things, and Ginger's an amazing person to reach out to if you really want to talk equipment. She was showing me this cool camera that she has with like a ring light on it and all kinds of stuff. However, I am all about simplicity. There's a term I use sometimes called simplementation, which is, it's about execution.
Implementation.
And all I mean by that is, we all, let's face it, like it or don't like it, we all have our phones with us pretty much all the time. And so Ginger said this the other day. She said, you've got $1,000 camera in your pocket all the time, which is really true. The pictures that I take on my phone are incredible. Use your phone. Your phone is with you. Grab it, click, use it. Use your phone. Do not feel like you need to invest in a bunch of other crazy equipment. Right now, I'm just using my fairly cheap little laptop's webcam, and it's fine. It is far more about the connection that you're making and the content that you're delivering than it is having, we're not in a studio for the love, right? It's
right. It's with you all the time. And so, if you happen to be out, and, Sue joined me at the Washington Association Gala the other night. And so we had a wonderful time there. And, we shot a video promoting this event when we were there. And, we just sit on the phone, sit down, find a little bit of a quiet place so you don't have too much. We have background sound there. We've got people walking in and out. And so you always have your phone with you. So if you see an opportunity, and again, know your message. You talked about knowing your message. So maybe it's something about, going above and beyond. So maybe you are at a restaurant and they have gone above and beyond and you've had this amazing meal. Why not, grab the owner out? I mean, what a great thing to do, right? And say, listen, Sue, I just had the most amazing meal here and I just want to thank you. And I want to share with my viewers, taking care of the customer, what that's about. So do you mind if we hop on a video real quick? Grab them, put them on a video and say, hey, this is Ginger Bell and I am at, Fabi's Steak Cuisine. And we just had the most amazing meal. And I actually have Fabi with me. And I want to talk to you about the importance of taking care of the customer, right? And then just go into that. First of all, Fabi's going to be like, hey, I love you. That's promotion. So you're showcasing your community and it gives you easy content. And it's just a matter of grab out your phone. You always have it with you. So I love that tip.
That's a perfect segue into our next tip, Ginge.
Yes, which is record where you are. And as I said in that example, it's like use your phone, record where you are. And I want you to think about where those opportunities are, because so many times, we're someplace and you're like, oh, that would be a really good video. And I could talk about, this great restaurant I went to. And then you get home and then you try to replicate that. And it's not the same. I recently drove my son from Minneapolis, where we saw you. He was going across country from Oregon to Ohio, where he got his first job in Columbus, Ohio. And so my husband started the first half of the trip and drove him to Minneapolis. I flew there. We had a wonderful meeting with you. And we recorded a video there, too.
Of course we did. At Hell's Kitchen, where we had a great brunch.
We did. And so take those opportunities, and then as we drove along, I would see something and I recorded a video. My son moved to Circleville, Ohio. Yes, there is a Circleville, Ohio. And they have the world's largest pumpkin festival every year. Of course, it just passed for October. And their water tower is they painted like a pumpkin. And I was like, oh my God, this is such a standout. So I grabbed out my phone because guess what? I had it with me. And I put the pumpkin in the background behind me and I put up my phone and I said, hey, if you're looking for unique ways to stand out, look around you, talk about things that are around you. And that was the video I did. It's like, here is a town that has figured out how to specialize in something. Pumpkins. How many towns grow pumpkins? Lots of towns grow pumpkins, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in Oregon. There's a lot of areas that grow pumpkin. They made a big thing about it. They made their water tower about it. I mean, everything you see there is pumpkins. So think about who you are. What's your specialty? And then, wherever you are, grab that moment and relate it, and that's the thing is being able to do that hook, so we talked about attending Fabi's, steak cuisine. And so you want to tie it to something that's going to relate to you. So you're not always going to talk about mortgages. So you can talk about great customer service. And then your call to action. So bringing it all together, it's like, providing great customer service, like what Fabi does at Fabi's Steak Cuisine, is important to our team as well. And so if you care about great customer service, come to Fabi's and give us a call. We're always here to help.
And
so
especially
don't be afraid of doing that, right?
Yeah. And if you're originating, if you're listening as an originator, your community and your town is full of opportunities like this, right? I mean, you could be anywhere in your town and be able to just pull out your camera and say, hey, I'm standing outside one more really cool location here in our town, talk a little bit about it. And this is why I love helping people come into this, come in and become a part of our community here and build their home here. So, and again, just don't overthink. Sometimes people really overthink their background also. I mean, like I said, Ginger's in her beautiful office. I am in my brother's condo and in Seattle. And, it's like, but here we are. And I think a lot of times when I'm out, we're going to go out hiking later today, and I'll probably find an opportunity to grab my phone and just make something with some beautiful nature behind me. Don't overthink, oh my gosh. In fact, Ginger, I'd say it's one of the good things that happened during COVID is that everybody got very used to sharing, seeing themselves on camera, which I think is the hardest part for a lot of people, seeing themselves on camera because they're like, oh, I look funny. But part of it is just sharing, hey, what's in your background? Because it actually has, I think, in a lot of cases, strengthened some personal, professional connections because you're seeing somebody's little kids running through naked and the dog's knocking something over. Yeah. And like you actually see
cats walking in front of the camera.
Yes, yeah, that's mine, the cat tail. But you see a lot of those, you just see the real life. So with that, we'll move on to number 3. And Ginger, this is one of your kind of your acronyms. So I'm going to let you share this acronym, but I'll talk a little bit about it before we move on.
Yeah. So, I mean, when you think about what you need to do, we use an acronym called SOS, which stands for, at the beginning of the video, stop, look at the video, smile, right? And then open yourself up. So many times I see people where they're just like, and when you think, I mean, it's actually a physical thing. You get into thinking position. So don't think. You want to open yourself up. Two things it's going to do. First of all, it's going to help with that chin, which COVID had something to do with for me. The second thing it's going to do, it's going to really create that openness. You're going to seem very open to your audience. And then the final S is smile at the end. So SOS, smile, open, smile. And you do a great job of that in your videos too, Sue. And you know, it's like we get that kind of freeze frame at the beginning, right?
That's exactly what I was just thinking. I'm the worst at having like the frozen, face that it'll start a video with where you're like, what do I ever look like that? So just smile. People are also, one of the cool things about video is that there is something called digital eye contact. And psychologically, it has not quite as high as being face to face, but psychologically for your brain, the connection that you make with someone is, of course it's more fun. Ginger and I had more fun when we were hanging out together, right? And, having a glass of wine, talking about business. However, I still feel this connection with Ginger right now because we're looking at each other digitally, right? So digital eye contact. And so, but people are attracted to people's eyes. People are attracted to people's smiles. And so I love that one, smile, open, smile. And Ginger, we better move on to number 2. We've only got a couple minutes left here.
Yeah. So number 2 is pretty easy. Shoot and send.
Yes.
I tell this to people all the time. We do a lot of video production in our business. We have many clients that they shoot videos, send it to us, we edit, and then we produce it for them. And I will get an email or a text where it's like, you know what? I shot like 10 videos and I cannot use any of them. It's like, stop looking at them.
Yes.
Now, there are certain things as far as sound, that is important, but we can edit a lot of things out, and that's fine. So shoot and send. And honestly, the first ones you're going to start doing, you're going to look back and go, oh, that was horrible, but you're going to get better.
Yeah.
You will get better. You will eventually get better. Guess what? You got better at doing loans, right? I mean, the first time you got started, it's like, oh my God, what is a 1003 and all this kind of stuff, right? Now you can do it in your sleep. So just shoot and send. Don't watch it. Seriously, don't watch it. Just shoot and send it.
Yes, I would say unless you swear in the middle of it, just let it go and send it. And
we can edit that out. I mean,
well, and see, now this is what I was going to say. I don't edit anything. I spend exactly 0 time doing any kind of editing. So, once in a while, if I really just absolutely lose my train of thought, I might start over, but very rarely. I usually just get that message out and then just ship it and get it done. And again,
and I think that's it. Knowing back to where we said, where you're posting it at. So if you're just going to post something promoting an event and it's going to go on to, LinkedIn, fine. We do a lot of production about the video process or about mortgage process, about mortgage programs and things like that. So if you're doing something that's more complicated, shoot and send, get a video editor. We obviously do a lot of that for our clients. It doesn't have to be perfect. And if you are just posting it and you make a mistake, as long as you're not swearing, as Sue said, then that's okay. You can say, you know what? I'm so excited about this program. I got to get my thoughts together. So let me get back on that.
Yeah.
Oh, right. I'm there. Are you still with me? Because you should be with me.
Exactly, because it's human. It's human. And that's what people are attracted to. I think that's great. And in our final minutes here, and again, hopefully people have dialed in. Maybe some people have come in late. Just remember SOMEdonate.com, and So Others Might Eat is the organization that we're helping Fabi fundraise for today. But our number 1 tip from Ginger and I of our top 10 video tips is just do it. Just do it. Stop overthinking it. If you have not started utilizing video as a marketing strategy, video is the number 1 most highly consumed content, and just do it. I would challenge all of you today. I bet whether it was something during our session, hopefully you got some good takeaways, but otherwise something else that you learned today, literally today, sitting through Pod-A-Palooza, you could probably write down 10 things that are your topics for your next video, right? So think about that. Grab the things that you can grab today, pick up your phone, and just do it.
Absolutely. So speaking of just do it, Fabi, I think, what did we get to? So,
you guys did amazing. By the way, can I take your steak order?
I know, right?
You guys gave me a steakhouse. I'm like, I need a New York strip right now. You know?
I
With some
know.
eggs and hash browns.
I was like on your
that's
podcast,
awesome.
and we talked about food. You made me when we were doing your podcast. Eat, Pray,
Right.
Lend. We were talking about. I think we got. You had
hold on.
pizza in the
Wait
background.
for this. Wait for this. Sue chicken piccata.
That's right. You remember. Yes. Yeah, he
Right,
was asking
Sue?
like if
That
I
was
could
your
have
deal,
anything
right?
to eat right now. I was like, you know what? Chicken piccata. Just now you guys are making me hungry. We're gonna have to wrap this up.
We can make you a special
go get
chicken
breakfast.
picatas at Fabi Steakhouse just for you, Sue.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You guys did so great. Thank you so much for all that you did. By the way, that was a great little thing with the $500 match. My God, I mean, I think we had a lot of people jump on
Well, I
board
can
with
tell you
this.
we did it because we were at 1,800 and some change. We're at 2,300. So
Oh my God,
we
you did it.
moved the needle up $500. Sue and I
You
are
guys are
each
raising
going
the
to
bar.
match that at $500. And so you're more than halfway to your goal for the day, which I know you're going to surpass that because I think that's
Thank
the
you
whole
so
thing
much.
is
Thank
to
you.
raise that. So
All right,
Josh
guys. Well,
Pitts, I see he's up there. So
yeah, no, actually, we're going to introduce Laura Brandeo together. She's got a keynote coming up right now that JP is going to go up and load. So JP, if you can go ahead and get Laura up there on the screen, we would appreciate it. Okay, buddy?
Perfect.
Hi, everyone, and thank
you,
you
Ginger.
for saying yes to joining us today for the Pod-A-Palooza event. You made a conscious decision to take this time to join us, and I also want to take a moment and recognize Bobby for putting this amazing event together and reinforcing the fact that we all can make a difference in the world. We just have to take action. My name is Laura Brandeo. I am the president and partner of a national mortgage company, AFR, and a two-time best-selling author of Say Yes Every Day. And today, I want to speak with all of you about getting out of your comfort zone by saying yes every day and taking you through discovering and using your unique and individual superpowers. See, I believe that we can only get what we give away. So today, I want you to think about how much love, abundance, hope, and joy you can share with others, because that is my wish for all of you. Now, you may think that you are looking for happiness in your life, but to be honest, true happiness is temporary. No one can be happy all the time. The reality is we are seeking fulfillment. Discovering and using your individual superpower to positively affect and improve the lives of others provides you with a sense of purpose. Did you know that finding your life purpose is searched over 3 billion times in Google? What does that tell us? Well, it shows us how much we long for answering the question of what is my life's purpose? And that is one of the things we are going to discover together today. Now, the beauty of all of this is that once we open ourselves up to accepting ourselves as unapologetic Laura, in my case, we are no longer questioning who we are. We are now leaning in. I would like to take a moment at this time to share my personal story as to why I say yes every single day. Well, my journey begins when I was 19. I was engaged to my high school sweetheart when we had a surprise of getting pregnant with our first son. Well, considering that neither of us could afford daycare, our decision was for my husband to go to work during the day, and I would stay at home, and I would go to work in the evening at my job, which was telemarketing for a mortgage campaign. Now, through the years, I received many awards and promotions, and I did build a national wholesale lender from scratch. But I always saw myself as the scared and embarrassed 19-year-old, regardless of what I had accomplished. But that was until 2018. Now, for those of you in the mortgage business, you may recall 2018 as a time of margin compression and smaller pipelines. But for me, it was a turning point in my life, not only in my career, but in my personal life. It was like waking up from a sleep, and it all started the day my phone rang from a mortgage conference promoter asking me if I would moderate a panel at a mortgage conference. Well, considering that we all needed the extra business at that time, I said yes. But as that date got closer, I started to see myself again as that scared 19-year-old. And I'm thinking in my head, who would want to hear from me or who would want to see me on a stage? But then the most wonderful thing happened. As I stated earlier, I'm the president and partner of a company. And most of my day is filled with people saying yes and agreeing to me and hanging on my direction. So when I made the decision that I didn't want to be on stage and I found someone else to take my place, I was completely thrown off by that conference promoter when he called me and said, "Hey, what are you doing?" I said, "Oh, I got the most magnificent salesperson that's going to take my place, and he will be up on that stage and he will do wonderful." And in that moment, someone told me no. Imagine that. Well, once I was told no, I had to get busy. I had to start practicing and watching YouTube videos and figuring out how to actually moderate a panel. Because although I tried to sabotage myself, someone else saw something in me. And that's something I want you to think about. Have you ever saw something in someone and you pushed them out of their comfort zone? Or have you ever been loved so much that someone realized that you had something in you and they pushed you out of your comfort zone? See, it takes love and connection and enough care about someone else that you're not going to let them sabotage themselves, and you're going to show them that they deserve more from where they are today. So I flew out to California and I went up on that stage right after Eric Thomas, the motivational speaker. No pressure, right? This guy is being paid $75,000 an hour. And here I come, Laura Brandeo, the first timer, and a ball of nerves. But I did it. And I have to tell you, it felt great. Then a big thing happened. Once I was done, I saw a line of women waiting to speak to me. And yeah, what was running through my brain? Uh-oh, what did I do wrong? That wasn't it at all. They all wanted to come up to me to tell me that they haven't seen a lot of women executives up on the stage. They were proud of me. They told me how great I did. And in that moment, everything changed. I realized I am not that 19-year-old that was scared anymore. I am a successful woman that has a voice that needs to be shared, and I will never let fear hold me back again. I no longer mirrored others or kept my mouth shut or spoke how they wanted me to be, because when you're not yourself, you're hiding your genius with the world. Did you know that a group of scientists did a study, and before the age of 10, 98% of the kids would be classified as a genius. But as you get older, by the time you're an adult, only 2% of people in the world are considered to be genius. Do you know what these scientists concluded? They have realized that children do not hold back. They lean into their gifts, and they're not holding back of what they love and afraid of how others are going to judge them. See, in that moment in 2018, I decided that I will say yes every single day. And just so you know, that doesn't mean I say yes to everything. It means that I am open to every situation and person that comes into my life with no judgment or expectations. I go into every situation with the best intentions, not questioning or thinking that something bad is going to happen. And I can tell you that this has completely changed my view of the world. And that's the most important thing. I can decide to look at each day as a blessing and an opportunity to give, or I can focus on the things that are hard in the world. And the best part is the fact that once you're aware that you are here for a reason and a purpose in your life, it will never, ever look the same. See, I woke up in 2018 and I realized that we didn't arrive in this world to get something. We are here to give and to radiate our light in order to show the way for those who may be in the dark at this time. See, we're all going to experience dark times, and we want to surround ourselves with others who have the light. When it's their time to go through the cave, we can light their way. See, this moment when you realize that it's all about saying yes to giving, your thoughts of lack and not good enoughness and worry dissolves. And I want you to say right now, I am, and I have it all, because you truly do. And when you feel you have it all, you will continue to receive more love and harmony and abundance, because your destiny unfolds and everything becomes aligned. Because remember, you're not here to get, you are here to let your light shine. Now, that day in 2018, that was my awakening. And heck, I hope for some of you today that this is your awakening, because we are not truly living, going through the motions of yesterday. But it all starts with accepting your superpowers. Because when you share your gifts with the world, there is a clarity that allows you to lose that ego. You become the conduit for which everything flows by focusing on the greater sense of good and shifting perspective from me to we. Your legacy is formed, and it's time to give yourself permission to discover and use your gifts to design the life that you were destined to create. Once I realized that my superpower was sharing my voice and my passion, I put it to work. I started small by advocating for clients. Then I went to advocating for women in mortgage, and then women and minorities, and then giving others a space to share their voice. And within 2 short years, I was the chair of 4 organizations. I was on the board of a few companies. I hosted numerous podcasts. I was a 2-time magazine columnist for e-magazines and a 2-time best-selling author and paid speaker, on top of being the president and partner of a national mortgage company. See, we all have a superpower, but we spend so much time trying to fit or mimic what others are doing and saying that we're afraid to use it. And I can honestly say that I did that too. I thought that in order to be an executive, I had to be buttoned up. I had to be professional all the time. But in 2018, I said, wait a minute. I know I have a big personality, and I'm a woman. I want to wear skirts and dresses, and I want to style my hair because I have been wearing business suits and keeping my hair short. It's funny how we all started wearing masks in 2020. But honestly, we've all been wearing masks to hide our true selves from the world, all because we're afraid of how others will perceive and judge us. The day you were born, you were already a winner. Because I don't know about you, but have you ever thought about what needs to happen in order for you to be born? Every cell, muscle, bone. There are so many things that could go wrong, but no, you came out perfectly you. Why do you think that is? Do you think it was just to go through life like a zombie, repeating the same task over and over again in this routine day in and day out? No, you are a winner and you have everything you need to fulfill your life mission. It was given to you, but you have to believe that you have what you need because it's all there, my friends. I love the show, Ted Lasso. And I think about one of the very first things he did when he moved over to London. He put up a sign above the doorway and it said, believe. And every single day, people would pass by and look up at that word believe. Now, there have been many studies about the power of belief. Everything from a classroom of students that were told that they had a higher IQ, and all of a sudden they excelled in the class, or taking a placebo and believing it was going to heal or make you feel better, and it did. We will conform to what we believe. So what are you telling yourself every single day? Are you using words like can't, lack, hard, difficult? Are you projecting those words? Or are you saying words like blessed, grateful, lucky, happy, joyful, can? Now let me tell you a secret about how you discover your superpower. So I'm going to take you back to March of 2020, when the world was shut down. I got an idea. How about if I start doing a live Facebook show every Thursday night? I called it Thrive Thursday. The way that it worked is I would bring on 3 strangers every single week because the people I had on the previous week would nominate someone. So I didn't know these people. I met people from all different facets, older, younger, different demographics, different nationalities, different everything. It was so exciting. And I would ask them 2 questions. One question is, how are you thriving and changing and going through a metamorphosis during the pandemic? And then, because I was working on my first book, Say Yes Every Day, I asked them what their superpower was. Well, during that very first episode, I asked them this question, and you would have thought I asked them to solve a physics equation because the look of horror that came up on their face, I realized I had to do something because people were very uncomfortable answering that question. Number 1, I needed to think of why they were so uncomfortable. And 2, I had to help them discover it. So the next week, I did a pre-call with those 3 strangers. And I said, okay, the second question is, what is your superpower? And now you have a homework assignment. I need you to go to someone that loves you, a partner, a friend, a parent, a sibling, someone that cares about you, and ask them what your superpower is. And when they tell you, ask them why they feel this way, and don't challenge them. Just accept that this is what your superpower is. Well, those results were mind-blowing. I had people crying because they heard from their partner for the very first time how resilient they are, how they're an amazing problem solver, how they're the most empathetic person, loving or caring person that they know, that they are inspirational and they can look at the best side of anything that goes on in their life. And see, once these people heard the superpowers from others, they started recognizing the gift and applying it, and their lives began to transform. Now, let me ask you a question. Have you ever bought a car and every time you turn a corner, you actually saw that same car? It works the same way. Once you know what your superpower is, you start applying it to situations because you're like, wait a minute, I know what I need to do because I know my superpower. It's like magic. I was so moved by these stories that my second best-selling book that just came out on October 19th is all about them. I decided to go out to this group of people. There were 52 of them. And I sent an email around Thanksgiving of 2020. And I said, guys, I have an idea. I love your stories so much that I would like to give you the gift of becoming an author. I will pay for everything and I will put everything together. All I need is for you to share your story so we can get it out to the world. Remember, I asked 52 people. Out of that, I got 14 yeses. Now, number one, I was shocked. I was amazed. I thought to myself, how is it that not every person said yes? So I decided to ask them, why did you not say yes? Here's a few of the responses. The responses were, I didn't think I was good enough to be in the book. I didn't think I was smart enough. I didn't think my family would support me if I did it. How many times have you felt this way in your life? I encourage all of you to do this exercise and to think about how you were meant to apply that gift to the world. Because come on, you're all winners that were put on this earth for a reason. And your superpower is one of those reasons. Now, there is something else about your superpowers. Once you start applying them to the world, it will feel lighter, a little less pressure, because opportunities and people will come into your life. Again, don't question it. The whole premise behind Say Yes Every Day is to be open and receptive without questioning or expectations. Trust it and share it because it's all part of your life. Now, part of this journey of fulfillment is realizing that you have to choose the life you want because only you have the power to make changes that will impact every facet of your time here. So make it be the best. And every day you can do this. See, during my time of discovery in 2020, I had a podcast where I interviewed people outside of the mortgage industry. This was a way to challenge myself to learn and grow. So I would listen to TED Talks and read books. And when I was inspired, I reached out to them via LinkedIn. Well, over the course of that year, I met over 50 people that inspired me to learn and grow and teach their lessons to others. There are people that I now call friends. Now, at the time that we connected, it didn't make sense. Once we started speaking, we learned there was a connection. And many of them I've even brought into our industry, and their lessons were timely and necessary. But again, at the time, I wouldn't have thought so. I want you to realize that even when something doesn't seem rational at the moment, it will tie together later. Because if you're open to it and you say yes, that will happen. Now, one of the authors that I met was a young lady with a PhD that wrote a book called Everything is Negotiable. She wrote this book because she would watch bright young ladies obtaining master's degrees and doctorates, but they felt that they had to make a choice between a professional career or being a mom. Remember, we talked about that word, believe. If that's what we tell ourselves, that's exactly what we're going to get. I had this doctor on numerous podcasts and stages because I truly do believe that we can negotiate and design our lives, but a lot of times we don't know what we want. When I coach others, I take them through the exercise of let's go through the next 5 years together. Take me to November 2026. What's happening in your life? How old are your kids? Where are you living? Where are you working? How much money do you have in the bank? And once that's done, I say, so tell me, what did you do in 2021 to start this process? And I am sorry to say, most people don't know what they want. So I hope today you can see your future clearly. Getting out of your comfort zone and asking for what you want with confidence and bearing the belief that you deserve what you desire is the key to living in the present and being open to what life has to offer. Others have asked me how I can be so fearless. I would say that fear simply doesn't exist in my mind. What I hear or think of or picture when that word fear comes across is maybe walking on the edge of a mountain or jumping out of a plane. That makes me fearful. But envisioning my best life and the opportunities, that does not scare me at all. So I encourage you to change your mindset because remember, life happens for you. And when you listen and you observe, and you clearly will see the answers that you've been searching for to obtain your goals. Now, I know it's not easy to look into the future because you may either be scared to see it or you may feel you don't deserve it. But if you practice and you use your courage to be vulnerable and realizing that sometimes it may not work out, but once you define your why and understand the meaning behind it, the next step is to give yourself permission to receive it. This will allow you to feel confident in asking the next time. And confidence is a muscle that grows stronger every single time you use it. When you ask for the sake of others and not just yourself, and you do it with grace and respect, you may find that the world opens up to you in ways that you have never imagined. And you can then pass that success on to others in return. Continue to ask yourself, what is about to emerge in my new life? Because something new is always emerging. Once you accept that you are in this constant flow of growth and change, there is a positive vibration that will resonate from you that others will be drawn to like a magnet. Always remember, you are the creator of your life, not your circumstances. Be open to new ideas and situations and challenges that can provide options for you to make choices that bring you joy and fulfillment. The key is to take control and form the vision of what you want your life to be, and then take the steps to where you need to go. You must ask for what you want. Be brave, be bold, and be confident. I ask you to have the courage and strength to discover your own superpower. Learn how to use it and make every day a new and wonderful, joyful experience. My hope is that by sharing what you have learned, you can empower and support others in their travels along this road of life. So what holds you back from sharing your gifts or believing that you deserve success or happiness? Well, one word that continually comes up for me is confidence. See, a lack of confidence will make you shy away from opportunities that present themselves in many areas of your lives. If your thoughts turn to your unworthiness to accept the opportunities and gifts that are offered, then you need to adjust that mindset, or success and happiness will elude you. This is why it's so important for you to use your superpowers, because the more you share them with the world, that more confidence and strong muscle, and you are no longer competing with others or comparing yourself. Why is that? Because there's only one of you that has that superpower in the way that you can present it to the world. But it is essential that you recognize that you don't need to be the best in what others are doing, because you have your own unique gift. And when confidence is low, you may not be able to put yourself on the path of amazing things in life that can offer. You choose to stay on the sidelines because you do not feel capable of accomplishing certain tasks or practicing in activities that will diminish your chance to experience life in all its amazing textures and layers. When you have a limiting belief, you see everything through a filter or a need of validation. You wait for someone else to tell you that you're good enough and that you deserve to have the opportunity to proceed. Our unintended consequences of needing that kind of validation is that you may choose to spend your time with people that are not at your level, mainly because then you feel better. But when you're applying your superpower and passing it out with confidence, you will also raise the people that you surround you with. So today, I said yes to spending some time with you in hopes of showing all of you that you are enough, because you were born a winner with a purpose in the world of sharing your unique superpower. You are not here to get something, in hopes of showing all of you what your superpowers are. Set it free, because the world needs your gifts, and everything you hope and desire is already here for you. You just need to be ready to receive it. Everything you have done up until this point in your life has prepared you for this moment. There is a reason you needed to hear this today, and nothing happens by accident. You came here to fill your cup. See, to live the life you want and deserve, you need to learn to use the word yes every single day. That word should become your talisman, your touchstone, and your mantra. From the moment you open your eyes to sunshine, to the minute you close them, to the stars at night. My wish for all of you is that you find your yes and you apply your superpower, because the best is yet to come. And now, let's say yes to contributing to this amazing organization and make a difference in the world together. Thank you so much, everyone. And please connect to me on LinkedIn, on Facebook. My website is laurabrandeo.com, because I want to be part of your journey in supporting and celebrating all of you. Have an amazing day.
Thank you so much, Laura. That was amazing. Wow, wow, wow. Listen, I am going to keep this really short. We are doing really good on our donations. I think John was just telling me we have crossed over $3,200. We have Josh Pitts, my main man, coming online right now. Josh, you are up and running. How are you doing, my
What
brother?
up, brother? How are you this morning?
Dude, first and foremost, just so everybody knows, Josh has been absolutely inspirational to me time and time again in my life, especially the last 3 years, right? Not my life, but last 3 years, let's be honest here, right? And when I was putting this thing together, you were like, boom, number one guy. I said, okay, who I got to call first? And I said, Josh Pitts, he's got to be on the show. There's no one that I don't want to be on this. Like, there's no way I could do a Pod-A-Palooza and not have the Shrester himself on the show.
You are far too kind. Honestly, Fabi, when you reached out to me and talked about the cause, I was just like, I'm in 100%. It's, sometimes I think we get wrapped up in what we do and the day-to-day, the busyness of it all. And this is such an incredible opportunity. So huge shout out to you, to your entire organization for putting this together. I'm humbled and I'm honored to be here today. And I mean, listening to Laura is a true friend of mine and like, she's inspiring. And then listening to Ginger and to Sue, or like, it's just been dude, you put together this lineup that is just like, holy cow, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm excited. I have a fun person. I'm going to be, Jeff Zimfer and I are going to be chilling, but we're going to be doing some shredding. And I'm proud of you, man. I want to say this for everybody listening. Like, I'm super proud of you for what you have taken on, for what you have done over the last few months. You're one of those people who actually executed on an idea. You didn't just say it. You actually executed on it. So kudos to you. Huge shout out to you.
Thank you, brother. I know we can keep self-congratulating each other or whatever for a while, but I don't want to keep your guest. Jeff came on here, and Jeff, I'm going to get you into the studio right now also. When Josh mentioned your name, that you were going to be the guest for today, I was really stoked to see you come on board, be part of Pod-A-Palooza, Jeff. So I want to thank you for taking this time out of your Saturday life. I know that we're all busy, and for you to come on and be part of the show, I really appreciate it.
You bet. It's an honor to be here. When Josh told me what's happening, I said, yes, man, I'm all in. So let's go.
All right, guys. Well, look, I'm going to bow out. And Josh, if you don't mind, I'd just like to do this one time. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to shred.
I love it.
How about guys?
Oh, I freaking love it. Oh, man. Well, I'm excited. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really excited to bring on Jeff Zimfer. If you guys don't know Jeff, and I say this from the bottom of my heart, Jeff was actually one of the inspirations for me to start Shred. I was a huge fan from afar when he started Mortgage Marketing Radio. What impressed me most is when I reached out to Jeff and was able to pick his brain in the very beginning. He was an open book. He didn't hold back. I was like, dude, I'm thinking about going down this podcasting route. I'm thinking about starting my own show. And dude, Jeff, you just were inspirational. You were truly monumental in the beginning of all this. And now it's grown. And now last week, you and I were in an event together. And when I saw you on stage, I'm like, you know what? I couldn't have a better guest to come shred with today, to give back to S.O.M.E.donate.com. And guys, that's what this is all about today. Click that link below. Look at the URL, go donate, give back. What a time to give back. But Jeff, thank you so much for taking a few minutes out of your day today and shredding with me. I really appreciate it, bro.
It's always a good time to shred with you, man. One of these days, we got to shred out on the snow. You know what I mean? But I know you're going to tear me up. You're way better snowboarder than me.
Oh, dude, are you snowboard?
Well, I haven't for 2 seasons, only because of I fell pretty hard and then had a neck injury. And so I'm trying to work my way back there, you know?
We'll get there. And I'm liking the backdrop, dude. I like that looks real. Is this the new backdrop? You getting it set up? I love it.
You caught me on a day where I'm in between setups, right? Like last night, I put this up last night, and today I got to do what you're doing, the lights, and I got to fill it in. And so, that's a fun process. I have the signs back there, which are over here now, which is that whole success journey thing.
Yeah.
But yeah. Always changing it up. You know what I mean?
So, and that's what I want to dive into. Always changing it up, always evolving, looking forward to the future. And when you and I were at the American Pacific Mortgage event last week, both of us had an incredible opportunity to speak and to share some things. And that's what I want to talk about today. You and I have got, 20, 30 minutes to share with this audience just a few nuggets. And I mean, you and I could easily riff for hours upon hours of different things. But guys, again, if you don't know Jeff, you got to go follow him on social media. You're an author. You're an incredible leader. You're an incredible coach. It's something that, again, you've been such an inspiration and a mentor to myself. You've been doing this for so long. And I want to kind of share that with people today. I want as we go into 2022, the big thing that I've been talking about is 2022 is the year of attention. You have to be able to, but not just like, hey, look at me, but it's like getting the attention of your audience, getting the attention of the people that know, like, and trust you, the people that respect you, building that brand, if you will. I want to share, because again, this is those who are coming on here and donating. We want to share value to them. And I know you have so many valuable things that you could share, but something while you were on stage, you kind of talked about this mindset. You talked about really preparing for the future, evolving, and you'll have to forgive me because I forget you called it something in particular. It's not like the LO, it's like the LO of the future, or what did you call it?
The hybrid loan officer?
Hybrid LO. You talked about this hybrid LO, and I think it was so fascinating as you shared about the hybrid LO. I think that's what the industry is becoming, right?
Well, those that are evolving, right? Hopefully. It's funny. There's 100 different opinions and 100 different ways to like do this business, air quotes. I was just reading one earlier where somebody asked the question, do you cold call? And there's examples of people who succeed. And then of course you get the opposite side where people are like, no, cold calling is terrible. It doesn't work, all this kind of stuff. And, I don't know. I just find it fascinating that, that people, you got to find your own path, I guess is what I want to get to. But I do think the concept of hybrid loan officer is one that makes sense if you're paying attention, right? Because some people respond well to cold. I'll give you an example. I was here the other day in the studio. I was doing something and somebody walks up to the door, and because I'm right by my doorway, and I'm thinking, oh, it's an Amazon drop-off package, right? Because I hear the door knock. I'm thinking, oh, cool. He's just going to leave that there. And so I get up and I go to find the package after he walked away, and he was still down there in the courtyard. And, he turns around and I realize it's a guy selling something. And yeah. Hey, have you ever considered solar? Right.
You're like, thanks, buddy.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh, really? And I was very nice to him. And I'm like, yeah, we have, and just very graceful. And I was like, hey man, I'm sorry. And I'm a no, but keep going because you're getting closer to a yes. Somebody's going to say yes. Right. Yes. But it's funny. Afterwards, I thought about that and I'm like, wow, like who's still doing that? You know what I mean? Like the whole interruption marketing thing and the door knocking. And it's like, have you thought about solar? And where's the pre-qualifying? Where's the warming it up? Where, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's where the hybrid loan officer comes in today, because as I was reading that thread, I mentioned a moment ago about the quote cold calling, a few of the people commented in there and that said, a cold call really isn't necessary anymore. Like you can do a warm call, which is engage with people online, build a relationship, and that whole thing very well, and then it becomes more of a warm call. So that's one example of the hybrid loan officer where we're engaging online, right, but also offline through traditional and then the new ways as well.
Dude, this is a whole conversation. We could literally just go on this because I spoke about this as well when I was speaking last week. Is the world of cold calling is dead. In a perfect example, think about the last product you bought online, whether you used Amazon or whatever it was. And my example was like Nike. Like I buy Nike shoes. I wear a ton of Nike apparel, other than my shred apparel, of course. But I wear a ton of Nike apparel. But when was the last time Nike cold called me? When's the last time Nike's called me up and said, hey, Mr. Pitts, just want to let you know we came out with a brand new line of shoes here, and I think you would love these Chucks, man. They're absolutely beautiful. They're priced to sell. Like that doesn't happen. Like I recognize Nike as a trusted brand. I see them. Like the fact that you guys, anybody out here listening, you probably bought the product that you bought on Amazon or wherever you bought it because you saw an ad or you saw something. You saw some brand recognition of this product. You're like, oh, I'm going to go buy that. The idea of cold calling and Jeff, dude, in our industry still, I still hear people talk about like cold calling and like dialing. And I'm just like, those days are gone, man. Like there may be a small fit for depending on how your organization is run. But even then, what you and I talk so much about, building your brand, using content, using social media to leverage, it is so much more impactful. It's so much more like broad of a reach. You're able to engage with and you're able to build a relationship with so many more people on such a grander scale. And this idea of like, the hybrid LO, it has to start being adopted. And I think as people like yourself and me talk about it, and there are others in the industry who are kind of sharing about it, but it resonated so well with me when I heard you say this hybrid LO, because ladies and gentlemen, whether you're a mortgage professional, whether you're a real estate professional, insurance, even car salesman, this idea of evolving, like you talked about, Jeff, we have to start doing it, or we're absolutely going to be left in the dust. We are a commodity. If we think like salespeople, which I know we are, stay with me, but if we always have that consumer mindset, we're going to get left in the dust, Jeff.
Well, you raise a good point. You think about how do you buy products and services today? Usually you start online, right? You do a little bit of research. Maybe you're looking at reviews, depending on what the product is, but you're definitely starting online in a lot of cases if it's something you haven't bought before and you need to get some information. Now, obviously, somebody buying a house, they want to get some information about mortgage, so they're going to go online. That's going to be the first start of their journey. So one of the things I talked about in that presentation was building an audience, right? Building a viable audience and getting clear on who you're for. I love Seth Godin, and I was watching a video of his the other night. That's what I was doing on Friday night, Josh. I was watching Seth Godin.
Let's go, dude. That's awesome.
That's how I rock out over here, man.
Dude, I was watching freaking Mark Zuckerberg and Gary Vaynerchuk. Have you watched that?
Wild. Yeah.
Dude, that was wild. Sorry, but keep going.
No, that's cool. I'm glad you brought that up, because that was very, very interesting. So yeah, audience. And, so that's one of the things is like, talking about disrupt or die and how do you evolve and, survive the digital shift. This as well as I do. I ask a lot of loan officers, like, do you have a database? You hear answers all over the board. Some yes, mostly, no, it's in Excel, it's whatever. Are you communicating with that database? Not so much. So it's like, I think moving forward to survive and, defeat the disruptors, which was the context of what I did at that event we were at. You've got to, build your own audience. You've got an own audience and have an engaged relationship with them. And so how do you do that? To the point about cold calling, you're not really building an audience over cold calling. That's obviously block and tackle, right? Karate. I'm going to go out there and chop some people. And, it can produce results. But long term, everybody I've talked to that has done cold calling gets burnt out, eventually doesn't enjoy it. So then what's next? How do you evolve? And that is build your own audience. And you're great at helping people build an audience online via the social platforms, be it video, be it whatever. But I think that's the next phase for the hybrid LO is where are you building your own audience? And then how are you moving that offline to your own database? So whatever happens in the future with Facebook or whatever, at least you still have the contact information.
Well, and this coming from somebody, and a lot of people may or may not know your background, but I mean, you work with the Tony Robbins organization. Like, what cold call, like going in like cold sales is all about. Yeah. Like, it probably better than anybody. So you've seen this evolution, and you've been in the mortgage industry for a long time now. So you've seen this evolution. I talk about my beginning in the industry a lot. If anybody remembers the old days of Loan Bright leads, the cheap old, like you could get tons of them, the pennies on the dollar. And I was just dialing. I was dialing for dollars. That's all I was doing. Like, I was just on the phone. And as soon as I recognized, a couple of years into it, as soon as I recognized that, like, hey, you know what? There's got to be a better way to do this. There's got to be a better way. Plus, like, the people that I was getting a hold of, like, again, it was so sales driven. I was trying to convince them. I was trying to show the value that I was trying to provide. Once I got the mindset of like, wait a minute, why do I have to convince these people? What if I just start really working on the people that already know, like, and trust me, the relationships that I already have? What if I just start being more and more valuable to them? What if I start sharing valuable content with them, building my brand like you talked about? And as soon as I figured out that, as soon as that clicked for me, it just became easy. Like, because I wasn't chasing it anymore. It was, dude, you nailed it on the head. Nobody likes to cold call. Like, if you like to cold call, I would love to talk to you, because I would love to like dig inside your brain. Like, how are you programmed? Because cold calling, like, you get burned out so quick. Thus, like, a lot of people are talking about, they love to bash Rocket Mortgage. And again, I know we won't go deep into that, but people are like, well, that's all they are. They're cold callers. They're cold callers. But again, ladies and gentlemen, that's why you have an opportunity to compete, because that's kind of their model. They have these cold callers and they just sit and they dial and they get burned out. They're making the loan officer, the mortgage professional, a commodity. We have to think differently. We have to start being more from that advisor standpoint. What value are you creating? And you and I both have mentioned this in the past, Jeff. I know I've seen it in your content and in your videos, but when it comes to value, and I want you and I to kind of build on this for a second. When it comes to value, value does not always necessarily, actually, I would say more importantly, is not what you offer. Like your rates, your programs, you as a mortgage professional, because you as a mortgage professional, you're technically the product, you're the service, you're getting somebody into a loan. Yes, the loan is ultimately what they're getting, that mortgage, but you are the product in yourself. And sometimes I think we get this mindset, Jeff, that we have to, like, the only value we're creating is like, oh, well, I've got the best rates, or here, let me tell you about this program. That is not value. So like, I listen to you and I listen to your podcast, and I'll hear you say something that is completely like, it doesn't have anything to do with mortgage, doesn't have anything to do with branding, but I hear you say something that makes me smile. And that's valuable to you. Like, you just raised my spirits. That is like a value that only humans can create for one another. And I think we need to start helping people change that mindset of like, the only value that we offer is like the product and the service. We as human beings have like this emotional value that we share with others. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I love that. That's a great summary with value. I think the bottom line is you got to ask yourself, yeah, what's it like to purchase from you? What's it like to engage with you? Like, how is it? I was interviewing this guy once, loved it. Marcus Sheridan, who's got a book called They Ask You Answer. Phenomenal individual, whole story there. But anyway, what he said to himself, or when I was interviewing, he asked, how often in working with you in a transaction with you do people go, wow, that was unexpected?
Yeah.
That was surprisingly different, unique, and valuable, right? Versus most of the time it's average.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like, that was a transaction. Like, that was great. And I think, again, sometimes we get so focused on that transaction and going from A to B or from A to Z. And sometimes, and again, as the mortgage process, sometimes things go wrong. Sometimes we got to, fix things, or we hit speed bumps along the way. Sometimes we get so wrapped up in that. And like at the very end, we always ask, and we hear so many coaches, so many people ask, like, are you following up with your client at the end of or the consumer at the end of the transaction, asking how the process was? And unless we did something absolutely extraordinary within the process, that the people themselves are like, holy shit, like Jeff went above, like that was unique. That was different. Like I felt something there. That's that value that we're trying to create. And I said something too. I mentioned this when I've mentioned this in a couple of podcasts this week that I've been on, is we have to eliminate the B to C mentality, the business to consumer. When we think of people as a consumer, and we all talk about it, like, again, it goes back to the sales mindset. We have to start thinking more of a B to H relationship, business to human. And you know more about hanging out in the Tony Robbins camp as long as you did. This idea of treating people like human beings instead of just a consumer, we have to be more focused on it.
Yeah, for sure. It's funny. I'm looking in the back of the book here, and there's the book Persuasion by Dr. Robert Cialdini.
Absolutely.
And then his book after that was Persuasion. And I have a quote from him, and I'll paraphrase it. But basically, the question was, in a noisy world where we've got all this stuff blowing up on our phone, the notifications, the videos, the selfies, and all, in a world that's so noisy, how do we break through the noise? And his answer was simple, what you just said: be more human. That's it. Be more human.
Well, because Jeff, at the end of the day, that's what we all are, right? Like, we're human beings. Again,
let's hope so.
I know. Until the day the robots take over, ladies and gentlemen, which, again, going back to our reference with Mark Zuckerberg and those guys, you never know. They may definitely, that's a whole nother conversation for another day. But humans, we at our core, like, there are certain things that trigger us that we see as valuable, these relationships. And I talk about this so much, that your brand in particular is what people say about you when you're not in the room. Like, that's what your brand is. I've heard you say it. I've said it. I don't even know. Like, I know I've heard Gary Vaynerchuk say it. I've heard so many people
it from somewhere.
Yes, we all swiped it from somewhere, but that's what brand, like, that's what I define it as. And that's what we all should be defining it as, because that's ultimately what the human relationship is. It's like, when you've closed a transaction, when you've wrapped everything up, what was that feeling? What are those people saying about you? Whether it's like mortgage or a real estate professional, the buyers who just bought a home, whoever it is, what are they saying about you?
Well, I'm glad you used the word feeling there, because that's kind of the articulation of what do people say about you when you're not in the room? What people use to describe you, those are going to be emotions. How did you feel about working with Josh? Oh, I felt like he really cared. Can you trust Josh? Yes, I totally, you know what I mean? It's going to be those emotional words that people use to describe what it's like to work with you. Was it easy? Was it enjoyable? Did you learn something? You know what I mean? All that kind of stuff. So going back to, for anybody who's watching, like, how do you do this? Well, you've got to think about this thing behind me, right? I'm building this thing last night, and you have to architect it. It is an order and a sequence and a process for the shelf to come look like this. I couldn't throw it together randomly. I had to follow a specific sequence, right, and syntax of different steps. Same with you architecting your brand experience and what you want people to say or describe. Like if you look at people's reviews, that's one way. You could look at what do people say about you in your reviews, or look at other reviews that you think are great. They're going to use emotional type words. You know what I mean? It's like the question we used to ask people, like, what were your concerns? Like, why did you choose us? Okay. What were your concerns? What was the process like, right? And how did you feel at the end?
Right.
Like, those are 3 questions you could ask people in a review.
Dude, that word feel, like, and like you said, it goes deeper when you start talking about feelings, when you start talking about what you actually felt during that process. It just becomes so much more than a transaction. Like, it becomes so much more than just like, oh, yep, we're done.
And by the way, I remember, Brittany Hodak.
Of course.
Yeah. So she was brilliant. I know we've both interviewed her. She, when we were talking about getting reviews, she reminded me that you shouldn't wait till the end to ask for. You should actually be checking in multiple times through the process, for a variety of different reasons, but one is it keeps people associated to that feeling of what it's like to go through that process with you. But also, it's a great way for you to check in too, and just like, see, are you off course?
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, giving a huge shout out to our good friend, Brittany Hodak. She really is. And she's told me the exact same thing. And she talks about super fans. And if you've never, listened to Brittany, she does an incredible job. I'm going to tag her in it right now, giving a little shout out to her. But she really does talk about, it's not at the end of the transaction. Like, ask for that in the, really when things are at their hype, when they're really excited. Once we kind of get down off that euphoria, like, and especially as we all get to closing, we all know this. And that's why I think what you're talking about, what Brittany talks about, like during the middle of the transaction, things are going pretty good. Towards the end, we all know that, the buyer, they're ready to close, especially if they're buying a new house. They're excited. The energy is really ramped up. And sometimes it can get almost too emotional. So I love that Brittany talks about like asking for that in the middle of it, because again, typically things are a little more subdued. Typically things have gone pretty good to that point. I think at the very end, you and I both, like, being in mortgage as long as we have, sometimes, shit hits the fan at the very end of the transaction. And like, it's like, oh, we barely got through that one. And you're just trying to like save it, like, hey, thanks, Jeff. Thanks so much, man, for staying patient with us. Thanks so much. Like, hey, by the way, can you give me a review? Like, what? Like, why? So you shout out to our good friend Brittany Hodak. She does an amazing job.
Yeah.
Oh, as we start to, I know we're behind a little bit, so maybe you and I can get this thing caught up.
Yes.
I don't know if Fabio might tag us in this or ping us here in a second, but I want to start, as we start to wrap things up here, Jeff, going into 2022. Again, you were one of those guys who you have your finger on the pulse so well. You understand where the future of the industry is going. Like you said, this hybrid LO that you talk about so frequently. Where's the biggest opportunity for mortgage professionals, for originators, for mortgage advisors in this next upcoming year?
Great question. This will sound, cliche or old school, but I was just doing a class on this yesterday. Let's just face it. It's protecting what you already have.
Oh man. Agreed.
Optimizing what you already have. All these people are popping in my head because I look over here at my books and stuff, and I think Jay Abraham, right? One of the most incredible marketing consultants in the world. I actually had the incredible privilege of interviewing Jay.
Whoa.
But he has this book called Getting Everything You Can Out of Everything You've Got. Right. And one of the foundational principles in that book is most people are under optimizing what you already have. And one thing you already have is you already have people who know you, like you, and trust you, right? Your clients, your past clients, your leads that you've generated, maybe haven't done business with you, your referral partners, your sphere of influence, your network, your church, club, your community, right? And so and then how are we showing up online, right? Because that's like the extension of that, of this new, online space of networking and engaging, as you say, at scale. So first and foremost, where can you optimize there with what the assets you already have, first and foremost? And there's you know, you probably have a bunch of ideas popping in your head right now on how to do that with social, you know?
Yeah,
But
I think, go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, no, I would start there. Just, you know, when's the last time you actually, you know, made calls to your past clients and just checked in for no other reason, just to say, hey, how you doing? Was thinking about you. Referral partners as well, you know? So that's just the more kind of how people feel about you, right? If you haven't checked in, like with your spouse or whatever, your kids, you know, it's like, you got to check in, man. You got to check in and just let people know that you're thinking about them, that you're there for them. Sounds cheesy, sounds cliche, I know, but be more human. That's one way to beat, you know, the big box companies.
Dude, this is one of those that is so critically foundational that it sounds cliche. And when we even say it, it's like, well, of course I need to be doing that. But like, how many of you are actually doing it? Like legit, how many of you are touching base or going back through looking at 2020 and 2021 was such a banner year for so many of us. And sometimes, as we've talked about on here, sometimes we're so focused on the new opportunities, creating new relationships, we totally lose sight of like the people that already know, like, and trust us. You and I have said that how many times on here? Like, why would you discredit those people? Why would you not go back and just touch base? Like, and again, maybe you can be on, I talk about social, you can leverage social. Like, and again, if you've built your brand in the right way, posting out there, and I'm all about the one-to-one. I love one-to-one interactions, but again, on social, it's so much easier to do it. Sending them a Facebook message or on Instagram or wherever you're focused, whether it's LinkedIn, YouTube, whatever it is, like, why would you not focus on these relationships that you work so damn hard for? Like you put your blood, sweat, and tears in this relationship, and now you're just like, well, I just got to keep building. I got to keep building. Those relationships that you took, that you got so emotionally invested in, why would you not go back and focus on those people? That's where the real winners are. And any mortgage professional and me included, when I was at the top of my game, like closing as many transactions as our team was, it was all focused on our past clients. It was all focused on the people. And I hate, again, clients. It was focused on those past relationships. It was focused on those people that I already knew, like, hey, we knocked it out of the park for them. I know that they respect and they trust what I have done for them. So I guarantee they know people that. So Jeff, I'm going to disagree with you. It's not totally cliche. This is so important, guys, what Jeff and I are talking about. And that's why we're excited to come in. There's our man, Bobby. That means he's like, all right, guys, it's like it's the award show. Like they start playing the music.
I want to add something in. I want to add something, guys, real quick. Josh, you said to me 2 years ago, I think it was, and I never forgot it, that Facebook is the greatest CRM ever invented. And I have used that, and Josh, and I'm here to publicly say, got it from you. People have been trying to give me credit for that little nugget. It was actually Josh Pitts who shared that with me to begin with.
Hey, you know me, like Jeff and I are saying, steal like an artist. I mean, we steal from everybody. Steal Like an Artist by Austin Kleon is literally my favorite book. And here's the thing is like, we all share incredible ideas and we collaborate and we want to help each other. So I'm all about it, dude. But it is, I still think, well, now it's not Facebook, it's Meta. Is the new CRM.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Meta, our next guest is going to be your buddy Joe Wilson. I know you guys just collaborated. I don't know if you saw his little thing on Instagram where him and his kids were talking about what's the matter with you. So
I did.
It's kind of a poignant way to kind of get this little bridge going. So Jeff, Josh, thank you for coming on and supporting Pod-A-Palooza. Love you guys for doing this. I know.
I just made my donation. I just made my donation. So anybody who's not made their donation,
thank you.
Yeah,
you went beyond the call of duty, man. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm going to show up, man. Participate. You know,
love it.
Absolutely,
so
absolutely, love it. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you.
See you guys.
JP, let's patch Joe in and get on to the next part of our segment. Okay. Thank you, guys.
See ya.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Fabi Nagmi, thank you so much for including us in your Pod-A-Palooza this wonderful Saturday morning in November, right before Thanksgiving. And we are doing this for a good cause. I think a lot of times there are podcasts that are just for vanity, for hitting the algorithm, for growing your own business. But this is something different. This is all about raising money for a great charity called S.O.M.E, S-O-M-E, so others might eat. It's a Washington, D.C. based not-for-profit, and 100% of the proceeds are actually going towards the organization, which is to help the homeless, which if you've never been to D.C., has a very large homeless population. It's very sad. There are a lot of homeless people all over the country that really are in need, especially this time of year, where we're going to the colder time of year in various parts of the country. and into the holidays, it's a great time to see how you can give back to help others who might need a little more food. And especially with coronavirus this past 2 years, like it's even worse. A lot of the food pantries are depleted. A lot of these resources are out. So anything that you can give, whether it's big or small or whatever, I think there's a goal of only $500 for this. So that any little bit that you can do is really, really helpful. So putting that aside, I wanted to welcome. So my name is Joe Wilson, CEO and founder of Social Coach. But enough about me. I've got the lovely and ever amazing Casey Hughes Wade, 2 names, 1 person, one of my absolute all-time favorite people. Who, Casey, we've known each other for many, many years now at this point, and you are just somebody I look up to and admire all the time for so many reasons. Least of which is the hats. Love your hat today. Casey has been in the mortgage business for many, many years, and is that person that just everybody seems to know. She's a connector of all different people. She's always pulling you at a conference saying, "Oh, I need you to meet so-and-so," and like a connector. But she's also a source of calm and in the chaos that surrounds all of our lives, but her life as well. And we'll get into that in a minute. But what I love about Casey is that she is able to find ways to make difficult things easy, and it's seemingly easy, and knows how to balance all the plates. So Casey, welcome. Thank you for being here with me today, and all those who are watching perhaps from home.
Well, thank you so much, Joe Wilson. Oh my goodness. I'm going to hang out with you more often. That was just like so wonderful. Never need a pep talk. I'm going to call you Joe. So thank you so much for having me. And I'm so excited to, bring awareness to this cause and, bring some purpose into podcasting. So this is very exciting. So thank you.
There you go. Awesome. Yeah. Well, so what I wanted to talk about today is all about, social media, because that's what this podcast is all about in general, is about mortgage marketing in a modern world, and trying to make it fun and exciting. And I think for a lot of people, social media is fun. It's fun to participate in it. It's fun to take a kind of the back seat and just endlessly scroll through your Instagram feed, through your LinkedIn feed, you name it. Scrolling is number one, right? So many people are active participants, but only so far as participating in other people's content. But we know, you know this, I know this from personal experience, but we see this in so many practitioners, particularly in the mortgage and real estate field, that it is so much better for you not to just be a passive participant, but an active participant, where you are adding to the conversation, adding to the world what you have to say. But it's also very overwhelming. It's time consuming. We may not like the way that we sound. We may not like the way we look. We may not like the time that we have to give for this. So what I wanted to do today, Casey, because of who you are and what's going on, is just kind of break down and demystify this process of it has to be perfect. It has to be amazing. And I have to overthink my social media presence in order to have one. So what I wanted to start with today, Casey, is perhaps you can just share a little bit about you and all the things that you're doing and the room you're in and the things we had to do to get set up for this podcast today.
Yes.
You're a busy woman. So share with us a little bit about you personally.
Well, thank you, Joe. I could just go on and on about myself like anyone else in the mortgage industry, right? So that's why we do social media, because we love to share. I am Vice President of Relationships for a company called SLK Global Solutions. And beyond that, I am an active social media participant on LinkedIn. And I've slowly built a presence just organically, really sharing and connecting with individuals. I am married with 2 kids. I just had a baby. Kind of traveling for work. Everyone knows there was a few shows recently, so I'm always juggling and trying to find balance and trying to post. And Joe and I were laughing. I don't know if you noticed, my son actually walked in when you first were talking. I had to slide him my cell phone because I made him a deal to play Minecraft. So I did that very carefully, right? Yeah. And that's life. That's what we're constantly doing and trying to manage. Being a parent, being a mom, working, social media, and I think really the gift and part of my personality is being so authentic, right? And so even sitting in the room, the baby's room has better lighting. So I'm in, the baby's room. My computer is on the changing table. And I have, as I was setting up here, I had to move the laundry basket, and I had to move some things that wasn't like in the actual shot. And Joe and I were laughing about that. And that's just kind of, life. And that's what I think, is so authentic about social media, is that you can kind of create these moments that people can connect with you about and to, right? And that's why I do love sharing as much as I can when I can. But also, pulling back sometimes when I think that's necessary, focusing on my family, focusing on my home, and, trying to always, I don't know if there's balance necessarily. I heard someone recently tell me that there is no such thing as balance when you're a female. And I was like, I connect to that, because I've been searching for balance, and maybe there's not going to be balance right now in my life, right? With a career and 2 kids and a husband that has a business. So I really am like, a single parent as well, raising 2 little boys. And, it's just really about looking at where maybe I'm giving too much in one area or not enough in the area I'm pulling back, but knowing that right now it could be a little messy, right? And I'm just kind of in the mess, and I'm doing it with grace and with dignity and having fun and sharing, so that's kind of who I am.
Wow. Case, that's awesome. You've got a lot going on, and that's where it's just amazing to see. And I think that people everywhere, men and women, you did bring up the fact that you're a woman, which is awesome, right? And you've got a lot going on. I think that women in general do have a significantly higher load that they have to deal with, right? You have to deal with a lot more than men do in general. And you're handling this with grace. And from my perspective, it seems like ease, but you said something that I love, and you said it's messy, and that's okay. And that's so just everything to me, because just being who you are and being present on social media and just being your authentic self. That's such a lame phrase these days, but just being your authentic self is so important because it's like, you're just you. And that's what that means. You're literally just being you, and you're accepting the fact that you're not going to be perfect. Nobody's perfect, right? Your kids may come in the middle of your meeting. They may come in the middle of your podcast, and that's okay. And it's fine. And so many people relate with that. So not only is it okay, but it's actually awesome, because it's showing that you're real, that you're human, and that you are just you. And so you do a really fantastic job of that. And I love seeing your content. I love seeing, in particular, you've got, some days you just need a beach day, right? I know you and I, you live pretty close to the beach, and that's such a major blessing. And it's awesome to see that you're able to balance that time at work with your family when they're home. And over the past 1.5 years, we've been home a lot, and being able to say, you know what, right now, what I need is a mental break from everything. And I'm going to take my kids down to the beach, and we're going to hang out and just reconnect with the nature, reconnect with the ocean a little bit. But what's cool about that is not only did you do that, but you documented it and you shared it with other people. And what you did is you were able to have a break for yourself, but you're able to show others that they have permission to do the same. And I think that's what's so cool about sharing these things online, is that you were normalizing the fact that you can do other things than that grind hustle culture, which I think is so super toxic. But the more that you document, the more you show it. And by the way, the more that you're still kicking butt at your job, it's possible to do, and being a mom and being a supportive spouse, you can do it all. But you don't have to do it all 100%, right? You only have 100% to give. You can't give everything 100%, right?
Right. Exactly.
Comment.
No, yeah. I love that. I love what you talked about sharing, right? Documenting and sharing. And, I love that you talked about the hustle and how it's toxic, because, for me, 2021 was really changing that hustle language to being about flow and receiving. Someone recently said to me at, a conference, we were just at MBA annual, you were there, and it was a lot. There was stuff everywhere. And this girl was like, man, you're a hustler. You're doing it. I'm like, no. I'm not a hustler. I'm a receiver, right? I'm in the flow. And I feel like it's just a better way. It's a different energy to take on. I'm still working hard, and I'm still posting, but it's not this forced thing that I have to do, that I'm so attached that it gets weird and odd. And then I stress myself out over it. Right.
Can you talk a little more about that? I want to know more how you mentally prepare for that, because you know, you are like you're like this calming force, this like very zen friendship that I have with you, because you're like, I'm like, I got all these things going on. I'm super stressed out. And like, I talked to Casey and you're like, look, just relax. Like you're fine. And like, but you do it in such a way that it seems almost methodical, the way that you go about your life in order to make it this way. So can you share with us a little, like couple of your secrets of how do you like make yourself so zen and go with the flow, as you said?
Right. Well, you know, that's interesting. So I talk about two concepts, you know, constantly. You know, whatever you resist persists, right? So and whatever you focus on gets bigger. So I always am looking at, where am I focusing, right? So I'm focusing all the good in my life. It gets really big, and my life gets really easy, even though my life may not be easy. Like I'm not in an easy period in my life, but if I focus on all of the good in my life, the good gets so much bigger that I can't see the hard. Right. So that's like one principle I sort of follow. And then whatever you resist persists. Like when things come up, as you know, I've shared with you, I've had like really crazy things happen. You know, my husband was in a car crash, head on collision right after MBA annual, like all of these really intense things have been happening in my life. And instead of resisting the process of going through the steps, right, I've just sort of embraced it. And I find that for me, that's where the flow comes in, right? It's sort of embracing sometimes that maybe uphill sort of mountain I'm climbing, even if it's just in a daily task. If I resist it and like think like, oh gosh, you know, it makes it really hard, and it gets bigger for me as well. And you know, the other thing is, you know, focusing on gratitude, right? And that's like a big thing for me. So I always come back to gratitude whenever I'm trying to sort of de-stress and find the balance. Well, there really isn't a balance, but in my mind, you know, I'm still sort of seeking that sometimes, is focusing all, you know, I make a gratitude list in the morning. You know, I try to meditate, I try to do yoga, and it's not perfect. You know, sometimes my son's like climbing on me in yoga, and I just really want yoga. I just really want a second to myself. I just want like 5 minutes to do my vinyasa, you know, and I don't always get that. But I try to incorporate, you know, some practices that help me find, you know, the ease and grace and the flow in life, because in business and in the mortgage industry and, you know, juggling different things, you know, it can be challenging. And I also don't take myself too seriously. I laugh a lot. You know, I call myself kind of the Thrasher mom at school. You would not realize this, but I'm always in my pajamas when I drop the kids off in the morning. I'm like always on a work call, you know, and I'm like, I embrace that about myself, right? I totally embrace that. Like I'm the mom in the Ugg boots and like half of my pajamas in the morning. And that's like who I am at school. And that's okay, right? And so I just don't take myself too seriously. And I try to laugh and try to, you know, I let my son do silly things in the car ride on the way over and blast music. And, you know, sometimes it's just like, what's really important in life, right? What's the big picture? Like, why are you doing all this, right? You're doing all this to make your home life miserable and stress out and yell at everybody? Or are you doing this to actually, you know, if you're contributing to others via social media, or whether it's your business or personal branding or marketing, and you're contributing that way, but you're making your home life miserable because you're moody and you're grouchy and you're stressed out, like there's no integrity there, right? So you have to be who you are out in the world, who you are in home, right? And vice versa. So, you know, who I am in the world, and this really generous, kind of kind, silly human being and authentic. And that's who I am at home too, right? That's who I am in my friendships. It's who I am driving in the car. I try to be that authentic self everywhere, right? And that's kind of how I flow from one thing to the next and make it seem seamless, when really, you know, I'm moving laundry baskets and shoving cell phones out the door and listening to my 7-month-old cry and scream in the other room, right? So that's kind of a little bit of my my tips, I guess.
I love it. So, you know, I think a couple things. One, you're just being yourself all the time, that's so important, right? And, you know, and going with the flow. And sometimes when people hear those things, though, they're thinking, oh, well, you're just being aloof. You're just letting things happen to you. But that's not the case with you, though, Casey. I know this and you know this. So it's like, how do you then say, okay, I'm going to be myself. I'm going to let things happen. I'm going to just like let stuff slide. But like stay organized and stay focused on the things that are important, especially from like a business standpoint, right? And when I think about this, like in terms of like trying to build a personal brand or like grow your business through sales, like online, like how do you fit all that in? How do you prioritize your life in order to allow yourself the time, the effort to do those things that you know are going to be good for your business?
Right. Yeah. So what I hear is like being strategic, right? So when I say going with the flow, I don't mean like, hey, yeah, I'm going to sit back and right. So you still want to be strategic and mindful, right? About, how you're progressing your business. I am mindful about, whether, I think, personal branding and, marketing on social media, it's for attention, right? And so it's not selling, it's for attention. So, documenting certain, points in your life. A lot of times the content I post or I document, I post it maybe 2 weeks later, but no one knows that, right? That moment could have just happened, right? So it's like I document, I gather information. I'm still very strategic. And I see a moment and I'm like, this could be something that I can, share and contribute to others. And I think, with building a personal brand, you have to really think about it. It's personal brand, but it's not really about you, right? And I think that's what people get tripped up. It's really about others and what you're contributing and giving away. And that's what really people connect to, right? And I think sometimes in personal brand, they're just like, it's about me, right? And when you make it about others sometimes, right, and you're still building a personal brand, but you flip it. So that's kind of how I've done it, but still being strategic and mindful. And, especially at certain events where I know I can connect, I'm very strategic. I have a map. I have a plan. I have a list. I'm not flowing at those conferences. I am like, okay, this is who I need to get in front of. This is where I need to go. This is who I'm meeting. I know what party I have to hit. I have it mapped out, which one to go to first. So I'm less walking in my heels, right? So, there's lots of different ways you can still be strategic and mindful and professional, but also, kind of experience it with fun and with ease. And, I don't know if men like the word grace, but, it's kind of how I try to go. And I try to imagine myself like floating around, right? So it may be, kind of crazy and intense, but I just like, hello, yes. And just sort of have a lightness to it, right?
Well, and that's your personal brand. And that's what, again, is you. And you said something, you've talked a lot about, your personal brand. And, a couple thoughts on that is I don't think you own your brand. Your brand is what people say about you when you're not around, right?
Okay.
And it's like, so everyone knows Casey about, okay, she's like super kind. She's funny. She's got the cool hats. She's always at the conferences making these connections. That's your brand, but that's because that's who you are. And that's what people see and do. And that's because, and you have a very distinct brand that's perfect for you, but that you've built by some purpose. Like it's been purposeful, but it's been effortless for you because it's just who you are. Right. I think that's the strongest brands are the ones that are actually authentic. Right. I could totally make myself out to be at least try to make myself out to be as fun and exciting and cool as you are, but like it's not who I am. I'm like kind of that lame guy that likes to do dad jokes, right? And that people just think, oh, he's like a big teddy bear, right? Like that's just kind of what it is. And you can lean into it and it works really, really well because that's who you are. And I love that. And the second thing I noticed what you're saying, what I think is really important is you're talking all about how social media is to get the attention. And the attention is not necessarily, I've heard it said before, no press is bad press, right? Well, no social media posts are bad social media posts if they're talking about you or your face up there or anything. I mean, it can be overkill for sure. If you're only doing selfies, doing the same thing and looking like a dummy, that's not going to be helpful for your business, but that's not what you're doing because you're purposeful about it. But and I love that because you're constantly thinking, and here's me pointing with my pencil.
Yes.
You're constantly thinking about what can I do to move forward my brand? What can I constantly be doing to move forward my business? It's always kind of swirling around in your mind so that when these things do happen, it's just natural for you to document and post either on the spot or post it later. And everything you do, both home, personally and professionally, whatever, leads into your personal brand and overall like helps you grow your personal presence, but also helps the company that you're working for because you're an appendage of that organization. And so the more people want to know Casey Hughes Wade, the more people know SLK Global. The more people know Joe Wilson, the more people know Social Coach. And that's like the beautiful thing about it. And that's one of the things where I think that a lot of companies need to recognize and realize that the more you support the individual of your organization in growing their personal brand, the more your company's brand will increase. All boats rise with the tide. as your individuals get out there more and you support them to be themselves, not like this like corporate drone you hope they are, but really truly themselves. The more you help them be themselves, be documenting out there, the more your company is going to have a name. And that's one of the biggest things I think companies can do in 2022, as we're thinking about next year, is you should be thinking about how to help your employees grow a personal brand online. It's the cheapest way for you to get your brand out there through the internet. I mean, it's crazy to me that people are not taking advantage of their social media presence, of their corporate presence, but also their individuals. So what do you think about that?
No, it's like having an extension of the company, right? So if you see the company like this and all of a sudden everyone else is having a personal brand and posting and bringing attention to themselves, they're bringing attention to the company, right? So it's like having this whole fleet now, like kind of go out and share, right? And it's about sharing, really. It's not necessarily even selling, it's sharing. And so I think that it's so important to empower, whether you're a lender, whether you're a vendor, I think, obviously loan officers and realtors, they've been, trying to really, there's so many podcasts about like how to get yourself out there, right? But I don't think we focus on the vendor side of things. I think when I realized that I can have people come to me to ask me things, right? I realized that was the power of social media is, positioning myself and not really even knowing who I'm connecting to or who I'm, making a difference for, or who's even paying attention to me. When they start reaching out to you and asking questions, it's about that receiving, right? that I talked about. So it's so important for, all sides to really take a look at how do you support your people in building that personal brand, and yes, for the business and for themselves. And, I say, we talked about this before, but just, keep it simple. And, I think when they're allowed to sort of have fun and play and explore, there's like this creativity around social media sometimes. And I think that it's, it almost spikes something in them that they're, they feel free and they're better at their jobs, right? They feel like that is freedom and they're a part of something, right? When you feel like you're a part of something and you matter, you work harder. So, it's really about empowering their people to have some creativity and, or even appear to have creativity. Maybe obviously there's compliance, things on the back end you have to pay attention to. That's why we have great platforms like yours, Joe, a little dig there. So, it's amazing. But yeah, you actually empower them to love their job more, right? To work harder and to feel like they're a part of something. So I think it's really important. I love when people within my organization, comment, hey, I saw that post and, it just makes me feel like, wow, I'm a part of something, right? I'm not only, and it makes me want to work harder. So yes, empower your people for a personal brand. Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's just say for funsies here. All right. A company's like, I'm bought in. I'm going to do this. We're going to help everybody do this. But like, there's still a mental break for me as an individual that I need or a hump that I need to get over to feel comfortable on camera. I don't like the way I look. I don't like the way I sound. I don't have anything good to say. I don't, it has to be polished. I don't have the time for this. Like, what do you say to these individuals to like help them get over that? Because like really, truly, that's the number one thing I hear from people. And I get messages every day from men and women in every different industry, every different company saying like, how do you do this? Like, how can help me figure this out? And I'd love to hear your advice to that person.
Well, I have two sides of that advice. So I'll start with, the first, I think you have to just start, right? And just try. And it's like building a muscle, right? It's like going to the gym. Are you going to be able to lift 200 pounds or have a six pack with the first time you go to the gym? No, you're not, right? You got to go, you got to do the work, you got to do the sit-ups, and then you start to notice a difference, right? You start to realize like, oh, I really like these exercises versus this exercises. And these exercises really, my biceps are getting bigger doing this exercise, right? And so I think it's really important to just get out there and start practicing and start swinging and just start posting content. And then, I do not like the way I sound and I do not like the way I look on video, but who cares? Who cares, right? Who cares?
Everybody already knows how you look and how you sound. And for some reason, they still like you. So whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Like I have a crooked smile half the time. I don't really like that. I don't like my voice. I wave my hands all around. I get like really active. And I was actually laughing at myself. I'm drinking my tea and half my face is blocked, right? I'm cracking up at myself the way this is going to look, and I'm going to criticize myself later. But, it's just important to start and to just try. And I think that's when you start to find like what is your niche and what's your spot, right? And what works for you is not maybe going to work for someone else. But then if you're still struggling, that's where you kind of get a coach or you get support, right? Just like you would do at the gym. You get someone who like knows social media and knows, okay, you want X this. So you get that person, they can help you, figure out, how to get the body you want. Right. And so, that my other dig was like, I don't know, Joe, I know this is not about you, but I've seen your platform and, for any lender or vendor, it's a shoo-in, right? I can go on and on about it, but that's really, if you can't find that, there are going to be sometimes personalities that maybe they don't really want to post. Right. And so you can automate a lot of that and create personal branding without it always being, just personal. So I think there's two sides to that.
Thanks for that. That's awesome. I think the big thing is finding a community that can support you, whether that's an individual, it could be me or Casey. Like, I know both of us would love to help you. If you're listening to this and you want some help, some tips, like just shoot me a DM, shoot Casey a DM on LinkedIn. Like we would be more than happy. I'm speaking for you at this point, but more than happy to give you tips. Apparently not on lighting because like I'm like this floating head right now in the dark. It's like getting so dark so early now. And we literally spent like a good 20 minutes preparing the lighting, and I was turning things on, off, closing shutters and everything. And now it's like a total disaster. But again, it doesn't matter. You don't really care. It's fine. Yeah. This is not the big deal. That like I've got this one bright light coming from this ring light, and then like the rest of it's you ever seen what is it? I'm just thinking that Wayne's World, what's that song? And they get the floating heads. I don't know, whatever.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I keep focusing on the Target bag that's right in the corner of that red one, right? And I keep like, why did I move that Target bag? Do you see that Target bag right there? I can't believe I didn't move it,
It doesn't matter. None of that matters though. Just like doing and see, I got super bright. It's just doing the thing. It's just getting out there doing it. And I think your advice to say, just get started. Look, if you want something to do, just introduce yourself on video. Just grab your phone, literally just grab your phone and start talking about who you are, the people that you serve. Like, what is it that you serve?
Right.
What do you do? And how can you help? What's your unique value proposition for working with you or whatever? And just try something. And I bet you anything, you will get such a good response because people want to support you because they like you. And the people that you're connected with are already there and they already know you. And so they would love to see your beautiful face and the words that you have to say. So just do something.
Yes, just do something and then tag some people in it. And then we'll like it. That's the first step. If you're feeling a little insecure about your first post, just tag a few friends that are going to support you, right? They can make comments for you and can be aware that you're now kind of putting yourself out there. And I think that's a helpful way to kind of show support to, everyone who's starting to get out there and post and make videos.
I love it. All right, Case, we have like less than 2 minutes here. Why don't you give us some parting thoughts, some parting wisdom on literally anything that we've covered today?
Anything. Oh, goodness. Wow. The floor is mine. Well, first of all, I don't think you give yourself enough credit because you were saying like, I'm just a dad. No. You were so fun and funny. And, you just light me up. I love being around you. I love your energy. I just love, like, you make me excited about life as well. Like when you're around and like, you make me excited sometimes to be me because you're just like, Casey, you're this and you're that. And you remind people of who they are. And it helps sort of sometimes light people up. Right. And so I just want to like acknowledge you for that because you are really fun and you made such a difference in my life in so many areas. So thank you. So you're not just a dad guy. You're a really cool, fun guy. So.
Thanks, Casey.
Yeah. And, the other thing I would talk about, in sort of social media and, de-stressing it, right? Because that was one of the first topics is we talked about trying. And I think you can't go wrong when you're yourself, right? Just being yourself. And I had a moment like this with the whole hat thing. And the hat is really like, it's my brand. It's part of my brand, and if I don't wear a hat, people get very upset and they come up to me and they tell me and they get, and so I remember when I first wore a hat, a woman, came up to me and I had it in And it wasn't something I was doing on purpose. It was just something like, hey, I like this hat. I like the way it looked on my face. And so I wore a hat, right? There was not a lot of like thought at first behind it. And this woman came up to me and she said, I really adored her. She was a mentor to me. And she was, been in the industry for a long time. And she's like, you're great. You're going to do big things. But you know what? Lose the hat. It's not professional. And I was so sad inside, Joe. I remember being so sad and being like, this woman, like, doesn't approve of me. And like, I really contemplated on whether, and in that moment, I made a choice to be me and what felt right for me. Right. And I could have gone either way because I adore this woman. She's a lot of time. She was a mentor to me. And I chose what felt right for me, right, which was to wear the hat. And now it's become this part of, my social media presence at the conference. And I, people know, they know where I am. They say, oh, I have people coming up to me and taking pictures with me at MBA Annual because of this hat. It really turned into a thing. And had I not listened to myself in that moment, I don't know. So that would be my last advice, is always try to be true to who you are, right? And authentic to yourself, even in moments where it feels hard, even in moments where like maybe you have mentors or people you look up to who say, hey, don't do that. It's like, but if it feels right for you, trust that and jump out on it. So that's my parting thought.
Oh my gosh. I wish we would talk about the beginning, because that is like, you might as well just drop your mic at this point. That like,
boom, right?
Be true to yourself. Don't listen to other people and their bad advice, especially on trying to define who you are.
Right.
You define who you are, and let the haters hate. You're perfect just the way you are, and everybody loves you, including us. So that's awesome. All right, Casey, thank you so much for your time, your talents, and everything that you do for the mortgage industry. It is better because you're part of it, and I'm personally grateful too. So, guys, with that, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for if you've gotten to this far, like, thanks for actually listening to 30 minutes of us talking back and forth. And thank you for your consideration and donating this worthy cause. I think it's really important for us who have so much to give back. So definitely consider doing that. And hopefully you got some value out of this. And if you do have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. And we just appreciate you, and just get out there and post something. How about that?
Post and donate. Yes, I love that.
Post, donate. All right. Thanks a lot, everybody. Have a wonderful day. Talk to you later.
Hi, this is Guy McFadden with One Good One. I just want to say thank you for allowing us to be a small part of this Pod-A-Paloozing. A lot of paloozing going on here on a Saturday afternoon. We'd love to thank everybody for lending their talents. We're learning so much. And speaking of learning, please learn about this wonderful organization that we're all here to support. S.O.M.E, name says it all, so others may eat. Please give. We'll see you next year. Let's hope we don't have to. Thank you again for allowing us to be a part, and let the paloozing continue.
Thank you, Guy McFadden from One Good Woman. So I'm getting a little tired here, guys. They won't let me eat. So it's trying to get my stomach a little grumbly, but they said, don't eat right now, Fob. Hang in there. So just want to give you guys right now, we are at $4,054 raised. We have about 2 more hours of this. We have my friend Phil Treadwell coming on here momentarily. I think just about right now. Here comes Phil and Kyle. How you guys doing, Phil? Kyle?
Fantastic, Fabi. Thanks for hanging with us and letting us participate in this awesome event.
Oh, no. I want to thank you guys. I mean, you guys are the bad boys of Texas. You know what I mean? Coming in from I mean, unfortunately, look, I mean, they will, I don't know if you heard about it, they won't let me eat right now, right? And I keep thinking Hard Eight Barbecue. I kept seeing you down there.
Oh,
like,
man.
I wish I was in Dallas right now for that Hard Eight Barbecue. You know what I mean?
We ate Hard Eight Barbecue not too long ago. We did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't tell
Our
me
good
that.
buddy Mark Perkins.
That's awesome. How you guys do? By the way, thank you both for your donations. I mean, guys, you guys went beyond. Honestly, thank you so much. I do want to make one quick announcement that I was talking to our guys back there. Everybody who's donated $100 or more so far, we're going to give T-shirts. So if you're listening right now and you've been thinking about donating, I know $100 is a little bit high sometimes, but you know what? We had to mark the line somewhere. Anybody who donates $100 or more gets a free T-shirt going forward. and backwards. So don't feel like you got left out if you donate this morning. Don't want
Give
everybody to feel
$100. You
bad.
need to give $100 again to get that T-shirt.
Yeah, I know.
I guess I'll up my donation so I can get the T-shirt. I'm gonna be a scrub walking around T-shirtless.
Yeah, no, you're all good, Kyle. Thank you so much. But we're just trying to get the last bit. We're at 4,000 something. We need about another $1,000 or so to hit our goal for today, and I think we're on a good pace. So I'm going to leave you the rest of the audience in good hands with Phil Treadwell and his show from Thrive Studios, brother. Rock and roll.
Absolutely.
Have fun, guys.
Appreciate you, Fabi. Well, I appreciate everybody tuning in that's watching on Facebook Live, LinkedIn Live, and Coach Kyle Draper's Instagram Live. So we've got an extra channel in here.
That's right.
But appreciate everybody hanging with us. Fabi, just again, thank you so much for what you're doing. This is an incredible cause. Right now, we're at $4,054.75. And we want you guys, if you would, just take a minute and go to S.O.M.E.donate.com and give to this incredible cause that we're doing. And we'll talk about that a couple times throughout this. But for those of you that are just kind of getting going with this thing, we've been going for about 3 hours. We have about a 30-minute segment in here. My buddy, Coach Kyle Draper, and I are in Dallas. Actually, I think we're in Plano, but we're in the Thrive Studios, and we're gonna talk about some cool stuff here. We're going to go this a little bit different. We've heard some incredible content from some incredible people in the industry, all good friends of ours. And thank you so much to all of you guys and those that are still coming up. But the first thing that we kind of want to talk about that I think is super important is what are the most overlooked practices on social media, right? We all know social is important. We're all out there doing it. Some a little more effective than others. And so we're not here to be critical. What we're here to is to remind you of some blind spots and some things that maybe you're not thinking about. So Kyle, I want to kind of just phrase that as a question.
Yeah.
What do you think is one of the most overlooked things on social media that people need to be focusing on?
Well, I think if we can go backwards before we go forwards.
Absolutely.
What you and I have talked a lot about in preparation for this is we're starting to see more activity from people on social, which is obviously a great first start. But a lot of the content that many are pushing out there is still the type of stuff that the consumer doesn't care about until they need you.
Right.
Right. And so we're really trying to force things down people's throats that may be 2 years away from needing a refinance or wanting to buy or sell a house. And so if we want them to pay attention, we've got to give them more than just what benefits us. We've got to really think deeply into where are they at in life? What do they want? And how do we provide content that's going to provide to that need? And so in order to do that, I think this is number one, and I would even rank this number one, that we as mortgage and real estate professionals, we have to realize that people would be far more attractive to us if we led with leadership and not sales.
That's a good one.
Right? It's so easy to go, here's my closing photo, everyone. Yay, we closed a house. Right? Here's a new listing. Here's that same listing that's pending. Here's that same listing that's under contract. Here's that same we've just started regurgitating all the stuff that most people don't care about anyway.
Right.
And so my rule of thumb is always, if I wouldn't say it to you at coffee, I'm not going to say it on social media.
Right.
Right. Which means you and I might have a conversation about something that could be related to a house or related to a closing, but I'm not going to whip my phone out and go, oh, Phil, have I shown you the pictures of my new listing?
Right.
Oh, they're incredible.
Right.
Right. You want to show me your dog? And I'm like, no, bro. Look at this listing.
Yeah.
And it sounds really silly when I explain it that way, because the safety of the screen, it kind of gives us this ability to go, I'm just gonna say whatever I want. There's no fear of something bad happening. You deciding you don't want to be my friend anymore.
Yeah.
And so, man, it would be unbelievable. Our industry would get raised up so high if we would just go, man, what people are more attracted to is leadership.
Yeah.
Not salesmanship.
Yeah.
And so I think that is what absolutely has to get better. And we can accomplish this with, like, last night, you and Stacy, y'all went to Half Price Books.
Oh yeah. Love Half Price
And
Books.
y'all bought like half the store.
Pretty close. Like I was nearing double digits, and I'm quite sure my wife surpassed double digits.
And you're allowed to do that. It's not Barnes and Noble. It's Half Price Books.
Price,
you know,
or less.
And so the beauty of leading with leadership is, without you having to go, oh, now another vein of creativity that I've got to tap into. No. Amazing men and women have already written millions of books with unbelievable quotes in them from other men and women.
Yeah, yeah.
And so if we would just, bro, yesterday, I got tagged. This happens every week because one of my favorite books is called Steal Like an Artist.
Yeah.
And I did tons of videos about it while I was reading it. Yesterday, I got tagged in a random realtor story with her holding up the book, Steal Like an Artist. And it said, came in the mail today based on Coach Kyle Draper's recommendation. People are still talking about me because of someone else's book. I didn't write that book.
Right, right.
But they're not thinking Austin Kleon, the author. They're thinking me.
Yeah.
The dude that talked about it for 3 minutes. So this isn't rocket science.
Right.
To put content out there for people that allows them to see us as an influence in their life, not just a salesperson that they know.
You know, it's interesting because in that vein, you can document what you're doing in your life and share other people's content and be seen as that influence and as a leader.
Right.
You know, I'll give you the example of Zillow. Obviously just had, you know, a little bit of a change in their business model where they've dialed back, they've eliminated their Zillow offers, you know, iBuying platform. And there's a lot of people putting things out there, right? There's a lot of people that were posting snapshots of the stories and that they were, you know, putting links to articles and oh my gosh, see, we told you so. And it was Renee Rodriguez who shared with, you can see my Amplify sticker up here in an Amplify group. He said, yeah, but no one's tying it down. And for those that haven't been through Amplify, a tie down is essentially, why do people care and what is the challenge? And so I on his recommendation, inspiration, I did a video and said, guys, we need to be talking about why this matters to the average person. You know,
Right.
I'm not ashamed to say I was a year into there was iBuying had been going on for a year. And I realized after a year that I didn't know what iBuying was. I thought it was an avatar of a customer that was doing their real estate and mortgage transaction online. And we dubbed that avatar an iBuyer.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that an iBuyer was legitimately the Zillow offers and these platforms that are buying homes for cash. And I say that because if those of us in the industry don't know what's going on, how can we just assume that the average consumer knows what that stuff with Zillow means? And so you can be sharing content and then put your spin on it, put your
Right.
narrative on it. And I'll give you one more example of what you were talking about on the listing side, because part of what real estate professionals and even mortgage professionals are paid to do is create that awareness around listings and things that they're selling. And a realtor friend of mine that I recently met is a guy named Michael Caraway here in the Collin County, Plano, Frisco, North Dallas area. He put a post out on his Instagram, and it was a picture of this beautiful home. And pretty sure it was one of his listings. And it had this kind of white cream color brick, and it had black shingles and black shutters. And he put in there and he's like, I think this house has incredible contrast. What do you think? He didn't say, hey, check out my new listing.
Right.
And I was really, because I was kind of struck with the home. I was like, that's really cool. And I commented on it, and we ended up starting a conversation. And so in that whole, conversation, you can be creating awareness around the product that you're selling.
Yeah.
You can talk about the services that you're selling, but you need to do it in a way that people actually care, that they see the benefit for them, or that they actually want to engage in that content.
100%. It's all about shifting from selling to educating.
Yes.
Right. Or from selling to engaging, which is what he did in that post, right? Where literally all he did was add a question.
Yeah.
Because he could have gone the other route and been like, I think this is amazing. Oh, by the way, it's my new listing.
Yeah.
But instead he said, what do you think? So and how many, 4 words that completely changed to stay in Amplify's voice, the tie down of that post.
100%. Or what do you think? Yeah. So what do you think? Or how about you? If you want to use 3 words, if
right.
that, it's going to blow up. So that's a good segue. And Ginger and Sue, earlier we were listening to your your talk here on Pod-A-Palooza, and you talked about bullet points and making a list. So Kyle and I on this
That's
iPad
right.
here, we've got our bullet points. We
listen.
We did. We listen and apply. Right.
That's right.
So we got number one, right? Come from a leadership aspect, not sales. And for those that are just tuning in, we're talking about the most overlooked practices and habits within social media and using social media. So that's number one. So number two, let's jump into the good segue that you just got, which is you need to be engaging way more than you're even posting. And the easy thing to understand about that is, guys, no matter how many followers you have, if you put a post out there or a story out there, only a certain number of people are going to see it, no matter how much it's engaged. Not 100% of people are going to see it. However, if you have an audience or you have a target market, rather, if you have a group of people that you're trying to get attention from and you go engage and comment on their posts, they're almost always going to see it. And so, and very simply, that's the power of it.
Well, and so one of the quotes I see from Gary Vee that I think is one of his most popular ones is content is king. Right? He said that years ago, and that though that is true, no amount of content trumps engagement.
Yeah.
Right? Because Gary Vee would probably also say, though yes, my content is very helpful for me, it's his ability to like actually reply to people on Twitter and actually see people in public and give them a hug and let them take pictures and not be like, whoa, I'm really popular now. You need to back up off of me. Right. So it all works in this big old, cohesive unit. And what I watch most realtors and lenders do is as they get better at content, they post and ghost.
Ooh, there's a good one.
Right. They post and they're like, yes, I did it. Woo, I did a video. Right. And then they don't come back. And there were 8 comments on that video. And all 8 of those people, though they'll never say it, they want to feel validated for the effort they gave in commenting on your video.
Agreed.
And so if you don't return the favor, you're essentially telling them, Phil, I don't care if you ever comment on this.
Yeah.
And then they'll stop. And then you'll wake up one day and go, where did all my friends go? Where did all the engagement go? You convince them that them commenting isn't valuable.
Right.
So just stop. And it is a killer. And one of our mutual friends, I actually was on the phone with her yesterday with Chelsea Pites.
Yep.
And so I stole this from her and I try to give her credit for it. I can't say I've done it 100% of the time, but I try to give her credit. But she talks about the 10-10-10 rule.
Yeah.
Or the 10-10-10 principle, I think is like what I changed that word to. But it's spending 10 minutes a day, commenting on 10 people's posts and replying to 10 people's stories.
Yeah. So the other 10-10-10 strategy that she has on that is take 10 minutes and do 10 across and 10 down, meaning in your stories, right? You have a horizontal feed in your stories and you have a vertical feed in your feed. And, taking 10 minutes and do meaningful comments in there. And to tie onto that post and ghost, which is, she talks about that as well. I always give her credit for that. And I've heard you talk about it as well. Guys, one of the strategies that you can do to not post and ghost is to take that 10-10 strategy before you post and then stick around and potentially do it again or engage. Because guys, I'm not any expert when it comes to the algorithm, but I know what my personal experience has been. And whenever I post, if I stick around and that first comment or two, if I immediately reply and engage in a conversation, the algorithm loves it.
Yeah.
Why? Because you're doing what the social media platforms were designed for, which is for people to stick around and engage so they can show more ads, so they can make more money. Guys, let's make no mistake here. This is money driven.
Right.
Social media isn't to have a free place for you to, check out your ex, fiance or girlfriend or ex person from whatever.
I thought Instagram was a nonprofit.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
It's not
well, see, in Instagram, it's not, I heard, Josh Pitts just talked about this a second ago. It's not Facebook anymore. It's like Meta.
Yeah.
Right? And see, the problem with Meta is this is a complete rabbit hole. I think Meta World Peace. Ron Artest.
Oh yeah.
Every time I hear the word Meta talk about Facebook, I think Meta World Peace, Ron Artest. I'm just going to call
he might be benefiting more than Facebook is from this name change.
You never know. You never know for sure. So back to this engagement piece. So you don't want to post and ghost, right? You want to be engaging before, during, and after. But even outside of posting, even if you just take that off the table for a second, you can create a lot of attention and awareness and relationships, both online and offline, just by actually engaging.
Yeah. Well, and what I love about the 10-10-10 strategy is 10 of those are public, right? When I comment on somebody's post, all their people can now see me.
Right.
So if I go above and beyond just going, right, thumbs up emoji, if I actually say something with intellectual value, that's going to end up in a couple of their friends following me or engaging with my comment, right? And so I'm benefiting publicly from those opportunities.
Right.
The other 10, when we reply to stories, whether on Facebook or Instagram, that's taking us directly into a private message, a direct message.
Yeah.
So that now we can begin to cultivate that one-on-one relationship opportunity. And so you're getting the best of both worlds, which is probably why Chelsea designed it that way.
I mean, I tell you what, it's almost so logical. It looks like it was intentional or something.
Yeah, she might know, she might have a future.
She might have a thing or two going on there.
And that rolls us into the third thing that I believe is incredibly leveraged inside of social media is just the power that social media gives us for one-to-one communication.
Can I just talk about for a second? Again, you're really good at segues, right? I've done a couple of podcasts and been on a couple of podcasts. Every single one of these, it's almost like you thought this through in this list that we've had created for like 11 or 12 minutes now.
This isn't our first rodeo.
So yeah, here I keep throwing us off track. So one-on-one communication. So talk about that for a second.
So all of us, anyone in sales, in my opinion, we all believe that the ultimate place we crush it is across the table from somebody.
Absolutely.
Put me in a room with someone and they will love me and buy what I have. I believe that's true about me. Everyone I know that's good at sales is going to say that about themselves.
Absolutely.
Right. So with that being said, social media in general is not one-to-one, it's one-to-many. So it just feels different. But when I show up in the DMs, right, when I go one-to-one with you and I don't, guys, please, for the love of all things, like when we talk in a minute about the ways to use one-to-one communication in DMs, please do not ask us the question, oh, like, do you record like one take of it and then you send that to 50 people? Or do you actually be a human and like call someone by name in the video?
Yeah.
Right. And so this is the power of this. I can't tell you how many CEOs or just C-level people in companies that I've been able to actually put a touch on because I don't call them like we would have done 15 years ago and get the gatekeeper that says no. I DM them.
Yeah.
And I do it on video. And I'm intentional about like what I have on or where I am so that it looks and feels different than probably the other 10 videos they might have got that day.
Sure.
And it's unbelievable the amount of responses that I get. And so we've got to be using the one-to-one communication inside of direct message, regardless of platform, or even using video and text messaging.
Yeah. Well, so two things come to mind. One, video and text messaging is a great way to practice video.
Right.
Right. And we'll get into the overcoming some of that here in just a second. But guys, social media is social more so than media, or it should be. And I think we focus so much.
They didn't call it media social.
Right. Exactly. The adjective here is social. Right. Media is the platform for you to be social if we want to get granular in the definition here. And the reason that I mentioned that, and people are like, yeah, I know, but do you? Because we're out there interacting with people one-on-one in one way. And then we go on social media and it's, the comparison I use is when you get in a car, right? There's people that have like severe, legit road rage. And I don't think that most of the time those people are like angry people in person.
Right.
It's like we get behind the wheel and something happens and all rules of how we engage with people go out the window in any human interaction ability. And I think that a lot of that's happening on social media and it's not really talked about all that much. We're salesy and spammy and people are having conversations about, well, I just don't get anything from social media, or, I post stuff, but nothing's really happening. I'm just doing it so that, people can see it out there. Yeah, but are you having conversations or are you putting a bunch of commercials? Right? What happened as a kid? If there was too many commercials, what'd you do? You change the channel. People are stopped listening because all you're doing is talking about your listings or your mortgage loan programs or whatever else.
Well, this is the biggest thorn in my side as an educator of social media, right? In our space, it's my job to help you guys overcome what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And this is my greatest struggle, because what a realtor or lender talks about at coffee with someone is not what they feel comfortable talking about on social media, but it should be the same.
Right.
And then the opposite is true. What they talk about on social media is not what they would talk about one-on-one with someone.
Yeah.
And so it blows my mind just how we just have this backwards, right? Every realtor and lender that I know, or at least a lot of them, are going to say like, well, I just don't know what to talk about. But you go to 2-hour coffees with your friends, you don't take note cards in, right? And you start thumbing through them and you're like, so Phil, what's your favorite color? Ooh, purple, mine too. Right? What's it? What? Like,
yeah,
that's not how we have conversation with people.
Right.
And so somehow, and this is what I think it is, someone convinced them when they started in this industry that social media is an extension of your ability to sell, not an extension of your ability to relate.
That's good.
And that's the problem, because they were led poorly, right? And that's it. They were like, hey, look, see that? That's Facebook, that's Instagram, that's TikTok, that's YouTube. Go sell there.
Yeah.
And that's not the way they're leveraged.
Yeah.
And so we've got to be very, very intentional about using one-to-one communication to truly be human, a human with people.
Yeah.
My favorite thing to do is send birthday videos.
See, I do that. I love that.
And then I even take it a step further, just because my personality's silly. I always pick a funny filter. I'm not a good singer. If you are a good singer, try to sound terrible so you don't just look like you're bragging in all of your birthday videos. But I love, the Facebook has a filter where there's like a monkey sitting on your head, like picking stuff out of your ear and eating it, like while you're on camera. I love it. There was one a while back where I got to be a drag queen. And so I loved singing happy birthday as a drag queen in Facebook Messenger. Every single one of those solicits a response from the other person.
Absolutely.
And it's weirdly enough, I've made money sending videos of me as a drag queen singing happy birthday to people, because it's me as a human, not me as someone selling something.
So,
Hey Phil, could I ask Kyle a question?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry.
Come on,
love for
Fabi.
you too, man.
Kyle, where do I get those videos of you drag queens so I can send them to my client?
Dude, I'll have to go get them. There's hundreds of them. I'll have to go look them up in my messenger, but I will send you one.
Dude, I would pay money for that one.
It is the grossest thing you've ever seen in your life.
So I think that there's an older social media account of Kyle's that has been blocked by a lot of people because he sent these videos out there.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Absolutely not.
There is no doubt.
Wow, Kyle, I didn't know you were rogue, brother. We are this is a family atmosphere we got going on right now. So.
Yeah, and sometimes I wear clothes in the videos that I do. It just
Sometimes
depends
you wear
on how I'm
clothes.
feeling.
Well, so to wrap this up, Fabi, we want to be a good steward of the time, because I know we got some stuff going on here. There's one last point that we wrote down here that's very easy. Kyle,
Please.
what is the last thing that people need to focus on here?
Do more video. Right, that's it. Guys, I'm coming to the camera. I don't care if you're watching this and you do video on a regular basis. You cannot create a habit doing it once a week. That is not how habits are formed. And so I now, just for me personally, I do video almost every day. Whether it's in my stories on TikTok, it's a reel, it's an IGTV episode. We're live on Instagram right now. I might go live on Facebook, but some form of video content every single day. Phil, here's why. Because video is the only form of marketing that works for me, whether I'm working or not.
Yeah.
I have an army of Kyle Drapers that don't eat. Like Fabi hadn't eaten today. They never eat. My army of Kyle Drapers, they never eat. And they never sleep.
Yeah.
And you know how much money they cost me? Nothing. And so when people find out about me, I don't have to convince you of anything. I don't have to do a song and dance for you because you've already done your research. You've already looked me up and you've already seen different videos of me with different backgrounds. You've caught my kids in a video. You've seen a video of you and I. So if they know you, then they know if they love you, then they're going to like me. It's unbelievable just the power that it gives us.
Yeah.
But we can't overcome our own insecurity and keep doing it.
Here's a news flash for everybody in closing. The fear that you have or the insecurity you have of how you look and how you sound is how the entire world, all of us, see you and hear you every single day.
Yep.
And the best part is if someone's following you, they already like you. They don't even care. So just get over it, post, do more.
That's it.
Fabi, thank you again so much for letting us be on here. Guys, please go to somedonate.com, S-O-M-E donate.com and give donate to this incredible cause. And we appreciate that we've been included in this. Fabi, you're a rock star for putting this together. And
Yes,
anytime
sir.
you're doing anything like this again, you give us a call. We'd love to participate.
Absolutely. No, I mean, I'm going to wait for my video of Kyle. I'm going to try to stay hungry till I see the video, then I'll eat afterwards.
You may not want to eat afterwards.
I want to have something in my, I want to have afterwards. But you know, one thing I do want to say, Kyle, is really critical. No joking aside, Ginger Bell told me one time, I can't remember the time, but she said, we could all make videos. It's just like getting on a phone call. If a client called you today, you know how to answer his questions. You know what I mean? And it's nothing beyond that. And that helped me a lot in understanding how to make videos. So I know you're talking about video production, and it is critical. And you know, my mom told me that I had a face made for radio, so that's why I went to podcasting. So if I can make videos, I think anybody can make videos.
That's why I stay behind the microphone too, my friend. I can relate. I get it.
All right, gentlemen. Well, thank you so much for coming out and being part of Pod-A-Palooza. You
Thanks,
guys did
man.
an
Appreciate it.
amazing job. I hope I can connect with you guys when I get out to Dallas and we can get some barbecue
Come on.
together. I would
Get some
love
Heart
that.
8, baby.
All right.
We're ready.
All right, guys. Have a good day, okay?
Appreciate it.
too.
Thank you.
Thank you all. All right, guys. Look, we are coming up at 1:35 right now. This is the last 85 minutes of our Pod-A-Palooza. So we are hanging strong. We are staying hungry. They are not letting me eat. I'm telling you guys right now. I keep getting cups of coffee to keep me kind of going. Coming up next is she had dialed in earlier, Christine Beckwith. She was on our call here before Ginger and Sue Woodard came on. We're going to get back to her keynote speak. Real quick, just an FYI, we are still at $4,000, give or take. As I said, if you donate more than $100, you're going to be getting a free t-shirt courtesy of Pod-A-Palooza. So please dig deep. Let's donate. Let's get we're $1,000 away from our goal. I am pretty confident we can hit that goal in the next 84 minutes. So let's get up there and start going to www.somedonate.com. Once again, that's www.somedonate.com. JP, let's get Christine Beckwith up here so she can talk about the 3 V's that are vital to our success.
Hello, everyone. This is Christine Beckwith, and welcome. I'm so happy to be participating today in this wonderful event that is being hosted by Fabi Nagmi, and for such a charitable reason. And I'm so happy to take part in this. I just love the cause that this speaks to. And of course, Fabi Nagmi is a great friend of mine and a master's student here at 2020 Vision. So I would do anything for him. And so with that, I'm going to get started with this keynote. Welcome to the V Factor. The V Factor is a signature keynote that I have given on many large live stages. And today I'm giving it to you here digitally. So I'm so glad that you're here with me. Please get a pen and pad out because there's going to be a lot of great notes that you can take in this short, powerful 15-minute keynote that I'm going to give you. The V Factor stands for vision, vitality, and velocity. It is the equivalence of what I think is incredible success. And the tagline is the undeniable discovered path to success. So with that, I'm going to continue on. We have these great visuals for the V Factor, you know, looking into the world and seeing the world from your eyes and seeing what kind of vision you have. These 3 traits, the things, the vision, the velocity, the vitality are the traits I believe are possessed by the most successful people in the world. I've had the pleasure of managing thousands of people in 33 years. And I've had the pleasure of being a top performer, a competitor in the top of sales, running with other competitors, and also managing people from really the beginning of their careers into huge heights. And so this is my perception of what I see. But before we get started, I want to talk about what makes people fail. In order for us to look clearly at success, we must first begin to look at why people fail. So I've put up 4 things on this slide that I think are important. Basically, it's lack. It's lack of inspiration, lack of hope, lack of drive, and lack of direction. So let's unpack that a little bit. We all need to fill our cups every day with some form of inspiration. We don't wake up normally just truly inspired. Not many of us do. Even me as a consultant and a coach and doing a lot of things right, I'm often waking up groggy and not really loving the idea of a long work day ahead. However, I derive my inspiration from places through training my eyesight towards things that are positive, by professionally developing, for instance, by reading, by writing, and by being a teacher. I become a great student. Lack of hope is something that happens when often we can't see our way to a future that excites us. And that often happens when we don't have a plan or the steps to even get from where we are to the future. And so all hope can be lost. Maybe you're overcoming a tragedy in your family. Maybe you're overcoming something that was terribly painful, like a breakup in a relationship. Maybe you've had some failure in your business and you've been struggling, or maybe you just overall lack the energy and hope and drive. We hope today to really point out some of the things that you can be doing to inspire yourself and gain hope. Drive, it's the same thing. It comes from a place that you're going to mine energy for. We're going to talk about vitality today and how that's going to make a difference in that. And then finally, direction comes from having that vision and the velocity to get to a place that is really inspiring. So let's get started. I define what vision is here. The act or power of sensing with the eyes. That's the definition, sight. Anticipating that which will or may come to be. A prophetic vision, the vision of an entrepreneur. An experience which appears vividly or credibly to the mind, although not actually present, often under the influence of a divine or other agency. And so again, I draw your eyes to how we see the world. Vision is our view of the future. It is how we are going to navigate our jobs. It is having lighthouses. I have these things that I call lighthouses in my life, and I urge all people that I work with to do the same for themselves. I use a lot of metaphor when I'm teaching, so I will make apologies. It's a really great way for us to think outside the box in terms of our own jobs, but many of us are swimming every single day in our work. And it can feel a lot like treading water, very tiring, exhausting, and we may feel like, man, this is a lot of work. And so it's really important that we have these lighthouses on our shoreline so we know that we are reaching the shore. We need to take pit stops. We need to be able to get and move towards the light. And the light needs to look like things that are happy and things that we're looking forward to. They can be milestones in our job, but at the same time, they can be things that we do for pleasure, like vacations or getaways or date nights or family nights. It can be a lot of things. So I ask you, as we start this, what does your vision of your life and business look like right now? Can you see the world that you're laying out in front of you? And as a leader, are you helping other people do the same? Vitality is going to talk today about the wellness of your business. And then, of course, I'm going to bring that into you personally. It won't surprise you that I went to college for health and wellness, sports medicine and nutrition, and I certified, and I was a physical trainer and a nutritionalist through college, and then also for the first 10 years of being a loan originator and an originating branch manager. And today I live a life of vitality based on nutrition and exercise and a lot of things, but also on mindset and things that I do to make myself healthy. But beyond that, I make sure my business is healthy. And what does a healthy business look like? Well, let's first look at what the definition of vitality is. Exuberant physical strength or mentor mental vigor, right? So strength in our minds and having vitality, a person of great vitality, capacity for survival or for the continuation of a meaningful or purposeful existence, the vitality of an institution, the power to live or grow. We're going to talk today about the many things that you can be doing to make your business look strong and growing and not the opposite, and the mistakes that we make that put off a projection to the world that maybe our business is not healthy, something to think about. Finally, we're going to talk about velocity. And velocity is not necessarily about speed. It is about the distance you need to go and how quickly you can get there or how long it will take. But it's not about going fast necessarily. We're going to talk about this. But let me read you the definition of velocity. Rapidity of motion or operation, swiftness, speed, a high wind velocity, mechanics, the time rate of change of position of a body in a specified direction, the rate of speed with which something happens. So of course, when we're driving on a highway, there's a miles per hour. So that time rate of change, how fast will we get there? How many miles will we go if we're driving at this speed to get where we're going? The same is true for our business. Our business has velocity. It has a need for us to measure the distance between points A and Z, and then understand the speed in which we can get there healthfully and with great success. And so again, in summary, it is vision, vitality, and velocity that I believe makes people really successful. And I found this wonderful quote that applies to this theory that I have. And that quote is, vision without action is merely a dream. Action without vision just passes the time. Vision with action can change the world, by Joel A. Barker. And that is so, so true. So let's dive in deeper into the philosophy of vision. When you're leading with vision, these are the things that we see. Truly successful people creating a vision of a finish line for their clients. Think about it. In the basic transactional piece that we are working with all consumers in the mortgage industry, we are creating a finish line of sorts. That looks like giving them the keys to their new house if they're buying, or closing and reaching their financial goals through maybe a refinance. There's many things, but there's a start, there's a middle, and there's an end. And in between, there may be many, many steps. How good are you at leading people through a process by creating a vision of what the entire journey looks like? Of course, we've all heard that saying, set expectations and exceed them. And of course, we know that's easier said than done when there's 50 hands in the kitchen. However, as we become experienced professionals in this field, we really can be successful at creating a proper expectation setting process and guiding them step by step, whether it's really making them understand the very next thing that needs to be done or the whole picture. It is vital that we're creating that vision. Successful people create vision of the process and expectation in all directions, client, subordinate, and management. And then successful people take that vision and execute on each step to get themselves, their clients, or team to that vision or that finish line. That is not a footnote. Execution is the key ingredient. So I want you to write down right now on your pieces of paper, I need to execute. Execution. That is an important thing. You must create a target with vision. So there has to be a place that you're going. There needs to be a direction. Some wonderful quotes that I found on this topic. If you don't have a vision, you're going to be stuck in what you know. And the only thing you know is what you've already seen. Leadership is the capacity to translate vision into reality. And a great leader's courage to fulfill his vision comes from passion, not position. So let me ask you, in creating a vision for your clients is one thing. Now, if you're leaders in this room, you might be thinking, how do I get people to follow me? And this visual is such a great visual. Everybody's following the red fish. The red fish in this visual is obviously the leader. But how does everybody decide who goes first, who's leading? Well, I would tell you that if you're in a place that you have leadership ownership, which you do in your own business, even if you're working underneath the marquee of a wonderful brand, You are, in fact, showing your ability as a professional and as a person to do the piece that you do in this mortgage industry well, whatever piece that is, whether it's operations or sales or leadership. How well are you leading other people around you? How are you being viewed and looked at by other people? And are other people following you because you know the way? That's an important thing. Do you look like you know what you're doing? I give these wonderful resources. These are just some of the many resources that are in our industry that allow us to tune in and get more information about the mortgage industry. These are places that you have the ability to gain information. The important thing here is not about brand, but so much that you are understanding that you are the expert in the mortgage industry and that it is vital that you follow people and places that give out proper information about the mortgage industry. The MBA is obviously one of them. 2020 Vision is obviously one of them as well. I would tell you that what if you become the vision and place people are looking to for direction? What if your business becomes the vision? What if you become the person who directs where others look? Be that person. Be the person that knows where they're going. I love this picture of the starting line. And I am from the great state of New Hampshire, but I have worked in Massachusetts most of my career. And during that time, I began going to the Boston Marathon. And so as a young college student going for my first time, I was really taken back standing at the 9th mile of this marathon and realizing the incredible feat that it was for these people, how the human spirit to push through this physicalness, families standing on the sidelines, cheering people on, people running with shirts with other people's names written on them. And as I stood there talking to some of the people around me, I also realized there was a lot of work that went into people that were running this marathon. One such set of parents were talking about their college-age daughter running the marathon and the prep work that she did. And they were explaining the complexity of becoming a marathon runner. And they were also explaining that at the 22nd mile, their daughter was going to shorten her mile track. So however long her miles were taking to that point, she was going to pick up speed at that point and shorten the mile time for the final miles in the race. And I thought, that's amazing. She's going to reserve the energy and capacity to go faster at the end. And I think about that with our businesses, because our businesses are lived in days, months, and quarters. And so many times we find ourselves caught by surprise in the midst of the mid-year, and we don't realize we're even close to being halfway to goal. Or we find ourselves in the final quarter and we're not even anywhere near the goals that we set out. And that's why it's so important for us to measure the distance between where we are and where we're going. I do something called the Blueprint for Success, and I've actually written about it in my book, Wise Eyes See Your Way to Success. And I measure the steps between the 2 points. And it's really, really vital that you break down those 2 points and measure the distance between the two. Kind of doing reverse calculation. Know what that execution looks like daily, weekly, and monthly, and you will have everything. This knowledge is vital to your business. You need to know where you are at all times as if you're running a business marathon. And so I ask you, do you know what to measure daily, weekly, and monthly? Do you know what your daily metrics look like? What we call forward metric tracking, which is the activities that lead to the substance that leads to the execution of transactions in our business. How do you stay the course? You measure your progress by overcoming adversity and obstacles as it comes up, by being willing to change and being pliable, and by not quitting projects too quickly. So I ask you to look at all of these things that could take you off course and ask yourself, is this why you haven't reached your goals in the past? One of the things I always say is the time is now, the time is now. And I put up some things here that are common things for sales: database cultivation, realtor preservation and growth, social media, monetary conversion, and true entrepreneurial operation, attracting and influencing. Guys, these are the top things that people need to pay attention to in 2022. With a tree, all the growth takes place at the growing tips. Humanity is exactly the same. All the growth takes place in the growing tip. Among that 1% of the population, it's made up of pioneers, the beginners, and that is where the action is. I love that quote. I would ask you again, are you somebody that knows the things that are necessary to grow and take place? I started 2020 Vision 3 years ago. I actually started the idea of it many, many years ago in 2006. And then I began to formulate it before I opened my doors publicly 3 years ago. I spent many years preparing. With this in mind, I needed to change the direction. I needed a lot of things from the industry to make my business work, just like I did when I was a new originator, just like I did when I was a new branch manager, and so on and so forth throughout my entire career. And I would tell you that by being the person that is the expert in my field, I have attracted and had people seek me out for business. And I have flipped the script from being the hunter to being chased for my expertise. So I ask you, are you the expert in mortgage? And does your entire sphere know that? And do realtors know that? Because that alone, this one tip I'm giving you right now, will change the direction of you being the hunter to being chased. Which way would you rather get business? How hard are you exploiting your expertise? Are you an expert? Do you need to work on becoming a better expert? Anyone can create a bean counting system, but can that sustain you, inspire you, inform you? Will you be going in the right direction? Will it take you the distance? That is really the question. And as the expert whose business is seen, you are sought after. How do you position your business to be sought after? How do you become the giver instead of the asker? I did not have social media in 2016. Here in this picture, I am moderating a panel for Gary Vaynerchuk at Agent 2021, and I'm seated on stage at the Miami Garden Stadium. I was asked to do this because I had accumulated 100,000 followers using Gary Vaynerchuk's $2 a day organic growth system. I had become a person who was a prime example of creating marketing and influence towards myself by using a very free format that is available to everybody still today in the form of social media. And the people sitting there are incredible. Molly McKinley has advised the Today Show and Good Morning America. John C. Tolbert is the founder of Four Seasons Hotel. The list goes on. Dave Dickman from Tagger Media, Jason Cassidy, John Morgenstern from Vayner Media. These guys are the giants in this. And for me to be the person that got to interview them, it was really incredible. And to think that in 2016, I didn't even have social media. So I changed the direction of all of that and made myself the expert, the voice and the vision for people to look at. By bringing what I knew was my expertise to the stage. So let's talk now about vitality. Again, vitality is about health and wellness. Are you growing? Is your business growing? Do you have the ability to climb? Can you overcome and scale? How healthy are you sitting here right now? I would ask you this question. You know, one of the great things I do is I draw on youth. We have a lot of youth here, and we also love new people to our business, and we also love young people's idea. Why? Because they're vibrant and they bring new ideas and fresh life. And some ways they don't carry baggage or naivete. So I would ask you, how run down are you in your mindset in the way to do things? Are you evolving? Are you somebody that is trying out new things in new ways and seeing the world in a new way that it grows? A great instance in this, an example of this, is that the millennial is now the #1 buyer in our market. And that means digital marketing strategies are what converts. So when I grew 2020, I knew I couldn't do that off of newspaper ads. I wasn't going to do it in places that weren't going to necessarily connect. And that's why 90% of our strategies are social media, because that is where the millennials live. That is where they buy, by the way. And so I would ask you, are you evolving? Are you creating youthful solutions for your business? Are you putting young people at your table? It's important to follow younger people who are catching on. I consider myself a really young 52-year-old person because I use youthful strategies and I draw from youth. I put some quotes up here. The cactus thrives in the desert while the fern thrives in the wetland. The fool will try to plant them in the same flower box. The florist will sigh and add a wall divider and proper soil to both sides. The grandparent will move the flower box halfway out of the sun. The child will turn it around properly so that the fern is in the shade and not the cactus. The moral of the story is kids are smart. And so we need to think about that. Is your business strong? For some reason, such grand concepts as love and kindness often get relegated to the realm of the spiritual as if they have no place in all other aspects of life. Quite simply, this is about humanity. Not only is love very much a part of what makes us human, it is the strongest force for being able to work together collaboratively in community so that we may thrive. I want you to know that it is vital for you to have your business look like it's growing and thriving. People are coming to it. Think about the restaurant that you go to that isn't busy. You're really nervous about the food, right? I would be. I love waiting for a table. You know why? Because I know the food is fresh. It's just one of those things. So I would ask you, is your business fresh? Is it busy? Is there a waiting line? People say all the time that we have to answer everything 24/7. No, we don't. We have to answer stuff immediately and scheduled immediately. And it's okay if we look like we're busy or it takes a day or two to talk to somebody. It is more important that we acknowledge right away. We have systems that catch the incoming information. That is true. Think about it. When you go to Apple Store for anything, you have to wait. We don't love waiting. And maybe it's not perfect, but we know the demand's high. The product is wanted and we want that product and we will wait for that product and we will immediately be served and have a time to go back, and that system works. So this is not about me telling you to create a line. This is about me saying, if you get busy, your business is going to look like it has vitality. Think about that for a minute. It's the reverse of what you think. All right. Evolving, learning, growing, exploring, being honest and authentic, pushing yourself, watering yourself. I show that I work out. I show that I am growing. I share my new clients. I share testimonials. I try new things. I share what I fail and I succeed at. I'm honest and truthful. I push myself. And because of that drive, that gives the vitality off of my business. A first-rate soup is better than a second-rate painting. And it's really, really true. All right, this brings us to our final topic in this V Factor speech on velocity. I told you earlier, it's not about racing. And even though I grabbed these wonderful racing quotes, it's about the speed and the distance. So in racing, they say that your car goes where your eyes go. There's a driver who cannot tear his eyes away from the wall as he spins out of control will meet that wall. The driver who looks down the track as he feels his tires break free will regain control of his vehicle. Something to think about. Where are you looking right now with your business? Speed has never killed anyone suddenly becoming stationary. That's what gets you. And finishing races is important, but racing is more important. So some really cool racing quotes. But again, it's about finishing. Guys, do you know the distance you need to go on pilots of programs you're trying out? Do you understand how long it's going to take to get an ROI or profit in your business? Do you have it all mapped out? That is what we are talking about. Really understanding the length of that time. And so with that, I bring you back to the quote that we had in the beginning. Vision without action is merely a dream. Action without vision just passes the time. Vision with action can change the world. But there's one more thing I want to tell you. Your happiness and your willingness to steer yourself towards positive thinking. It is not hype, it is science. So I have a tagline here at 2020, and it is emotional awakening through education. So here I am educating you on the things I think that will make your business successful, that I know will make your business successful. But I want to share this study from Barbara L. Fredrickson from the Northern University of Carolina. During this experiment, she divided two groups up, or five groups rather, and showed them different film clips. They were experiencing joy, contentment, love, and also negativity. And the benefits of the positive thoughts continued long after the experience that they were feeling as measured. The biggest benefit to positive thoughts was enhanced building skills. She called this the broaden and build mindset. Today, we recognize that people that are nesting, doing home improvements, crafts, doing things like planning, writing, reading, you're broadening and building, you're creating a creative mindset. When you're in a negative mindset, you want to do fight or flight. Those are the two negative spectrum mindsets. So I'm sure you can all relate sitting here right now, whether you want to run away or stand and fight with somebody. And it happens. In a day, you could have several of these happen and also be in the broaden and build mindset as well. The key is trying to get to the broaden and build mindset and stay there. And so I'm going to tell you, happiness is the precursor to success and the result of it. So what are you doing daily to fill your cup? I wake up every morning thinking I have an empty cup. So I go and I read positive quotes. I share positive quotes. I exercise. I eat well. I do things I love in the morning to set the tone for the day. I stack my morning with things that I really enjoy. I remember why I'm doing things. This year is my son, my boyfriend, Corey, of 15 years, my two dogs, Chica and Charlie. And these guys are my why, amongst many other things that are my why, my parents, my sisters, and so on. There are only two ways to influence human behavior. You can manipulate it or you can inspire it. So just remember, people don't buy what you do. They buy why you do it. The ability to transcend to a better place, to imagine a better future, to then chase those dreams with a genuine belief that they can become a reality takes courage, strength, endurance, and some strategic ignorance. Lucky for me, that is how I was born. And that is true. I've always been dreaming and chasing those dreams and achieving many of them. I hope you enjoyed today's V Factor speech, and I really wish Fabi and this charity well. I thank you for tuning in today, and thank you on behalf of 2020 Vision for Success for all your support this past year. We've had a wonderful year. If you should want any information whatsoever from us, simply visit our website at www.visionyoursuccess.net and click on any of the get more information buttons, and it'll lead you right back to us. So thank you so much, and have yourselves a wonderful day.
So where do I stand on giving back to the community? I'll tell you like this. Every single person that joins the Sales Boomerang organization gets a copy of The Go Giver. That's how we live our life. That is literally part of our culture and what we do as an organization. Always giving, right? It's giving without expectations. And that is a culture that we've built from day one. And I'm such a big fan of what S.O.M.E is doing to help with poverty and homelessness and start really giving people a chance to enjoy their life and one day give back as well, without the fear what happens to them if they start to give back. I love what they're doing. I love everything about giving and the philosophy of it. Such a huge fan. Thank you for everything you do.
All right, guys, we are back, and this is the final hour. So if you have been thinking about giving, as Alex from Sales Boomerang just said, give. It's all about giving without fear. The more we give, the more we receive. And that is the bottom line. I have the distinct honor and pleasure of introducing one of my good friends onto the stage with me today. Raquel is here. There she is. Raquel, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Kind of doing your little wiggle dance already. Look at you.
Always dancing.
Here's the thing, man. It's like, I am absolutely starving. I have no energy, and you come on, and also I'm like lit up.
I know. Which I know people are watching, but you need to send me a direct link, like for Facebook, because I want to go. Like I have Eris backstage, and I guess they're trying to get people to watch it live right now.
I will send you the link as soon as I get off of here.
Really quick.
I will send it to you momentarily, buddy. It's coming to your text. Look for it in the next 60 seconds, but I'm going to get out of here because I know we're coming on the last hour, and I won't take up too much of your time from your guest. So rock on, Rock. I'll catch up with you, okay?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I guess they're going to bring in Katie and Eris.
Hello.
Hi. So before I introduce the two of you, I have to just kind of explain a little bit of what we're doing, because this is very different compared to what everybody else has been doing on the Pod-A-Palooza today, okay? So I'm in the mortgage industry. So that's the industry where we help people buy homes. Okay. Now I get to bridge what I do with Rock the Boat on my YouTube channel, where I have candid conversations with kids. I get to bring it together with the mortgage industry, which is really great. And it's for an awesome cause for the organization S.O.M.E, which is so others might eat. Okay. Now I have Katie. Now, Katie and we just spoke for the first time last week on Rock the Boat. And funny enough, when I asked her what she wanted to do when she grows up, she said she wanted to work at a homeless shelter. So I thought this was a perfect opportunity to have Katie on. So welcome, Katie.
Hi.
Hi. And then I have Eris. Now, Eris has been on Rock the Boat, I want to say like 5 times. We've met in person twice already. And he's just a very special kid in so many different ways. And so I wanted to have him on here no matter what. So, hi, Eris.
Hello.
How are you?
Good.
Good. So,
if I'm
Eris,
a little loud today, that's because my headphones kind of act as noise canceling at the same time. So,
gotcha.
Sorry if I get a little loud.
No, it's okay. I appreciate it. Now, I wanted to, like I said, bring you on here because this is really cool, because I feel that not a lot of us get the opportunity to speak to kids and to get their perspective on a lot of issues in this world. And one of them, a big one, is homelessness, right? We tend to see homeless people when we're out and about, driving, walking. So I wanted to ask each of you, how do you feel when you are out and you come across a homeless person? Like, how does that make you feel? And I'll start out with Katie.
I feel really bad for them because I can understand their feelings, because I would also feel sad if I didn't have a home or family.
Okay. I feel the same way, sweetie. How about you, Eris?
I definitely feel really bad because I know that when you don't have a shelter and the weather gets really bad, you can't do anything about it. And if you don't have a house, you're usually not going to be able to get stuff like food and a reliable source of water. It's just really sad to see.
Yeah, well, let me ask you this, because obviously we see, okay, they don't have a home, they're homeless. But do you ever think about how they got to that place? I mean, because I feel like a lot of us don't realize that there's a lot of circumstances around someone becoming homeless. So do you think about that, Katie? Like how they got to that place?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. How about you, Eris?
I haven't actually really been thinking about it prior to today, before this, when me, Dad, and Mom started talking about homelessness to get me prepared for this. And there are a lot of circumstances, and they could be, like, for example, economics or life choices or not enough support in life.
Exactly. No, that's true. There are so many different circumstances. And, with this organization, we're trying to raise money because they are really trying to do something about the homelessness in DC, but they're doing it in a way where they're having programs and they're trying to, offer different services to the homeless, because it's not just about putting someone in a home, right? Like there's a lot of things that go around it, where it's getting a job so that you can make money to afford a home or pay rent for an apartment, or having the skills to get a job, because a lot of the adults or even kids end up homeless. Like you said, circumstances, some of them, they were great, in a great position, and they lost their job and they couldn't get another job. And then they stopped being able to pay their mortgage, on their home. And so a lot of homeless people out there, I think we automatically assume that they always had a bad situation. And it's not true. Things can change pretty quickly. So Katie, let me ask you this. So you say when you grow up, you want to work at a homeless shelter.
Yeah.
How did that come about? What made you realize that that's what you wanted to do when you get older?
Because I don't feel right when people don't help those in need. And I just don't like when people do that to people who need a home. And I don't want people to like suffer from all that stuff. And I just feel really bad for them.
No, I love that you have such a kind heart.
I want to go out and find homeless people and take them to the shelter and help them as much as I can.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I was just saying perfect because today is World Kindness Day. Did you know that? Yeah, so today is World Kindness Day.
I would give them whatever they needed.
That's great, but it has to start somewhere. And the fact that you're 8 years old and you already know that that's what you want to do, that's fantastic, because what you can do is help other kids your age or other younger generations to understand how important it is to be able to help others and support. I mean, that's, you guys are our future. So it's for me, I love being able to hear like you and Eris, because Eris has a huge heart too and very compassionate. And there's so many different things that he wants to do in this world as well. And it's really important that we listen to what you both have to say and to what our kids have to say, because you're the ones that are going to change things for the better. I truly believe that you will change things for the better. Now, let me ask Eris, because Eris, I have a feeling that maybe you might have some ideas here, because there's a lot of discussion around how to combat homelessness and how, to not, because it's just getting worse, unfortunately. So how do we make it better? Eris, have you maybe thought of some solutions or some things, some ways we can help?
I unfortunately have no ideas, but me and my mom did a bit of research, and apparently in 2020 I think it was a council said that over 2,000 people experienced homelessness in Baltimore any given night, and Mom found out that the minimum wage was about $11.75. And when you times that by the amount of days in a month and then add all the tax and house rent and all that, you end up with negative $52.
Oh gosh, so it's already, you end up with negative. Yeah,
so that's already an issue.
You know what? I didn't even think about that, right? That already from the start, there's that struggle there. So obviously, economically, we have to do something, maybe, increase the minimum wage, which I know that they're doing that in different states. That's for sure. Katie, have you thought about ways, to I mean, obviously the problem's not going to be ever solved 100%, but have you thought of ways of maybe helping solve it besides working in a homeless shelter?
Maybe I could like when I'm older, I could maybe make up a team and we could go around holding signs and convince people to help people who don't have homes.
Okay.
And food and
that's
water.
what we're trying to do here, right? Is raise money. So if anyone, I think we might be at close to our goal. So they have a goal, they want to raise a certain amount of money, and I think they're close. So anybody that's listening and wants to donate, they can go to www.S.O.M.E.org and donate. And obviously anything helps. I think I heard earlier that if people donated $100, then they'll receive a t-shirt. And I know that they're on social media. I started following them on LinkedIn and Instagram as well. But that's really important, is to support organizations that already exist that are trying to help. But maybe you guys, each of you will start an organization, Katie with homelessness, Eris. I mean, is there a cause that's really close to your heart that you want to help?
Mainly endangered species like Arctic foxes and pandas.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, that's great. You want to start an organization and have it be, a nonprofit, and people are donating, and you can, the money can go for the cause of, so they don't go endangered or extinct. Because for those of you that have not seen Eris on my show, Eris is a huge lover of pandas, like huge. I've never seen anyone so obsessed. Oh, what? Katie, you like pandas too? See,
Who doesn't like pandas? They're adorable.
That is true. If someone doesn't like a panda, then you have to question them. But yeah, no, pandas. And then what did you say? What kind of fox, Eris?
Arctic foxes. They live in areas such as I believe the North Pole, along with polar bears.
Okay. And why do you have a love of the Arctic fox? I know why pandas, but why the Arctic fox?
I like foxes in general. I find them cute. And then when you have the Arctic fox, it reminds me of a panda. So,
gotcha.
Plus, I saw someone draw a picture of an Arctic fox, and it was one of the cutest things I've ever seen.
Now, Katie, do you have a favorite animal?
Usually, my favorite animal is a llama.
That's right. I had asked you that. That's right, a llama. Yeah, that's different.
I like everything about them except for when they spit.
That's
right. Eris, do you know much about llamas? Because you seem to be very well educated in a lot of when it comes to animals.
I did. I believe last school year I did have a English teacher who loved the llamas. And also, llamas do like to spit, since I've seen them in Minecraft.
Yeah. Now, I haven't asked. Why do they spit? Do you know, Katie? No. Do you know, Eris, why llamas spit?
No.
You know what? We're gonna have to research that, because now that I think about it, it'd be kind of interesting to know why.
I can look it up when we're done.
Yeah, you know what, Eris, when Eris and I do our calls, our conversations on Rock the Boat, he tends to Google a lot of stuff while we're talking. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's Googling it right now.
No, I don't. No.
I just
I'm
called
actually
you out.
not Googling anything right now.
You're not Googling I know. But hey, that's important. If you have questions about something that you don't know, the best thing to do is to look it up and find out. And then that's how we learn more and become more knowledgeable. Even with what we were doing today, just learning about the homelessness and the population out there, and what we can do to help and so forth. Like, that definitely is important. Now, so Katie is 8, and then Eris is 12. So for those of you watching, once again, I do Rock the Boat over on YouTube, and I have candid conversations with our youth, and it's all about literally just hitting the record button and just talking to our kids. I didn't have any questions prepared for this. I want it to be as spontaneous as possible. I love for the kids to be able to kind of just talk about whatever they want to talk about, because at the end of the day, it's really about empowering our youth. And just with all of us in the mortgage industry, what we try to do is empower someone to have the ability to buy a home, because a lot of it is empowering the consumer and understanding that they can buy a home if they, if we can educate as well. And so I feel like education goes hand in hand with everything, right? I mean, I know Eris and Katie, actually, both of you guys love school, and you love to read. I know Katie loves to read as well. We had a conversation about that. And I know Eris, he loves school, and he loves, just learning as well. And that's really important. And I feel like as adults, we should never stop learning either. Right? Knowledge is power. Have you guys heard that quote? That saying?
I have heard that before. And also, I do want to say that when I even when I'm not at school or reading, I still learn things. Like with playing games, I learn about different animals. Like, I played Minecraft, and then I learned what pandas sound like, what dolphins sound like, and there's an amphibian endangered species. I'm pretty sure it lives in Mexico.
Ooh.
It's called an axolotl.
That's interesting. Huh? My mom's Mexican and I go to Mexico a lot. And I don't think I've ever heard of that amphibian. I'm going to have to look that up and research it. So next time I go to Mexico, I might have to look for it. And now
it looks like a little salamander thing. And
okay, kind of like a gecko, because I know there was geckos kind of all over.
Yeah, they're a salamander-like species that can survive in water. They are usually pink in color.
Oh, okay. Now, Katie and Eris, have you guys traveled a lot? Have you guys traveled outside of the country yet? Katie?
Kind of.
Kind of?
I have, but not since COVID for obvious reasons.
Right. Okay. But are you guys wanting to travel? Because I know that, that's another thing too, is being able to travel the world and to visit other cultures. That's an education. That's an education, right? So do you guys have like a place, like the number one place you would want to visit if you could? Katie,
it would probably Hawaii.
Probably Hawaii. Okay. I've never been to Hawaii, and I would love to go to Hawaii. Eris, how about you? Do you have a place that you haven't visited yet that you would love to go to?
Maybe China.
And that doesn't surprise me because I know what's in China. A lot of pandas.
I would also like to go to Japan.
And Japan. Okay. Now, how about speaking other languages? Katie, is there another language that you would love to learn?
Español.
Sí, español. Yo hablo español. Eris?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, I mean, if you want to go to China, maybe learning Chinese, that could help you with, getting to visit pandas. Or you can learn
True.
Well, okay, you told me once, pandas, what's the sound they make? It's a beep? Is that what it is?
It's a bleat.
A bleep, that's right. So you can learn the bleep.
Like a sheep. Like a sheep.
Okay, sheep. So bleep. So then you can learn bleep. If that
bleat.
Bleep.
And
Okay.
also,
I always get it wrong. I'm so sorry.
How would you? I don't really think there's a panda translator.
No. Well, hey, you know what? Maybe that, Eris, that could be something that you could do. You never know. So maybe your love of pandas, it could maybe you could be the first ever panda translator. I could see that. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Now, so Katie, last time we spoke, we were talking about how your mother writes books, right? So she has books for adults and for kids, and you have been on the cover of her kids' books, right? Yeah. Now, this is something that is, I didn't ask you last time. So how has your mother's books helped you? Because I know that you're a big fan of her books, but I want to hear something that you've learned by reading her books.
Well, I've learned that you can well, mostly I think, I don't really know, but
well,
yeah, I don't know.
Well, I think I think your mother might have mentioned that there are a couple books where it's when you read them as a kid, it makes you realize that it's okay to be different. It's okay to embrace those things that make you different, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I wanted to kind of ask you about that because Eris is a huge advocate for other kids that are on the spectrum for autism. And that's something that he really is very passionate about, right, Eris? That you want to be someone that is out there, as a champion, right? And to educate.
Right.
Yes.
Right. It's just everyone, even it's just, I know that not every kid with autism is like me because the way autism affects the brain can differ from every single person. And I was treated because my parents were able to diagnose me and then treat me. Not everyone with autism has parents that can do that. Also, also racism and equal rights. Just, I just don't understand why there's still not complete equal rights between men and women yet.
Yeah, but I love that at your age, you're very aware of it and you want to do something to help. Because once again, you know, you guys are the ones that are going to be able to change things in the future. And so for me, that's why I love having you talk about it, because, you know, it's something that's still out there. After all these years, we still have, unfortunately, inequality in many situations. So Katie, you know, hearing about Eris wanting to be an advocate for so many things, is there something that you would love to kind of advocate for as well? Like because like I said, we were talking last time about just, you had made a comment, and I don't know if it was, we had it recording, but it was at the end, maybe after, where you said, I don't ever want to have to change. I want to always be me because I love who I am and I don't want to have to change. And remember, I said, you don't have to change. You can always be who you are. And I think you could be a huge advocate for kids just, you know, being comfortable with who they are and not having to change, right? Like that's, I think so many kids, as they get older, they think they have to change because other people are saying that they have to, or they're judging them. And I think it's so important that at a young age to really be confident with who you are, right?
Right, Raquel?
Yes.
So once at school, I made a poster and it said, be yourself, with a bunch of fun decorations.
I love that. Just be yourself. And I think that's why I love talking to kids, because it also really allows me to be myself, because I'm goofy and I like to laugh and I like to have fun conversations. So for me, talking to, you know, kids like you, it allows me to do that. It allows me to be myself, because a lot of times us adults, we think that we have to act a certain way, especially when we're adults. We can't act like a kid, or we can't have too much fun because, you know, I'm 46 and that doesn't look right. But I truly believe that, you know, I'm like a little kid at heart. So I'm going to be a little kid always. And that's okay. Now, Katie, I see you laughing. Is that your mom? Is your mom in the room too again? Are we making her laugh like last time? Is she blushing? No, not this time around.
She's just dancing.
She's dancing? See, that's my kind of lady. See that, but that's great. Like, it's important just to be able to have fun. And, you know, even with Eris, we've met before, you know, for lunch and everything. We've had a really good time, you know, at lunch with his parents. And, you know, for me, I love being able to showcase how special you are and what you're doing. And it's so important for the world to see that, because hopefully it gives people hope as well, that like our future is going to be bright. We have a bright future when we have people like you that are going to, you know, end up being leaders, because a lot of the people that we're doing podcast on here, they're leaders in our industry. And, you know, it's important to lead by example, and it's important for leaders to be compassionate and empathetic and be kind. And the two of you already possess those qualities. So one day when you are leaders, and if you just continue to possess those qualities, you're going to make a huge difference in this world. So I applaud Katie and Eris for coming on and being so brave, because this is live. I've never done a Rock the Boat live. So this is a first. So you guys get to be
Way to
part
go,
of
Raquel.
Yeah.
Way to go, guys. Katie, Eris, just wanted to jump on and say hi and thank you so much for being part of our Pod-A-Palooza today. I love pandas also, for the record. I'm a huge panda fan.
To be honest, who isn't?
I know. Who is it?
Exactly. I know one guy. He's a panda. He's not a big fan of pandas, but we won't go down that road. Guys, thank you so much for being part of Pod-A-Palooza today. I am losing it. I am at the end of my wits. They have been keeping me no food in my stomach since this morning. Can you believe that? And it's like, I need food.
Well, it's my pleasure
Eris,
to be on here.
thank you so much, Katie. It was wonderful to hear you and your thoughts. Eris, same thing with you. You guys have a wonderful day. I'm going to talk to Raquel for a few seconds without you guys. Is that okay? All right, guys. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
All right, Raquel. Thank you. Just wanted to say thank you for coming on Pod-A-Palooza and doing your
You for
rap
letting
news,
me
and
like
this
stir
was-
things up a little bit, because I know this is very different than like the format and what you guys were doing, but I think it's important to hear what our kids are thinking and their perspective.
No, that I think everything is about, you know what I mean? Like for me, it's about getting different people on board. It's about collaborating with different people. Look, I can't even speak. They got to feed me. They got to feed me soon. I swear to God, they got to
I
feed
know,
me.
and I'm sure the
They can't
background
do
is
this to
helping
me,
with
Rock.
this.
I'm losing it. Anyway, I see David Gendelman is in the backstage, so we're going to let him in momentarily. Like I said before, we are giving free T-shirts to anyone who donates $100 or more to the S.O.M.E.donate.com. So this is the final 25 minutes we have. Please, please, please dig deep. Give what you can. Rock, thank you so much for being part of Pod-A-Palooza. I will catch up with you soon, my friend. Okay? All right, buddy. Talk to you. All right, guys. Like I was just saying, we are having David Gendelman come on the show here. I can see him. He is ready and anxious, as any meditating teacher would be anxious to come on and be live with me one-on-one. So, David, how are you, my friend?
Hey, Bobby. Great to see you, buddy. Thanks so much for inviting me.
Now, I kind of made a joke there, Dave, but you're not like an anxious person, are you? I mean, you always seem so cool and calm when I see you.
It's just a facade. On the inside, I'm completely tormented by my focus of making the future perfect.
Well,
just kidding. I lived in Hawaii for 7 years. I think that relaxed me. A lot of coconuts, a lot of sun, a lot of beach. So everyone's like, "What's your secret weapon?" Like, just go live in Hawaii for a long time. So a little unfair.
Gotta do that. So listen, Dave, we are on the last 25-30 minutes of this Pod-A-Palooza thing that we've been doing. I don't know if you heard, but they are keeping me unfed. Like they said that I can't leave until we finish the Pod-A-Palooza and go get some food even delivered. You know what I mean? So
Bobby, you look well fed. You look all right. You'll be all right. I get it. You have a podcast. You have a podcast that has the word "eat" in the title.
I do. I am well fed. Thanks for reminding me. Anyway, I'm going to leave you here. We are at the last minute, guys. If you are thinking about donating, this is the perfect opportunity to do so. David is here. David is an amazing meditation teacher, has helped me immensely. And he knows that even on my one-on-ones, I don't say this publicly or privately. I make no bones about it. One of the best meditation teachers I've been part to experience. So, David, I'm going to leave the show to you, and I'll see you at about the 3:00 hour. Okay?
Thanks, Bobby. Before you do, I don't see a link to donate in the chat. Can you put a link to? I want to donate right now, or at the end here. Can you put a link to donate?
I'll do it. I will do it. It's S.O.M.E.donate.com, by the way. It's www.
Oh, I thought it was a special link. It's just that. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
I see that.
That's the one for us. All right, buddy?
All right. Wonderful. Thanks, Bobby.
Okay.
And thank you all so much for being here. I know this is the end. I'll keep you entertained, and we'll do a very light, easy meditation. What a beautiful way to spend part of a Saturday helping people in need. So first of all, I commend all of you for doing this and Fabi for putting it on. I actually was a guest on Fabi's podcast, Laugh, Lend, and Eat, I believe it's called, once. So you want to hear us chat, you could go explore that. And before I jump too deep, well, first of all, the topic is From Anxiety to Purpose, which is what we're going to be working on. And I would love to get a gauge for those of you who are here that want to share in the chat box, just on average, 1 to 10, how much anxiety do you feel like you experience during the day? 10 being a lot, 1 being you live on the beach in Hawaii and have no worries. So if anybody wants to share, you don't have to do anything but type in the number in the chat box if you want to share 1 to 10 on average. How much anxiety do you experience? And this is the most common topic that I come across with my students and clients. And what I like to tell them is anxiety is always like the icing on the cake. It's the outermost layer of our feelings and our experiences. And it's actually a really great doorway to figure out what's going on deeper inside of us. So I know people who have anxiety around climate change, around different political issues, around family, around career, around relationships, around money. We all have different areas of life where we feel some anxiety, and it's totally fine. What I like to tell my students is don't have anxiety around having anxiety. So you get that feeling of I'm feeling anxious and that's not okay. And it's actually like the resistance to anxiety that cripples us. It's the resistance to, I don't like this feeling. The anxiety itself might actually be a good thing. It might lead you to finding something out about who you are and what you care about. There's this wonderful author, Glennon Doyle. She has a new book called Untamed. And I saw her speak once, and she said, if you want to know the purpose of your life, find what breaks your heart. That's it. What pulls on your heart? And if you're here at an event like this, clearly there are some things that pull on your heart, or Fabi forced you to be here. Just kidding. And before we jump into meditation, let me just take a moment and just share a little bit about myself, since I kind of just jumped in the deep end. What I spend my days doing is creating content for people around meditation, personal growth, wellness, finding purpose, and clearing all the noise out of our heads. So when I was 16, I picked up a meditation book, and the first thing it said was we spend most of our time projecting into the future and back into the past. And when I read that, I was like, whoa, that's how I spend all my mental energy, projecting into the future and back into the past. And a light bulb went off in that moment for me. I was like, wow, that's taking all my energy. And then I realized the further in the future I went, and the bigger the gap between my physical body in this moment and my mind in the future, the bigger that gap got, the more anxiety I felt. So the more energy, time, and more distant into the future I went, that gap got bigger and the anxiety came with it. Which means if we can close that gap, we may start to be able to release that anxiety. So the more present we can be, the less anxiety we'll experience. So it doesn't even matter what the topic of the anxiety is so much. What matters is, can you draw yourself back into this moment? And as simple as it is, it actually can be quite hard. There's this quote that I love from a Buddhist monk, Pema Chodron. She says, our neurosis and our wisdom are made of the same material. I'll say that one again. Our neurosis and our wisdom are made of the same material. I absolutely love that. So what we think is the problem is actually a doorway or the path. And that is always a mantra for me. Our neurosis and our wisdom are made of the same material, so we could remold it into something beautiful. So I invite you today, in the short time that we have, to maybe reflect on what makes you anxious and see if there's actually something really useful in there. So if something's pulling on your heart or pulling on your mind, maybe it's because you really care, and that's a good thing. And then we can go deeper into that and see what it wants to unfold into or emerge, what wants to emerge out of you. So if you're always anxious about your family, you clearly love and care about your family. That's a good thing. Or about saving the world or helping people who don't have homes, right? So instead of just sitting around being anxious about it, let's see what purpose it wants to show us. And I've lived kind of all over the world. I spent some time living in India, which is one of the poorest places on the planet. And when I first got there, I was completely blown away by the poverty. I mean, people begging on the streets like I had never seen anywhere else in the world. The amount of poverty was unreal. I think almost half the population of India lives on less than $2 a day. Think about that. How much do you spend on a latte? And hundreds of millions of people living on less than $2 a day. And when I saw that firsthand, boy, did that break my heart. I could not believe the amount of poverty that was out there. And that got me on a path to starting to do some philanthropy. And now I work with orphans in Nepal. And I just see all of their potential, and all they need is a little bit of help. And so that's what started pulling me in a certain direction of helping. And I think we all have a few places in life where we can look and go, oh, that's where I want to put my energy, and that's where I want to help. That's where I want to make a difference. But if we're full of anxiety and we go to make a difference, we're going to just share a bunch of anxiety. Somebody once asked Carl Jung, the famous psychologist who worked with Sigmund Freud, they asked him, is the world destined for an apocalypse? And he said, not if enough people do their inner work. I love that answer. And that's how I see solving a lot of the problems in the world. It can't just be external. We have to shift ourselves from the inside out. And then the world will also start to shift from the outside in. So that's the invitation. Can we shift our energy from the inside out and then start to shift the world from the outside in? So as we meditate, maybe we cultivate compassion, clarity of mind, clarity of purpose, and start to really do something useful with our lives and feel a joy with being useful. So I want to just guide us in a short meditation. If you've never meditated before, all good. No worries. If you're a regular meditator, wonderful. All are welcome. And when I say meditation, what I mean by that is really simply, we have two physical eyes that see the physical world. And when we close our physical eyes, we go inward and we open our inner eye, our mind's eye, and then we have insight, right? So insight is the ability to see in. So we see out and we close our eyes to meditate, we see in. And when we see in, we can start to see, well, what's the answer to my question? What's my purpose? Who am I? What do I need to let go of? Where does this anxiety come from? What's the meaning of this anxiety? So there's no one right way to meditate. You can do a mantra or watch your breath, or you can reflect on who you are. I think what's important is that you're just honest when you close your eyes. That is the fastest way in. And there's this saying, nothing goes away until it teaches us what we need to know. I'll say that one again before we meditate. Nothing goes away until it teaches us what we need to know. On a micro level, internally with ourselves, and maybe as a society on a macro level. So when we have people who are suffering or don't have homes, perhaps it's trying to teach us about compassion and community and caring. And when it comes to anxiety, there may be something that anxiety is trying to teach you. And it may have something surprisingly to do with your life's purpose and your path. Pablo Picasso said, the meaning of life is to find your gift, and the purpose of life is to give it away. So let's find it, and then let's give it away. Let's see what happens. So what I'd like you to do is close your eyes for a minute. And whenever I tell my students to close my eyes, they immediately start holding their body hostage like a Buddha statue, like the one behind me, behind my shoulder here. You don't have to do that. Just be very natural and relaxed. And just take a few deep breaths and just allow the muscles and the tissue in your body just to relax and ease any tension. And see if you can start to settle in to this moment. And one of the first things I like to do in meditation is just what I call checking the weather. So, what is the energetic weather inside you right now? Is it stormy and cloudy? Is it sunny and calm? Is there a tornado of feeling or thought? And we all know that fighting the weather doesn't really do us any good. So you don't need to try to change it. I just want you to notice the weather inside you. So you just start to notice the weather. Maybe it's noisy, a bunch of clouds made of thought. Totally fine. That's the human experience. And then let's get a little bit more clarity around some of this weather. And I want you to notice if there are any clouds of anxiety. And when I say anxiety, I mean like either a subtle or very acute kind of worry, where you start ruminating about something, where you think about something over and over again. And maybe you get trapped in a loop. And perhaps it makes you feel a little nervous. So just take a moment, see if there's a cloud of some of that worry. Maybe you notice its shape or its size, its color, its density. Like, is it thick? Is it big? Is it kind of just passing by? And as you start to get a sense of what this is, you may have like a really clear answer. Oh, I know what this is. Or maybe really vague. Both are totally fine. What I would like you to notice is you don't need to have anxiety about anxiety. There's nothing wrong with it. It may be a message for you around what you think is important, what you feel is important in your life. So I want you to actually validate the anxiety, say thank you to it for helping me remember what I care about. I want you to ask that cloud of anxiety, what is it that you're here to show me or teach me about my life's purpose, about what I care about? Maybe there's like a deep message in here. It may come to you verbally or through images or feeling. Perhaps you care about a big macro issue in the world or it's something personal. Just be really honest and see what it is. And I want to take us back to that quote we started with, which is nothing goes away until it teaches us what we need to know. So if you want this cloud to pass, let it teach you what it's here to teach you. And as crazy as this might sound, can you open your heart a bit more to the anxiety, to the message? The issue isn't anxiety, it's the fighting it. It's the resistance. So as the real message comes in, maybe some of that resistance can melt away. Make sure you're breathing and you're relaxed. Sometimes when we meditate, it's almost like a piece of an iceberg just like breaks off or melts off of us. We just like all of a sudden we release something or we have a realization or an epiphany. And it doesn't come from thinking or trying. It comes from just sitting still and being honest. Maybe we let go of fear or worry or judgment. Maybe we have a realization, oh, I've been trying to please everyone else at my expense. The really cool part about meditating is that when we just sit still, realization arises on its own. We don't have to do anything to earn it. And I'd like you to notice before we finish, just that link between your anxiety and your purpose. Notice that link. Many of us feel anxiety around time. I don't have enough time. Aha, well, maybe what I want to be doing is squeezing the juice out of life every single moment. That may be part of my purpose, to be present and fully here and squeeze the juice out of every single moment and show up fully and authentically. And if I do that, I will no longer be worried about having enough time. So, as Picasso said, meaning is when we find our gift, and purpose is when we give it away. So, when you have a realization and you recognize what you're all about, then it's time to share it with the rest of the world, with the people you love, with charities, whatever it is. So, can you, before we come out of meditation, just open your heart a little bit more, have gratitude for the lessons life is giving you, and be ready to make a difference and share. And start to change your relationship with anxiety. And you can see it as a doorway into your purpose. Great job. Take a nice big deep breath in. Easy sigh out. And then when you're ready, you can slowly stretch and open your eyes and come out of meditation. And I know we could have probably went another 20 or 30 minutes deeper into that. But you don't always have to meditate for a long time. Maybe you only have a few minutes and you just want to check in with yourself. And I always like to tell my students, every day has an energetic theme, or maybe a couple themes. So if we're fighting something, maybe there's a theme there. So the theme could be healing, it could be giving, it could be gratitude, it could be creativity, it could be growth or enlightenment. So when we meditate, when we check the weather, we may start to notice a couple themes. And clearly, if you're here and doing this with Fabi and the rest of the group, then one of the themes of today is having gratitude and giving. And that's a beautiful, energetic theme to weave through our lives. I want you to maybe own that for yourself, that you've put this time, energy, money into giving and opening your heart and having gratitude. And I think that's a really beautiful thing to do and place to be. I don't think you'll ever worry about time if you're doing that with your life. You'll find a lot of meaning. So,
hey, David,
amazing.
I'm back.
Thanks, Bobby. Thanks.
Hey.
And
No,
thank
that
you all
was
so much
great.
for hanging with me.
No, and I want to make sure that we've been getting text messages. So, David, you can be reached at meditationschool.us. That's your website for your school, right?
Yeah, or you could just download the app. It's called Meditation School. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't. Oh, that's right. You have that app. I actually downloaded
Yeah.
it. Totally forgot.
Awesome. And also, if you need help sleeping, I have a podcast called Grounded Sleep. It tends to be the most popular one.
Yeah. I'm going to add a friend in. She actually hung out here long enough. I wanted you to meet her because she's a special
Sure.
friend of mine. Her name is
Hey,
Raquel
Raquel.
Boris.
Hi,
Hi.
David.
this
That
is
was
David.
amazing. Oh my
Thank
gosh.
you.
Like I could have kept going.
So David, I've been talking, Raquel, I mean, David, I've been talking to you about Raquel, or excuse me, the other way around. I've been mentioning David to Raquel for the last few months. So
Yeah.
she was like, who's this David Gendelman guy? And she was doing her podcast before your show. So I said, just hang out. You know what I mean? This is just one of those moments where I'm trying to get everybody connected, collaborating more, connecting people together. We're doing this for a great cause so others might eat. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that we can't connect with one another, you know what I mean, and grow our own networks. So
Absolutely. And I'm leveraging my network to help the kids in Nepal. And Fabi, you're doing a great job helping people in the Virginia, DC area. So I commend you, all of you who are here doing this. I love it. When you asked me to do this, I was like, absolutely.
Oh, that was wonderful what you
I'm
did with-
manifesting a trip to Nepal with the kid with David.
Yeah.
No, seriously, because like that was my podcast before this was with kids. So I'm all about empowering our kids. So yeah, I'm gonna manifest it.
I do take groups to go see them. So waiting for COVID to die down and we're gonna go back.
Okay.
So yes, you're
happen.
more than welcome to join.
All right, guys. Well, look, I'm going to bid you guys a farewell.
Thanks,
David,
Bobby.
Raquel, thank you so much. And we'll catch up with you guys some other time, okay?
Take care,
Have a great
everyone.
day, guys. Okay. Raquel, see you, buddy. All right, guys. We are at the 3:00 hour. And I don't know, maybe John can tell me if we got past the $4,000 or if we are at $5,000, which I think is, I know I got a text from somebody saying, don't worry about it. They're going to cover me at 5,000. 4,100, and John gave me a banana. Thank you so much. This guy is amazing. He loves me. Listen, guys, I know that we have been on for 5 hours, and you guys, a lot of you guys have stuck in with us or been in and out. I can't thank enough of all the people who helped create this event. John Perry, obviously, front and top of the hour. I mean, on the list. I keep mentioning Charlene Hope. She was amazing as putting together the people. The content producers themselves, Ginger Bell, Josh Pitts, Joe Wilson, Phil Treadwell, Raquel Boris, David Gandelman, Christine Beckwith, Laura Brandeo, Roland Cochran. I mean, amazing lineup. I just can't thank you enough. Looks like we are at gonna be right about $5,100. So we are gonna cross that line. So that was my goal of $5,000. And you guys helped me accomplish that. So thank you so much that we were able to accomplish that goal. This has been something that I was working on, and I just wanted to make sure that, you know, the underlying word that I wanted to make sure that we talked about. I know Pod-A-Palooza was the kind of the theme, right? But Voices for the Silent is really the what I was really focused on, is because we all have these podcasts, we all have these amazing speaks, we all have these amazing events that we're doing, and we need to, you know, be able to lend our voices to those that aren't heard. And I know that sounds cliche-ish, but sometimes when it's a cliche and it works, you just got to go with it because that's the honest truth. We are doing this so that other people who can't get on these platforms have a voice, and we lend our voices to them. And for that, I don't mind doing this for 5 hours, 10 hours, 20 hours, whatever the plan is. But we'll definitely be back next year. So please look forward to Pod-A-Palooza 2022. and I think that's going to be the new year next year. So, and once again, thank you all. I'm not going to keep you guys much longer. I really, really appreciate everybody for what they've done, and that's enough out of me, guys. Have a great day, and I will catch you all some other time. Thank you.